morning, everybody. My name is Dr. Hussain. I am a surgeon who has performed quite a few thyroid surgeries. And I'm here to talk to you, to make you understand about thyroid surgery. I know many of you may look at me and say, it looks spiky. I'm usually called in to operate on the thyroid gland to remove it, either fully or part of it. So for all of us, I think I'll just give you a very small presentation, just so we understand about thyroid surgery, and then I'll talk a bit more of the approach before going into surgery. But we must understand, if today you are a thyroid patient, times have changed so much. You just go to a doctor, and usually it would be a surgeon before. I would be a primary doctor to see a thyroid patient. And before it would be, you have thyroid disease, you have I'm sure most of us understand what a goiter is. And you would be told you need surgery, you need to remove the gland. But that's not how it is anymore. Today, the practice of medicine has changed so much that we now work as teams, where usually myself as the surgeon and the last person you will see. GP first, will then refer you to an endocrinologist. Many of us, I'm sure, have not heard of that term, endocrinologist. An endocrinologist is actually a specialist who deals with hormone changes in the body, and thyroid hormone being one of them, one of the most important changes that happens in the body. So they help deal with those changes in terms of medication. And then we have radiologists to help us. We have interventional radiologists to help us. We have the anesthetists who help us. And then we have myself as a surgeon who comes in as part of the team. So when we're looking at thyroid surgery, thyroidectomy, this is a very old procedure, dating back to the early 20th century. And it's used to treat a variety of thyroid disease, from cancer, and that's what we call malignancy, to benign disease. Benign meaning it's not a cancer, but it's a growth of the thyroid gland. And when we talk of goiter, goiter is basically just the Latin term for enlargement of the thyroid gland. Now, when do you operate on a benign disease? There are very many indications. One of them, you may have such a big gland that it's actually obstructing, in terms of you have issues swallowing, you have issues breathing, even issues with your voice. And then we have things called nodules. And then another indication is where your thyroid gland is producing too much hormone. So indications, like I said, thyroid cancer, what we call a toxic multinodular goiter. When you have a thyroid gland that is enlarging in size, it can enlarge in two ways. It can enlarge as a smooth enlargement of the gland, and it can enlarge when you feel it. It feels like many bumps. You may just have a certain part of the gland that enlarges, what we call a nodule. So not the whole gland itself. And like I said, a goiter with compressive symptoms. And then what we call Graves' disease, very common. It's basically where your thyroid gland has, in quotes, I'll say, misbehaved, is producing too much hormone. It's usually an autoimmune condition where your body is actually producing antibodies against the thyroid gland and stimulating to produce hormone. A suspicious thyroid nodule, it's not confirmed to be cancer, but it's worrisome. And then there's some patients who actually come to us and tell us that, look, I have this goiter. There's no indication for surgery, but they don't like how it looks. There are too many, when they're going out, they're walking in public, everyone is looking at them, and everybody questions them. What is this growth on your neck? So that becomes a cosmetic procedure. There are few contraindications to a thyroidectomy. So when we're talking, most of these contraindications come in when we're talking about thyroid cancer, and we always look at risk versus benefit ratio. Thyroid cancers usually tend to be very slow progressing cancers. And when we look at risk benefit ratio, we're looking at age as the main thing. Is there a benefit of removing this gland versus just leaving the patient alone and using other types of treatment? There's a type of thyroid cancer we call anaplastic cancer. It's a very aggressive form of cancer. Usually when we are operating on this type of cancer, it's very rarely curative. It's more of you're going in to operate to relieve obstruction. Now, when patients come to us, usually by the time a patient has come to me now, they have been referred to me by an endocrinologist. And we are usually talking about the surgery. At that point, we all know that this is a patient who requires surgery. And the first question that we are asked are, what are the risks? Because everyone fears surgery. Nobody likes going through the knife. Our times have changed, even during our training, we look at the knife as the last option. So if I'm telling a patient you require surgery, it's because there's no other option. So complications related to thyroid surgery, hemorrhage that's bleeding. This applies to basically all surgeries. What we call hypoparathyroidism. Just behind the thyroid gland, there are 4 to 6 very small glands that are very important in calcium metabolism in our body. And there's risk of injury to these glands. Either during removal, you remove those glands, or you injure the blood supply. Now, this is where working as a multidisciplinary team becomes very important, where our endocrinologists help us in managing these issues if they do arise. However, we must understand that these risks, yes, they are present, but they are very low risk. Why? Because thyroid surgery is a very finesse surgery. We actually go very slow, look for every anatomy that we must find in terms of nerves, blood vessels, and these parathyroid glands. Another complication is injury to nerves. Just behind the thyroid gland, the thyroid gland just lies on the windpipe. It hugs the windpipe, and when it enlarges, it tends to hug the food pipe as well. And between the windpipe and the food pipe is our nerves to our voice box, what we call the recurrent laryngeal nerves. There are also another branch called external laryngeal nerves. Now, these nerves are very important, especially, we all speak together. And if you're doing a complete removal of the thyroid gland and you injure both sides, both nerves, right and the left, there's a risk of the voice cords actually they close and you are unable to breathe. And then there's an emergency procedure that needs to be done for that. The external laryngeal nerves, that becomes very important, especially when our patients are singers. They're very important in producing high-pitched sounds. Injuring one nerve is not a very big deal. It does cause hoarseness of voice, but usually in 65% of our patients, the voice returns to normal. But again, we look to prevent these complications. Of course, because of the location of the thyroid gland, there is small chance. When I'm saying small, we're looking at about 1%, in some cases less than 1%, injury to the food pipe and the windpipe. A keloid is actually a bad scar that forms post the surgery. So sometimes, let's say you have a patient, we are removing the gland for cosmetic issues. So you've removed the swelling, but now you've left a very bad scar because the body heals in an excess manner. And if you don't explain this to the patient, they're not happy at all. Another very worrying issue is what we call a thyroid storm. Now, thyroid storms can be fatal. This usually happens intra-op. And today, if this happens, it's usually a failure on our part because of poor preparation of that patient. And that's where working in as a team to control thyroid hormone comes in. So, of course, all these complications are preventable. Sometimes they're inevitable. Now, types of surgery, we don't always go in and remove the whole thyroid gland. So we have a total thyroidectomy, that is removing the whole gland. We have what we call a hemithyroidectomy, or what is called a lobectomy. Every surgery has its own indications. I think I wouldn't go and talk to everybody here about what are the indications for this type of surgery. I think it's mainly to understand that, yes, there are different types. And so you understand that when today you're seeing a surgeon, you can ask these questions. Am I going to get a total thyroidectomy, and why? Am I going to get a hemithyroidectomy, or what we call a lobectomy, and why? Or what we call a near total. So it's basically you're removing almost the whole. The thyroid gland is around 40 grams. When you do a near total, you're leaving about 2 grams. So, we ask, why are you doing a near total versus a total? Preoperative workup. Basically, if you're seeing a thyroid surgeon, you should have had a scan done. You should have had your thyroid levels done. Most cases we have done, especially in autoimmune disorders of the thyroid. We have done a thyroid antibody test. You should have had a FNA, or what we call a fine needle aspirate, or a biopsy done. Indirect laryngoscopy, this is important, especially when they are very big glands and in cancers, because this assesses the state of the vocal cords. Calcium is very important because of the parathyroid. Hyperparathyroidism sometimes goes hand in hand with thyroid disease. And usually we should have had a multidisciplinary team discussion regarding that patient who's come in for an operation. So this is a patient who has passed through the endocrinologist, who has passed through the radiologist, who has passed through the anesthesia and the surgeon. And all of us have sat down and decided, yes, this patient is safe to go for surgery. And yes, this surgery is indicated. I think from there, I'll open the floor for any questions. I may be able to help as a surgeon.
Hi, everyone. Sorry, I am a thyroid soldier, brother warrior. My voice has never come back since 29. Still a bit of a struggle. But I just need to ask this question. Why is it that most endocrinologists only focus on the diabetes side, yet thyroid is something that is in Kenya? Personally, I struggled. I was told I had throat cancer. I did 10 tests, all came negative, and yet I had Graves' syndrome. Lost my hair, lost weight, basically couldn't function. Until today, I'm still trying to understand myself. So my main question is, why do endocrinologists only focus on the diabetes side and yet they know diabetes goes hand in hand with a thyroid issue? Then also my second question is, I did the surgery. I couldn't remove the whole thyroid because I am allergic to anesthesia. So I kept on waking up. So they had to keep on putting small doses. So they left a small bit, which until today now is still giving me an issue. I have a good endocrinologist, but I'm still not, I don't have faith with the doctors in Kenya because I have lost a friend to a thyroid issue. She was just told that she just has a swelling in her throat. They did not speculate what exactly it was. So the plan, my plan, and I'm sure I know very many people here will also one time maybe think about that, is to go to India and remove the remaining part that was left that I think is still growing because it keeps on getting big, small, depending on the thyroxine levels. So those are my only two questions. Why they don't focus on the thyroid? Why is it that they keep on giving us not the real picture?
Thank you. I think the best person to answer that is Dr. Eric Jenga.
Yes. So I think for the next talk, I'll answer your question, and I'll allow Dr. He's a surgeon, but for the next part, I'll expound it and I'll make it very interactive, that you can ask questions and we can explore the whole, the whole therapy is very complex, and I agree. But let him answer what he can answer. Then the next part, I'll make it very interactive. Okay, and I'll answer all the questions. Thank you.
He's a surgeon then. You're a surgeon then. Why is it that I can't remove the remaining after having the first surgery?
Okay, first, it's very difficult to understand what happened to you during your operation. You seem to have gone through a very traumatic experience, and I guess on behalf of the doctors, I would apologize for that because it shouldn't be happening. There's no reason for it not to be removed. And we should also remember, like I said, the knife is not always the answer. There are other methods of making that part that is still very active, inactive. And one of them is radio iodine ablation.
Okay. I was told it can't happen in Kenya. And then because of the extent of my scar.
You will be advised, I think.
So I'll explore that in the next talk. Yeah. So I know there are many questions.
I think we also must understand that there's a lot of misinformation.
Yes.
And I think it's meetings like this that play a big role in providing the right information. And I would say opening everyone's eyes that we don't have to run to India. Like I said, medicine is changing and is changing fast in our part of the world. Because our younger generation is making the change. So, before, and I'm sure many people will agree with me, when you go to a doctor, what the doctor has told you is like God's word. And I don't think that's true anymore. In fact, the patients we see now, I would say they've made life very challenging for us. And because of that, made our practice safer and to the best for the patient, because our patients are all educated. All the information is out there on the internet. And that's why having an educated patient is the best patient. And that's why also working in as teams is what now has changed. It's not, like I said, if a patient has come to me and has not passed through an endocrinologist, then usually I will refer that patient first for that review. I will not rush to the note. Okay. Anything else?
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
I'm called Judith and I'm 52 years. I discovered thyroid when it was like 7 years ago. And I went to the hospital straight away. They told me to do scans, blood work, and so many things. So when I went to see the surgeon, they told me it was still too small and there is nothing they could do about it. So I was left like that and I came home. Then it kept growing and I've been having issues. So I started again. I went to the doctor. So they did biopsy, blood work, and so many tests. And they told me that the blood work, it is not hypo, it is not hyper. The glands are normal. So it is normal, but they had grown into 3. Now there is 1 on the other side and 2 on the other side, and they were growing in size. And I asked them, what do I do about it? And they didn't answer me so well. So I came home. Now I've been having this issue. I cough every time and my throat dries a lot. And right now I'm losing my voice. Now it's like 4 months. It's just going. Sometimes it's there. Sometimes it goes. So I started again. When I went, they also sent me for blood work, biopsy, diabetes, and so many tests. And these things, they are just expensive, very expensive. And not everybody can afford a private hospital or a good surgeon. So may I go to public hospital where I don't get help. And right now I'm just thinking, it's not working well with me because I'm losing my voice and I don't know what to do. So when I went, they did all these tests and nobody was telling me you need surgery, you need medication, or you need something like that. So I'm just asking, how do I get help? Because I still have them, they are growing, and they're telling me my thyroid is normal. So I really don't understand. Thank you.
So I'll interject at this point. So he's a surgeon, and I think I'm Dr. Eric Jenga. I'm an endocrinologist. I work in Aga Khan Hospital. So I think what I'll do is let me just give the first preamble to this particular talk, and a lot of your questions are being asked from the perspective of who's the first person who sees you, who makes a diagnosis, and who decides the next plan of management. Do you go to my colleague here as a surgeon? Do you go to for ablation for the iron therapy, or do you use medications? So I think some of it's why I said to step in is because I'll step in to help him in some of the questions. So because he's the last in thyroid disease, like I said, the knife is not always the answer. But sometimes we require a surgeon to come in to give us a final intervention. If you've had, for example, hormone excess, which is called hyperthyroidism, you have Graves' disease, your eyes having a problem, we require a surgeon. You are a very big gland, we require a surgeon. But I think we have to understand what's a step towards getting to a point where you say, now we require someone to intervene. And the thing is, you can also get an operation the first time, and they can do what is called a subtotal, meaning that they remove part of the thyroid, not all of it, but part of it, but it can regrow. So I'll explore that in my talk in a few minutes. And but the thing is, I think a lot of things, and so my talk is going to be very interactive, just to make sure that we explore the entire concept of what exactly is thyroid disease. Remember, it's not only hypo, low hormone, or hyper, excess hormone, or a goiter, which can be big. You can have a goiter with normal hormones. So it's a very diverse spectrum. And I think I want to make it as interactive. Let's make it interactive. I get your questions, then we explore all the spectrums of disease, because everyone who is sitting here is not the same. There are those who have different conditions. Remember, there are two main conditions in thyroid disease. You can have an excess of hormone called hyperthyroidism, or low hormone production is called hypothyroidism. So he'll be here with me. He's here. So we'll help each other out. Yeah. But the thing is, he's a surgeon. But remember that most times in thyroid disease is our last point of call. Okay. But he's very, very important. And the thing is, surgery must be like he said, he can't operate until he calls a endocrinologist. Very, very key. And you must work with other doctors. So you must explore your wherever you are, whether you're in Marsabit, Turkana, Nairobi, you have to work as a team. Okay. So I think we'll explore those questions. Will be a panel. There's a surgeon, myself, Dr. Katambo is here in terms of weight loss. Because again, we'll explore various options. Because again, also weight options are very, very key. Because if you're hypothyroidism, you can be in the gym, you're working out, you don't lose weight. What do you do? So I think the key thing about today's meeting is that let's make it interactive. Okay. We'll explore different perspectives. Let's get to learn what the audience here have. Then we can answer your questions at least as best as we can as specialists. Yeah. Yes. Good. So I think I'll just take over and I'll allow.
There's one more question, please.
Allow me to interject. We will have a question and answer, and then we will invite Dr. We want to invite the CEO of the Thyroid Foundation to come in first and give us a brief view of what all this is about. She's the one who's come up with this foundation, so that when we answer about the questions, Dr. We had a place for question and answer, so that we don't interject how you're teaching us. So that audience, please, will be patient a little bit. Please write down your questions. When the time for question and answer will come, we will be able to pass it to them so that they can get it on teaching us as much as they can teach us. If we ask a lot of questions, the teaching might just disappear. So karibu sana, Sarah, and thank you. This is the woman who's behind all of us. This is the woman who has decided to put up this function. And this is the woman who has taken all her finances, all her time, or everything that you see here today. She's done it by herself. We wouldn't be here even having this talk without Sarah. Sarah is so passionate about thyroidism. Sarah is so passionate about seeing all of us. Well, at times we bombard her phone. I'm sure all of you in the group bombard us with so many questions. You'd think she's a doctor. Actually, I think we should, if there's a honorary doctorate that you give, you should give it to Sarah. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much, Damaris. So as you've heard, my name is Sarah Katule. And before I begin, I want to say that we have lost a lot of many patients in the course of the year and in the course of this month. So before I even read my speech, I would like to employ you and to request you to stand up with me and honor them by a moment of silence, those that are able to stand up with me. I'll call out their names. We lost Rose Joy Nyaga to a thyroid surgery complication on the 2nd of September. We lost Haimana Warimo to thyroid cancer on the 1st of September. We lost Margaret Jamesa to thyroid storm. She's someone's mother. We lost Corazon Wafula, one of the media representatives that we were working with. And we lost Miss Helen Sigei to thyroid complications and many others that we've lost in the course of the year. Let's just observe a moment of silence in their honor. Thank you. Thank you very much. You may take your seats. So, distinguished guests, my fellow thyroid champions, caregivers, ladies and gentlemen. Today is a very special day in the lives of thyroid disease patients here in Kenya. It marks the beginning of a journey that I started back in 2011 after I was diagnosed with Graves' hyperthyroidism, a few months after I had just given birth to my now 11-year-old little girl. My challenging journey in finding thyroid treatment made me realize how uninformed and disarmed I was as a patient trying to find treatment here in my country. I walked this journey with the support of my family, but I really never had someone that I could call or talk to or relate to who was going through what I was going through. Many times I felt alone, misunderstood by those around me, even though they all meant well. It was then that I delved into learning about thyroid disease just on my own. So I would go on my laptop every night because that was the only time my energy levels would come up. And that was the only time my brain was able to function properly. And I would research, I'd read articles about thyroid disease, what it is, how it even begins, and the various forms of treatment available out there. It was encouraging to know that there were so many options available for this disease. And it was so relieving to finally understand myself, my body, and why I was the way I was. And without noticing, I was slowly empowering and arming myself with information. As I continued to learn, I thought, let me see what options we have here in Kenya that I can work with. As I began to narrow down my search, the options available became less and less. It was then that I realized how foreign the concept of or idea of thyroid disease was and still is here in Kenya. However, the knowledge that I had gained about thyroid disease gave me a very good starting point on the path that I was going to take on my journey towards finding thyroid treatment in Kenya. It helped me to filter out a lot of unnecessary steps that would have otherwise continued to delay my thyroid treatment. 7 years later, I was able to find the right doctor that correctly diagnosed my condition. He treated me, he guided me, and gave me the right advice. Having gone through this excruciating experience, combined with a loss of a close childhood friend of mine to the disease, I decided to create a platform where other patients suffering from the same disease like me would be able to share their experiences, support one another, advise one another in their journey of finding thyroid disease treatment, something that I never got to enjoy. And that is how the Thyroid Disease Awareness Kenya Foundation was born. So the Thyroid Disease Awareness Kenya Foundation, or TDAK as we call ourselves, is an organization legally registered here in Kenya under the Societies Act as a nonprofit organization, and it is dedicated to improving thyroid care here in Kenya. TDAK focuses its effort on creating awareness, promoting research and advocacy in order to improve the quality of life for people living with thyroid disorders. Our mission is to create a community where patients, caregivers, healthcare professionals, and researchers come together to conquer the complexities of thyroid disease and endocrine disorders. And with respect to this, right now, as we are talking, we have a very active social media platform all across the board of more than 1,000 patients, caregivers, doctors, and other specialists who have come together as a community to create a platform where they can freely express themselves, get the support and advice that they need in their quest to finding treatment for thyroid disorders. Our role as a leading authority on thyroid disease is to support, promote, work with other stakeholders to advance knowledge and to translate discoveries about thyroid disorders and its complications into practical solutions that make everyday life better for people living with thyroid disorders.
With respect to this, and in our quest to continue creating awareness and disseminating information, we partnered with a platform called Daktari Online, who are here with us today streaming for us live, an online continuing medical education platform for doctors to ensure that all doctors, especially general physicians, nurses, and clinicians, are retrained with the skills needed to treat and manage thyroid disorders. In this month of September, we have successfully conducted a three of a 4-part CME webinar series titled Thyroid Disorders, where we have had an endocrinologist, an oncologist, training on the different types of thyroid disorders, including thyroid cancer. And next week, we shall be finalizing with our very own Dr. Hussein that will be taking the doctors through thyroid surgery. It has been a very enlightening experience, even to the doctors, some of who are actually thyroid disease patients themselves. And we shall continue to work together with Daktari Online in future to make sure that thyroid patients get quality treatment services wherever they are in the different parts of this country. In developing countries like Africa, the concept of thyroid disease testing is still a very foreign concept. And because of this, the extent of thyroid disorders in Africa remain unknown because of underdiagnosis and underreporting. However, thyroid disorders are becoming more common in Africa, arising from environmental and nutritional factors, representing a severe public health problem in many countries in the sub-Saharan Africa. In Kenya, thyroid disorders present a very high prevalence rate, and yet the disease seemed to have escaped the radar of national policy formulators. National health policies and strategies have continued to underrate the impact and the intensity of thyroid disease, and as a result, very little public investment has been directed towards thyroid testing, treatment, and management. This is evidenced by the near complete lack of thyroid disease awareness from both the healthcare providers and the healthcare seekers. There's the lack of specialized public facilities in endocrinology and nuclear medicine, and also an absence of government policies that subsidize the cost of treatment and encourage early testing. With no clear idea of how heavy the burden of thyroid disease is in this country, the threat of thyroid disease poses not only to national development, but to a patient's psychological, emotional, physical, and financial health, as it continues to be invisible and yet deeply substantial. Thyroid disease patients have been forced to deal with the high cost of treating thyroid disorders in this country, inadequate diagnosis and treatment, lack of awareness and information on how to self-manage the disease in terms of treatment, diet, and lifestyle from a holistic approach. With regard to this, the mismanagement of thyroid disorders poses a negative social, health, and economic impact, as well as directly affecting an individual's ability to socialize, both in their home environments, communities, and workplaces. This then causes thyroid disease patients the inability to meaningfully participate in economic activities and poses challenges in socializing. Thyroid disease is an invisible, silent disease. And the challenge of fighting an invisible, silent disease is that you win battles every day that no one understands. Thyroid disease patients fall in a very gray area when it comes to disease. They are somewhere between being too functional to be described as chronically ill and too sick to be called healthy. This vagueness of the disease makes others get lost in trying to understand thyroid disease patients. And therefore, thyroid disease patients have become some of the most misunderstood members in society. They are belittled, they are vilified, they are criticized, denigrated, victimized, isolated, and emotionally and verbally abused. So to combat and resolve this problem, the first thing that needs to be done is to ensure that there is more than enough information and awareness of thyroid disease among patients, caregivers, colleagues, duty bearers, policymakers, and all other stakeholders. The increasing numbers of thyroid cases over the last decade here in Kenya and within the region is concerning. And these numbers continue to increase every day. The lack of awareness and adequate, affordable, accessible, and available thyroid healthcare has cost the lives of many innocent thyroid patients in the last few years. As we have announced when I was starting this year alone, we have lost 6 thyroid patients. They were men, women, and children who simply trusted a healthcare system that did not deliver. Losing 6 patients to the same disease in less than a year is one too many lives. So therefore, we as the TDAK Foundation are calling upon all stakeholders, duty bearers, policymakers to listen to our cry and get involved in our cause to make sure that no other patient loses their lives to a disease that can be treated and managed. Thyroid disease is a disease that, if detected and arrested early, can be treated, managed, and patients can lead normal lives. Therefore, there needs to be a robust and customized, well-structured healthcare system that will deliver accessible, affordable, quality thyroid healthcare to thyroid patients scaled across Kenya. By doing this, we shall be reducing the negative impact of thyroid disease, as well as building the faith and confidence of those patients out there suffering in silence. We'll be giving them hope by assuring them that they have a health system in a country that is looking out for their needs. And together, we shall be able to mitigate and control the impact that thyroid disease has in our nation. Supporting the health of our people is an important investment in human capital, which will in turn translate to economic growth. And as I finish, we are commemorating the Thyroid Cancer Awareness Month. And having lost our youngest thyroid cancer survivor on the 1st of September, Haimana Wairimo, we urge you and we implore you to get your neck checked. And if you see any masses or something that you don't understand, please see a doctor. I finish, I say, we support the fighters, we admire the survivors, we honor the taken, and we never, ever give up hope. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Let's give a round of applause once more. Our next guest speaker is one person who I adore, I honor, for one simple reason. When I was very sick in Nairobi Hospital, I had flown in from Nigeria and I was very sick. When I say I was very sick, I was very sick. And I didn't know where am I starting from? My bills are ridiculous. And I have been misdiagnosed, I'm not scared to say that, by a few of our doctors, and I was scared. And it is the same time we had just lost 2 people. And in my head, I was thinking, what am I going to do? Am I going to die? Trust you me, I went into depression in Nairobi Hospital because, I mean, in the group, you just see somebody was there, then aliongea. She even went into theater while she was talking to you. You even prayed with her, and the next thing she didn't come out. So I was very scared, extremely scared. And at that time, it had gotten worse. And the worst bit we were told, and I hope you will correct us later, Dr. is that for us to do ablation, for one reason or the other, I couldn't go to theater because of my TSH cells. I was told I'll get thyrotoxicity. The medicine that was to come for ablation will take 3 weeks or 4 weeks. And we couldn't wait for that. 3 or 4 weeks means I would not be standing here to talk. And that's the time we decided to speak to the CEO NHIF. Dr. Peter. And he quickly came in, stepped in, and organized. In less than 1 day, I had been approved to travel to India because it was very critical that I could travel to India. We just couldn't wait for that medicine. And at the same time, even as we were waiting to go to India, we were looking for one particular medicine called glucosidine, which we couldn't even get it in Nairobi Hospital. We couldn't get it in Aga Khan. And it had to be found in Kenyatta, and it had to be found in MTRH. And this is a mixture apparently that needs to be mixed so that it prepares me to go immediately and go and get ablation. While this is being done, it's only because maybe I'm a honorable. That's why some things were able to be done, something about Kenya, which people need to, the hospitals need to really work on this. So we were able to get a doctor because I was quickly able to call the CEO, Kenyatta, and that was done. But in my head, I was thinking, what if it was just any person, like my auntie, Helen Sige? She was done in Tenwek, and that's how she passed on. So we quickly came in, CEO, NHIF, took through the entire process, and I traveled to India. India was amazing. I came back, but in my head, I said, when I come back, this CEO must know that we have problems here. Everybody has been talking about NHIF. I'm sure all of you have spoken about NHIF in our group. Am I lying? He is here today to answer to those NHIF problems. I didn't even brief him. I told him, you must come and listen because I can't answer on your behalf. However, I'd love you to come and see. People are complaining about NHIF. However, I told them, everybody here, I told them, NHIF has worked for me. NHIF has done wonders for me. The only thing you needed to do is you make sure first your NHIF is updated. Most of the people who are complaining, you tell them, excuse me, have you updated your NHIF up to date? And you're like, oh, okay. First, can we first start with your NHIF update so that by the time you're running to see a doctor in NHIF, you're fully covered. Most of you don't even know there's a section in NHIF where you are asked, which hospital do you want to be attended to? So for example, Mimi, Naishi, where I live, you just choose a hospital that is near you. And in this case, if it is, or whichever, Menelik, say for example, because mine is Menelik. When I go to Menelik, there are good physicians there. And when I see the doctors there, they see me, they send me to the lab test. So what we needed our CEO today to help us is at least they askizo malio yenu yote about how expensive it is. Daktari, it is expensive to treat thyroid. We do lab tests every month. The minimum we pay per month is 7,000, 6,000, 3,000. When you go to KNH, which we applaud KNH for this, the queue is here to Timbuktu. Let's start with that. And then you realize after Kidogo, the results come after 6 days. So if you're not going to Aga Khan or Nairobi Hospital or Jalaram, then we have, and then on top of that, we are still paying. So it's not like, even if it is Kenyatta, we would like to, today I'm appealing to the CEO NHIF. Can you consider us as part of those patients who will get, I don't know whether we can get a red mark on our NHIF cards so that we get a subsidized rate, you know, for the tests. At least to say, kama ni thyroid patient, atibiwe vile wale wengine pia wanatibiwa. Am I lying? Yeah, because we are, even to just get admitted in terms of NHIF, even to get the ablation done here, they approve very little money in terms of ablation. The approval in terms of the fee is very little. To do the ablation in Kenya, I think you need about, what, 200,000? 130. And they might approve 50. Then, and these are people who, honestly speaking, kwanza my auntie, I think most sana alikufa tu kwa sababu there was no time to rush her to another better hospital. So my appeal is to, I think I've spoken so much about CEO, but one thing I want to thank is, Bwana CEO, thank you so much. And thank you for accepting to grace the occasion because he had many other commitments. And if you see him leave after this is because he has to go and attend all your other problems and Kenyans' problems. So karibu sana Bwana CEO, please take the place.
Thank you very much, Damaris. Sarah, President or CEO, TDAK Foundation, colleagues, thyroid champions, good morning. I am extremely delighted to be here today, but I think the thanks goes to Damaris. She really pressurized me up until as late as 11:30 p.m. last night and at 6:30 in the morning. But it's something that is very dear to my heart because you've heard many times us repeating, our role is just to put a smile on a patient's face. And Article 34(1)(a) of the Constitution of Kenya says that every Kenyan should have the right to the quality treatment that they deserve. Unfortunately, and that's why it's embedded in so many policies. Yeah, SDG 3, Vision 2030, the social pillar, and many others. Why is it that there's so much effort towards this? It's because to manage any disease, not even just thyroid disease, for me, there are 3 A's. And Sarah, you've mentioned actually all of them. Number 1 is awareness. We know how many people and patients suffer just because they do not know. Number 2 is availability. And that has been repeated many times in the conversations I've had this morning. But in availability, you see our good doctors are here. There are facilities that are there. So they might be there to a certain extent. Then there's a 3rd A, and that is affordability. And that is where we come in. Because we might all be aware there might be all these nice hospitals and good doctors and good medication. But if you cannot afford, the outcomes are not good. And that is the reason why you've also had His Excellency pushing for universal health coverage. I'd like to start by just simply defining what universal health coverage is. In very simple terms, is that everybody has access without suffering financial hardship. Access to the care that they need without suffering financial hardship. Why so? Ladies and gentlemen, 1 million Kenyans become impoverished every single year due to catastrophic health expenditure. And that, to somebody who has a good job, let's say the 130,000 for ablation might not be an issue, but to somebody uko mashinani, 130,000 might mean selling the only cow they have, and the whole family is sent to poverty. Having access to care that you can afford is key. You've heard also His Excellency the President saying that 36% of Kenyan families are only one illness away from poverty. So how do we get ourselves out of this? And you'll see how it weaves with what we are talking about today. To be able to afford, there are 2 things. Either weke pesa mfukoni, or you transfer the risk. And that is where we come in. Kuweka pesa mfukoni, for everyone to be able to afford that treatment, as we have seen, 130,000 might be affordable to a small group of people, but to majority not. How do we make sure that every person can afford that 130,000? By transferring the risk. How would you transfer that risk? Is through something like insurance. That is what NHIF does. NHIF stands for National Health. Since January, it's now National Health, not National Hospital. National Health Insurance Fund. And by this economic empowerment, to be able to transfer that risk, it means, as Damari said, you pay your contribution, which is only 17 shillings a day for a family, and you have access to this whole suite of benefits. So for 6,000 shillings a year, you have access to surgeries, up to specialized surgeries. You have access to chemotherapy, all the way up to complex chemo. You have access to radiology, all the way to PET scans. You have access to road rescue. So should something happen, you can actually be evacuated by ambulances. You have access to overseas treatment. You've just had the testimony, up to 500,000 if treatment is not available here, or it's cheaper or more available out there. All this for 500 shillings a month per family. That is the risk transfer. And that is why it is important to make sure that we have that. That is why it has been a key focus of the government now, of the previous government, all the way from the time NHIF was set up 56 years ago as a department under Ministry of Health. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this journey that we've been on is not easy. And the awareness part is not only at patient level or at doctor level. It is also at policy level. Because right now we have a framework whereby that risk can be transferred. However, where are you going to get the treatment? And is the treatment going to be available? It is a concerted effort that we have together with the county governments to ensure that even those county hospitals are able to be equipped, resourced appropriately to be able to handle all these challenges that we are facing. And then on the other hand, through risk transfer, through an insurance model, they will also get reimbursed. So we are seeing that if all of us are valid active members and you go to the hospitals that are empaneled, they will also get reimbursed to have a sustainability model. Because at the end of the day, all those 3 A's must be tied together and has to be a continuous cycle. So I do indeed applaud TDAK Foundation, Sarah and company, because this is what we need. My principles have always been, don't treat the disease, treat the patient, because every patient has their own, peculiar needs or abilities. So we create a system that is responsive to all patients, regardless of their socioeconomic status, race, beliefs, whatever it is. And that is where, again, the National Health Insurance Fund comes in. Interestingly, I have been in the insurance industry. Now, this is the 22nd year, and I'm counting the 2.5 under NHIF. And I'm sure you all know, with private insurance, there are many exclusions. Yeah? Can I tell you the easiest condition to exclude what it used to be? And this then I used to train my case managers when I was in private insurance. It's thyroid disease, the goiter. I always used to tell them all those photos that you get, you check the necks. And if you see a swelling, just make a note. If they ever come for this, it is excluded. So thyroid disease is also dear to me. Yeah, I've had friends, relatives who have struggled with it. And when I was in private insurance, I was at the forefront of excluding as pre-existing conditions. But it is important to understand also the nature of healthcare financing. And even like NHIF, because I've heard that maybe some of the reimbursements that we give is not enough in certain institutions. NHIF is funded purely by your contribution and mine. We don't get money from the exchequer. So your contributions, that 17 shillings a day or 6,000 per family, is what funds what we pay out as claims. So we have to negotiate with our providers to be able to fit in, to have packages that will be able to have you walk in and walk out of the hospitals based on the conditions that we have been able to put as reimbursable without paying a single shilling. We have just gone through our new cycle of contracting, and now we have two simple contracts. One is called comprehensive, the other one non-comprehensive. The comprehensive contract means in that hospital, you will walk in and walk out without paying a single shilling. The non-comprehensive are those higher end hospitals that might be required to top up or to pay for certain treatments that are not covered or not reimbursed in the contract that they have. But what is key, and this has been embedded in the new act, is that we review our benefit packages every 2 years based on the needs of our people. Because NHIF is not a for-profit institution. All your contributions are geared towards paying for what may come up. So it is important that as we continue evolving our benefit package, because in this current one, we've actually even doubled the surgical packages. We expanded, even went to a point where we're doing a lot more of preventive reimbursement, even screening, like mammography, fluoroscopies, all those have been added. Surgical packages were doubled. We expanded our oncology package to make sure that even for complex chemo, we can accommodate up to 6 cycles. So we are listening to the needs of the people and continuously reacting. And that is where we need your feedback. Sometimes we need to be challenged to be able to find solutions. And TDAK Foundation, I like that you have taken that step. And I promise and assure you that we shall work with you to ensure that we are able to provide solutions that work for us, solutions that are affordable to us, and solutions that are relevant to us. So ladies and gentlemen, the clarion call that Damaris gave, just make sure that you, your friends, your neighbors, your enemies, all enroll for NHIF. I know when it was made mandatory, the other day people were saying, why are you forcing us to join and all that? Let me tell you, honestly, you spend that and much more, but in a very disorganized way. Look at your WhatsApp groups and see the contributions that you've been making. Count how much you actually spend on those contributions for hospitals per year. You'd find that you'll be able to pay for yourself, your immediate families, and even a few families that can't afford in your area. And that is the spirit that we should, because UHC spirit is that leave no one behind. And I like that you're carrying everybody together. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your time and attention.
I have like 10 questions, and you can see the hands are already up. Yeah, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Kindly, sir, I have a question to you, please. This month of September, date 5th, I went through a procedure. And unfortunately, before going through the procedure, I had been to KNH. After an ordeal of being treated for an allergy which I didn't have, I could not swallow, I could not breathe, I could not sleep at night. I was eating with difficulty. In fact, I was swallowing my food with water. Then I was told I have an infection. 7 months down the line, I'm taking the wrong medicine. Then it reached one point, I choked with a tablet of Maramoja because I came from work with a very terrible headache. When I choked, my senses woke up. Long story short, finally I found out that I have GERD, gastroesophageal reflux disease. My journey started from the Kenyatta. Kenyatta put me on a wait list for endoscopy. I waited till I could not wait anymore. I came to them after 3 months, only for them to tell me the gastroscope machine is out of order. And I said, what? After 3 months. In this journey of 3 months, I had gone to other hospitals. Unfortunately, that is how desperation drives one. You start scampering for second options. I went to a hospital in Rwai, and my first question is, do you take an HIF? Because now I knew Kenyatta could not cover me because the gastroscope machine is down. Now, please, private hospital, my pocket is not within reach. And they told me, yes, but we need to confirm. I waited. And all the while, in the process of waiting, I'm on over-counter medications that I've just prescribed for myself so that I can see the next day. I can eat to skip the next day. I waited for 19 days to be confirmed by NHIV. And the shock came on the 19th day. I was told, procedure not undercover. And I said, what? Not now, please. Please, no. And I thought, why? I rushed back to Kenyatta. The gastroscope machine is out of order. At this point, that is in August, I just desperately walked into a private hospital like a mad woman and told them, just get this thing out of my throat. Because I'm not eating, I'm not sleeping, I'm just sweating. I don't understand. The doctors told me, they took me through several tests. Then they gave me a breakdown of cancer. The procedure, 15,000. This one, and they gave me a 23,000, which I didn't even have a coin in my pocket. Then I asked, NHIF? Then I got another shock. No, this one was not a shock. Double slap. Yani kofi mbili at the same time na nimesimama ninawaangalia. And they told me, we don't take NHIF. We only take NHIF covering civil servants. And I thought, what did you say? I remember I was standing next to a cashier. Nilimwangalia cashier kasonga nyuma akaona this tall lady will just blow me. Now desperation is really driving me. I asked that lady, look here, madam, 80% of Kenyans are not civil servants. My mother in the village, whom I'm contributing for, she's not a civil servant. And now here, I'm sick, standing in your hospital, and then you're telling me civil servants. I am not one of them, but my card is active. Check in your system. And you find out, check, my card is very, very active. but I cannot be covered because I'm not a civil servant. What do I do? That's when you start going through your phone and you start looking for those dormant numbers that you've never called, but that day you will call. I called like everybody in my phone and told them one thing. I'm forming a WhatsApp group and I only need money in 1 week to have raised 23,000 shillings, please. That's how I managed to go for that procedure. NHIF, it's not covering me. I cannot go to Kenyatta because the gastroscope machine is out of order. How convenient. And here I am in a private hospital. So please, sir, I'm trying to imagine if it were not for the NHIF, for the WhatsApp group, that procedure would not have been done. Now, how about that mama in the village? Ama mama mboga mtoto wake ni mgonjwa. Ama mtu wa ndudhi mtoto wake ni mgonjwa. Alafu anaenda kwa hospitali anaambiwa only civil servants. Mtu wa ndudhi sio civil servant. Please, NHIF is the only insurance policy that sisi common mananchi tunaweza afford. And if it cannot come handy for me, and logically with the doctor's reports, I need the procedure done, surely, please give us a savior from heaven because I know it's in your powers. Please, NHIF, sorry to throw it on you. Unfortunately, the disappointments that you get with NHIF, hautaambiwa ukiwa kwa gate, unaambiwa ukiwa kwa mlango ya ward. Not at the gate, kwa ward. Ndio hizi makaratasi uko nazo, doctor's appointments, the schedule is ready, and then you are told you will not be covered. Is that okay? Please, 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 please. If this issue of civil servants, are not civil servants. Not everybody can be a civil servant. But we are dedicated, die-hard fans with NHIF, die-hard fans. Please, we need your help, please.
Thank you very much for that. I'm sure that comment, story, and question is possibly a summary of all the questions that everybody would ask here. It is, yeah? And number one thing I will say, the biggest challenge we have is also awareness. Remember, we've talked about awareness of thyroid disease and all that, but also awareness of what NHIF can do for you and what NHIF does for you and their limitations. So just in a nutshell, I'll respond very directly to some of the issues that you raised. But number one, even when I was talking about what we used to do in private insurance, is in NHIF, there are no exclusions of age, pre-existing, or illness for that matter, apart from pandemics. Yeah. Pandemics are excluded because now that is at a global scale and you cannot predict, the extent, cost, or whatever. But for everything else, we do not exclude. Yeah, that is why you're able, whether if you join today, some of the biggest problems that we've been having is that people join NHIF when they have a problem. Yeah, you renew your contributions when you have a problem. When you're healthy, uko nje. When you realize you need some treatment, that's when you start paying. Maybe if you had lapsed over a year, you're told you wait 60 days. If you had lapsed a few months, you're told pay your arrears and the penalty and you go back. That itself in insurance causes a big problem, because I am sure you, as much as the government and us, would like NHIF to survive. For that group of like voluntary or informal sector contributors, because of that fact of only paying when you're going into hospital, it's called adverse selection in insurance. Believe it or not, in the last financial year, for every 1 shilling that we received, we paid out 3 shillings for that group, which is us basically, apart from those ones who are deducted from formal employment. For sure, that's a scenario that cannot be sustained. Yeah, see, that's like buying money. Yeah, you know, you need a surgery of 180,000. So you start paying your NHIF now. In 60 days, you have paid 1,000 bob and you have surgery. After that, you disappear. So you paid 1,000 shillings or 6,000 shillings to get 180,000. It's buying money, isn't it? That scenario cannot be sustained. And that is why the way social health insurance works, the way NHIF works, the way basically any insurance works, is that you pool. So everybody pays a little, whether you're healthy, whether you're sick, so that those who are sick and need that treatment, they are able to get care. And those ones who are well, we pray that they stay well, but at some point, should they ever get sick, that same pool would be able to sort them out. So that is a very, very key message. But because of those challenges, that's why controls are put. That is why limits are put to make sure that the fund survives. Yeah. I'm sure you remember in 2018, 2019, front page news used to be what? NHIF insolvent and all those stories. You remember? Yeah, always. But those are some of the challenges that lead to that. So we are working together. If everybody would contribute, even the benefit expansion would spread. Number 2, so you're a valid member. Where do you access treatment? Like I said, we have 2 types of providers now, the comprehensive contracts and non-comprehensive. And you remember our second A, availability or accessibility. That is something that we need to work on. Even our surgeons, our good doctors here will tell you, even the hospitals, they vary when they work in public hospitals or even some private hospitals, there are challenges. And that is where also the Ministry of Health comes in to ensure standards and quality is observed and sustained. This is work in progress, okay? A machine breaking down, yes, a machine can break down, but we hope that there are many machines around so that if one breaks down, you can find another one that works, that is undercover. That's why I also mentioned about our work with the county governments to ensure that these facilities are operational and operational 24/7 when you need them, because you never know the hour of need. So availability is very key, and we shall work, and we are working on that. And what we say, the model that we have, an insurance model to scale for universal health coverage, is a good model because we pay the hospitals and they're able to sustain themselves. So this is something that in the lobbying, I think we need to, Sarah, Damaris, and the team, that we need to push for, to ensure that there's that consistency of service. Consistency. Because as NHIF, we have contracted, it's over 7,600 providers countrywide, both public, private, and faith-based. So awareness, you can get it in many ways, especially like providers. But one of the ways, if you're not able to find the solution on our website or on our app, let me also make you aware we have an app, my NHIF app. Please download it. You're able to do a lot of transactions on that app is to call our call center or our case managers, who would be able to also guide you. The other awareness is on the benefits. How many in this room knew that we have road rescue? Put your hand up. 1, 2. That if something happens to you anywhere, an ambulance that ambulances we've contracted countrywide can actually pick you and take you to the nearest hospital or transfer you to a hospital where you get care. These are benefits that we have. We need to be aware of the benefits. So here I will say, let's take that together. We partially take the blame also because of the way we are communicating. Maybe the way we are communicating is not landing, but also you as our partners consume that information and disseminate. What I found is your trusted advisors. I'm sure if Sarah came here and told you about it, it would sink more than if I went through the list of 11 benefits. But we need to consistently do that. And sharing those testimonies is what is key, because that's what now makes people realize. You talked about, so there's the suite of benefits on the National Health Scheme. You've mentioned, another awareness before I go to the civil servants. When you download the app and you also register your number with us, you're able to get alerts. You're able to know when your authorization is done. Many times, that statement, I am disturbed when I hear that statement coming from a hospital that we only cover civil servants. So it's almost trying to make you feel you're a lesser being. Us guys, we deal with this, isn't it? Yeah. And also sometimes, we are waiting for authorization. You're saying it took 19 days. Yeah. Our authorization turnaround time now for cold cases is up to 48 hours. For acute cases, within 6 hours, it's done. But there's something that has to happen. The hospital must lodge the claim. And many times they do not, and they'll tell you, we are still waiting for NHIF. So when they tell you, we are waiting, tell them to give you the reference number. Ask for the reference number. When we were discussing the benefit package, I had the Cancer Association group actually come to the office, and it was a big deal, and and even now started buying tables. You see, like now I'm getting calls from hundreds of people, authorizations not done. We said, okay, fine. We checked in our system. There had only been 100 authorizations that day, and they had all been done. And the people who are calling, we said, let's check. When we checked, none of them had the hospital lodged the claim. So that, but here we can only work together, because also hospitals maybe are busy and all that, but we must take that initiative. Register your number with NHIF, another awareness. Then you'll be able to know when your authorization is done, when it is approved or declined, then you can follow up to find the reasons, okay? Now, civil servants, do not, how many here are employed? Put your hands up, please. Many. How many of you, through your employer, you have private insurance? Please put your hand up. Okay, you see a good number. The government is an employer. And the employees of government are called civil servants. National Police and Kenya Prison Service is also an employer. Yeah? Now, as an employer, they have bought an extra cover for their employees, just like private insurance. And that is why you hear about civil service scheme. They have paid extra, actually, okay, very close to rates that you'd find in private insurance for their staff, because even under the Employment Act, see, the employer is responsible for the health. So that is what they've done. And because NHIF is also a semi-autonomous government agency, the government contracted another government agency to provide that insurance. And that is why you see that difference. So we have two schemes under NHIF, the National Health Scheme that we all enjoy, and what we call the Enhanced Scheme for Government to Government. So it's like a private insurance. And I'm sure you know also there was some point even the police were under private insurance. Yeah. So it is that cover that has been bought for them. So it is not discriminating from the rest, or it's not that they are also enjoying part of our contributions. It's very separate. They pay a lot more for that benefit that is enhanced for that. So this engagement, I think with also TDAK, I would really like that we have more and more of these roundtable discussions, because I think awareness, and that's why you start with it, is very key. The minute you know, you're able to find solutions. And that is where we've been struggling the most. So, and for anyone who struggles also with, getting access to anything, ask. What Damaris shared with you, there was nothing off that was done. It was all within the policy. But dared to ask, and then was aware. So let us do that, and we shall get to a better, much better place. But I can tell you, like now when we changed also our slogan as we're going through, is afya yangu bila stress. So I want you not to have stress. Thank you very much. And I would like to beg my leave now. Yes, okay.
For those who do not have smartphones, there's *155#. It's a USSD code. Ukiwa na kabambe, you can register through that, and you'll be able to get all the NHIF services. Thank you so much, sir. God bless you, and we'll pray for you as you continue to help the Kenyans. And as we wait, I can assure you, nitamsumbua mpaka tutasaidika. Please. So thank you very much, and God bless you as well. I'd like to invite Dr. Njenga, who trust me, Daktari, all these are your patients, most of them here, because when we get all these mates, I wish we could add you to our group. Aki, you'll even feel sorry for us, because the kind of questions we ask are based on actually you. Because the first time I saw an endocrinologist, I was misdiagnosed. And when I was misdiagnosed, it was very sad for me. And imagine I'm someone who has all the knowledge that I can get. It was only after I went to the third and the fourth doctor that they were all like, is this, in fact, he's a professor. Is this Professor so-and-so who said this? I said, yes. And they couldn't believe it because it had happened. So Daktari, we really, really, really want to ask you to come and help us answer all these questions. What is TSH? What is TF4? What is, why am I like this? Why am I adding weight? Why am I losing weight? For some reason, I lost so much weight. And the one thing my boss asked me later was I dieting? And Daktari, funniest bit, and I'm sure many will attest, this disease doesn't come in as a headache. You don't, in the initial stages, you don't get headaches, you don't get sick, so you don't get diagnosed. And because as we don't have a lot of information, for me, I just went to a doctor, I said, hey, maybe God has answered prayers because I've been praying to lose weight. I'm a miracle. This is a miracle. I stepped into the weighing scale and he got concerned. They said, let's do thyroid test. Did I know what thyroid test is? No. I did my thyroid test. Nikapatiwa kabimazole. See, after a few minutes, zinapanda juu ama zinashuka. Then what do? You stop, right? Because, we didn't know that, you're supposed to go back, so you do tests. I stopped. After a few months, I'm losing more and more weight. I'm like, hey, Jesus, even if you're doing miracles, this one is too much. So I go back again to the same doctor who's a physician. He's like, no, now go and see me. I'm like, who's an endocrinologist? Who is that person? And then that person tells me you have Graves' disease. Can you imagine? Graves' disease. Oh, doctor, can you change that name? Is it possible you change? Or even when you're telling us you have Graves' disease, sugarcoat it. Me, when I was told Graves' disease, believe you me, I knew I was going. So is there a way we can have a policy in Kenya and we change this name called grave? Is it possible? We call it heaven or something, you know, because I guess whatever you proclaim is what does what? Goes outside and waits for us and it manifests. So when you hear grave, I am like, hey. I called my pastors, Akuna apostle sikupigia, because I was like, apostles, what is Graves' disease? As in, we were cursing the name grave. But anyway, long story short, I go back again and I get sick again and all that. But the misdiagnosis in this country, Daktari, is what we want you to help us. We have a lot of misdiagnosis. Mara macho inakuma, you don't know whether you're seeing an eye specialist. I'm speaking because I am in the group and I'm speaking on behalf of many. Mara you, and then there's those ones who are adding weight, extra weight, and you can do gym, you can do diet, and then kuongezea juu nutrition is expensive, hata tujui tutakula nini, si kama diabetes where you go to MTRH and they tell you, see a nutritionist, she's here. We probably, with your help, maybe now we'll speak to the policy makers that if a thyroid patient comes to you, an endocrinologist, and then by the time inafika kwa surgeon, mututume kwa nutritionist pia. And that nutritionist akuwa analipwa na serikali, sisi tunamlipa. Right? Am I lying? Yeah, so today is our day, and Dr. please come and help us. And then you can just and be patient with us. The kind of questions we will ask, please be patient with us. Thank you so much and welcome.
Yes, and very true. I think thyroid disease is very complex. And the key thing is a lot of questions, and that's why I want to make my session very interactive. I want to keep it simple. I thought about putting up slides, showing you diagrams and lectures, but I thought, you know what, I want to make it as simple as possible, and I want to answer as many questions as I can. I'll begin with a story first. Number one. So I had a patient who came in probably like last year, and she came in, she lost her job. And the thing is, she was like, you know what, she's moody in the office. She's sleeping on and off. You know, she can't concentrate. She can't, you know, she's a lawyer. She can't do her contracts in time. You know, she's always behind schedule. Lost her job. Very big law firm. Eventually, now she lost her job. Then now she continued, and everyone else, you're so moody. You know, you're always angry with everyone, the kids, husband, family, friends, everything. She's losing weight. You know, eyes are popping out. No one knew what was going on. Then eventually now she goes to hospital. She goes to one doctor, another doctor. Someone eventually did a thyroid test, and they found that they're high, and it's actually hyperthyroidism, which eventually became Graves' disease. I'll explain about why it's called Graves' disease in a moment. My thing is, later on, she understood, you know what, I lost my job because of a condition which no one understood. These are true stories. You know, people lose marriages because of thyroid disease, because of the mood swings, irritability, depression. People lose jobs. People lose weight, and no one understands. They're like, oh, do you have HIV? Do you have other things? But these are real things that we must deal with. I think trust me, it will take probably around 3 or 4 doctors to get to the point where you diagnose the condition. And also, I think it's most times in our training, the amount of time I spent on most conditions is very minimal. Okay, so I'm an endocrinologist. I deal with hormones. My big job is diabetes, and that's even why Katambo is here. That's 90% of my work. Probably around 5% or 10% is around thyroid disease. But my training in undergraduate, and you can attest, probably the whole, if you're in med school for 5-6 years, is probably at least maybe 18 hours on endocrine disease, 18 hours, yeah. And of those 18 hours, they'll dedicate at least 14 hours to diabetes. That's a big condition. So there are conditions, thyroid disease, growth disorders, menstrual disorders, menopause, other things. They have a very small teaching frame in practice, okay? Yeah. So I want to start now understanding. You've seen that what the impact it can have. You can lose your job. can impact on your marriage, can impact on you being a parent, can impact on your day-to-day life. Okay, you know, you're in a scenario, you're sweating, you don't know why am I sweating? Or I'm somewhere, I'm feeling too cold. Why am I'm feeling cold? I'm losing weight. I can't explain why I'm losing weight. I'm not dieting. I'm not doing any exercise, but I'm losing so much weight. Okay, I have a growth on my neck. What does it mean? Okay, my eyes are popping out. They're like, hey, your eyes are looking weird, but no one understands what all this means. So let's understand, and I want to go to the very basics of this condition. Number one, I'll ask some key questions just to highlight what our aim today is awareness. India. Right. I'll pick anyone at random. First, to understand what this condition means. I'll pick you. You're very well dressed. Where is the thyroid gland located? Okay, so behind the throat. Let's hear the answers. So behind the throat. I'll pick someone else. Tell me, thyroid gland, where is it located?
On the neck.
On the neck. So behind the throat, you're saying? Okay, a bit more specific. I'll get the last answer and I'll explain. In the lovely red.
Okay, I just know that it's around the neck.
Good. So at least most of us know where it is. It's on the neck, okay? And it's actually very small. It's the size of a coin. It's roughly 1 by 1 by 1 by 1, as medics will say. It's a small gland. So it's on your neck, on the front aspect, okay? And the thing is, this gland plays a very crucial role. You know, as in we underestimate it, but the thing is, the thyroid gland is the one gland that controls very many aspects of your body. So I'll start by asking you guys symptoms. It's the one gland that actually affects every single system in your body. As medics, we're talking about systems. There's a brain and the spinal cord, that's the neural system. We have the heart, that's a cardiac system. We have the gastrointestinal system, you know, your eating, feeding, your esophagus, your intestines, everything else. Yeah. We have your hormonal system. Okay. So you have several systems. You have in your body, it's a complex of many mechanisms that make you do what you do every single day. So I'll begin by asking, what does the thyroid gland do from head to toe? Let's start from your head. From your head. What do you think this small gland here, size of a coin, can do at your head? Quick, raise your hand. Okay, from here, let's start from here. Number one, I'm a normal person. I don't have any thyroid condition. But what does this small gland here do in my body, in my head? So one, okay. I'll summarize quickly. Yeah. One, your mood. Okay. If this gland produces a low amount of hormone, I'll be depressed. In excess, I'll be anxious, and actually you can actually go into a full psychotic state because of your thyroid. Okay. And the thing is, a lot of referrals come to me from psychiatrists because the first point of call, people become anxious, they are manic, people are fighting, they are depressed. They go to a psychiatrist and they refer to me. The good thing most psychiatrists know, first point of call is at least do a thyroid test. Then you find either someone is hypo. If you're hypothyroid, likely you're going to be depressed. If you're hyperthyroid, you can have aggression, you can be psychotic, and you can actually end up in Madare purely because of a thyroid condition. So I'm hoping that the psychiatrists will have at least the first point of call is that they at least do a thyroid test, because a lot of people are misdiagnosed as having a psychiatric condition, yet it's thyroid. That's at your head level. What else can it cause? You can get things like tremors, for example, very common. So people get shaking, tremors, they're anxious, they're sweating, okay? Now, calm down. Now, at the level, we're at the eyes. Common. If you are having excess thyroid hormone, So it's called Graves' disease. And that's purely because of the person who discovered it. So a lot of people ask me, when I read the condition on the insurance form, they ask me, Daktari, hakuna jingine, hakuna jingine form. My thing is, it's called Graves' disease, and that mostly means an autoimmune condition. I'll explain that in a bit. Yeah, but the key thing also, coming down on your eyes, if you have excess hormone production, it can cause your eyes to actually pop out. Okay, and that's because this particular condition in your eye. So the thing is, if you have what is called autoimmune means normally our body produces antibodies. Okay, so for example, all of us, we've been through the COVID era. You're all getting vaccines, yeah, and these vaccines are antibodies. Antibodies are good because they help you fight infection, but sometimes our bodies, when you get a flu, any infection, okay, your body at times, depending upon your genes, can produce abnormal antibodies. These antibodies can go around your body and can cause very many conditions. So remember, we're here because of thyroid, but remember there are very many autoimmune conditions. This room here today is thyroid. Yeah. Next week can be diabetes, because a lot of children have diabetes because of autoimmune conditions. The other week can be people who have joint problems, rheumatoid arthritis. Next week can be lupus. Okay. Next week can be dermatitis, skin conditions. So remember, there are very many autoimmune conditions, and any antibody can go to any part of your body and can cause an abnormal effect. Okay. And the thing is, trust me, there can be almost 100 autoimmune conditions. This room can be filled every weekend with autoimmune conditions. Now we're here because of thyroid disease. And remember, autoimmune is not only it's not the only cause of thyroid disease, but there are many other causes. Okay. But if you have an autoimmune condition at the level of the eyes, your eyes pop out. Okay. And people start noticing. So your eyes are bulging out. And the thing is, you see this top part of your eye here, it starts being pulled away because your eyes are bulging out. Okay. Your eyes become dry. You feel like you have stones in your eye or sand. Greatest situation. Okay. All right. We come down. You can have a swelling on your neck, or you may have no swelling. You can have pain on your neck. You can have difficulty swallowing, and you can even have difficulty breathing, because at times the gland can be so large, it can actually prevent you from swallowing properly or breathing properly. Sometimes you can have a normal gland, but it's growing backwards. Remember, you can actually have no swelling here, but it's growing backwards, and it can compress on your windpipe. You have difficulty breathing. You're sleeping at night, oh, I can't breathe. I can't swallow. Okay. At your heart, if you have excess hormone, your heart beats very fast. And you can even have an abnormal heart rhythm, which can even predispose you to death, because you can have what is called atrial fibrillation, which means an irregular heart rhythm. Okay. And you try to exercise. I was exercising before, I can't exercise. Because when I exercise, I get very tired. All of a sudden, I can't even last 10 minutes walking. I can't climb the stairs. Okay. My stomach, if I have excess hormone, I'm always in the loo every 10 minutes. I have loose stools very frequently. If I have low hormones, I'm constipated. Okay. I'm going once every 10 days or once every 6 days. Okay. If I'm a woman, my periods, if I have low hormones, my periods become very heavy. I used to have periods for 3 days, now they are 18 days. Heavy periods, now they're 18 days. If I'm hyper, on the other hand, all of a sudden I used to have periods, then all of a sudden I have no periods. Yeah. Or my periods that only last now 1 day. Or they become just a simple spotting. Okay. So periods go away. Number 2, as a female, the other key thing I must say is that most thyroid conditions, more than 80% of the time, will be in women. Okay. So it's a double-edged sword, because the thing is, thyroid conditions are linked to your female hormones, estrogen. Okay. And most autoimmune conditions are commoner in females because of estrogen. The only sad thing is if you have excess hormone in a male, most times treatment is very complex. And the outcome is very complex in a male. So if you have excess hormone, if you have what is called hyperthyroidism, we have two things. Excess hormone is called hyperthyroidism. If you have low hormone, it's called hypothyroidism. Now, if you have hyperthyroidism in a male, even us as doctors, we get scared because the thing is, outcomes, we know that it's a much more complex situation. Autoimmune conditions are common in females, and that, I think if you look around the room, we can actually say at least 90% of the audience here is female. Yeah. But when it happens in a male, trust me, it's a very complex situation because outcomes and even most options for therapy, including ablation, which we'll discuss, don't work in males. Yeah. So most times I have to call Dr. Hussein. If someone as a male comes in very young, they have excess hormone, you know, I'll do their uptakes. So I'll discuss about the treatment options, but most times I'll have to refer to the surgeon because it's very, very complex managing excess thyroid hormone in a male. Okay. Yeah. Number two, since you're all females here, now we're speaking about periods. The other key thing about thyroid disease is fertility. Okay. If you're hypothyroid, a very common cause of infertility is hypothyroidism. So low hormone. If your hormone is low, your likelihood of getting pregnant is actually quite low. Okay. Now, if your hormone is high, if you get pregnant, the likelihood of you losing your pregnancy in the first 12 weeks is very high. Miscarriages. Okay. So hyper causes miscarriages. Hypo makes it very difficult to get pregnant. Number two, if you're hypothyroid and your hormone levels are very high and you get pregnant, the chances of you having a child with abnormalities is extremely high. Okay. So very, very key. Okay. So this gland is located here. Okay. But this gland here works from another hormone from the brain. Okay. So the first point of call is your brain. There's a small, very tiny gland called the pituitary gland, which produces a very key hormone called the thyroid stimulating hormone. Okay. It's called what? Yeah. It sends a signal to you, this tiny gland here, size of a coin on your neck. It tells it, produce this hormone. Now, there are two hormones that are produced. Now, she talked about T3, T4, TSH. Yeah. The TSH is called, said now, thyroid stimulating hormone. That comes from your brain. Okay. It comes down here to your neck, tells your gland, please produce this hormone. The first hormone that's produced is called T4. Okay. T4 is produced, and then there's T3. Yeah. But the bulk of the hormone that's produced from here is T4. Then when it moves around your body, that T4 gets broken down into what is called T3. So the active hormone in your system is actually T3. T3, okay? Because T4 has to be broken down into a simpler form to what is called T3 that binds onto receptors, because every hormone is like a key and a door. How hormones work in endocrinology, what I practice. A hormone is produced and we call it a key. And that key has to open a specific door, okay? So remember that when you have T4, it's broken down, you have T3. T3 is a key. T3 goes to a door and it opens. There's a door in the heart because T3 works on your heart. There's a door controlling your periods. There's a door controlling your fertility. There's a door controlling, am I feeling hot, am I feeling cold? There's a door controlling your weight, metabolism. She talked about losing weight. I lost 10 kilos in 3 months, okay? Because metabolism also is controlled by your thyroid hormone. Also your muscles. Am I feeling, do I get muscle pains? Am I getting tired very easily? Am I getting joint pains? All these things are influenced by this very, very simple hormone called the thyroid hormone. It's a key. So once that key can't work, or you have either excess amounts of hormone or low amounts of hormone, then things go wrong. So remember, this hormone It's a small gland, but it affects very many functions in your body, from your fertility, to your periods, to your metabolism, to your weight control, to your mood swings, to am I angry? Am I irritable? Am I depressed? Okay. My heart, is it beating fast or slow? Do I have an abnormal heart rhythm? Am I feeling muscle pain? My eyes are popping out. Am I losing hair? Okay. Very common symptoms. Yeah. Yeah. Are my legs swelling? Am I getting constipated? Am I going to the bathroom very frequently? Yeah. So remember, it's a small gland, but plays a very, very key role. Okay. So number one, we know it's located. Remember, the main signal is from the brain, and we have what is called TSH. Then the hormones are called T4, T3, but the main hormone is called T3, and it affects everything in your entire system. It's a one hormone that actually affects your entire mechanism of how you function today. Okay. Right. Now, let's start with the two scenarios. I have low hormone. What are my symptoms? Let's just stand here. The reason why it's misdiagnosed a lot is because it actually mimics a lot of conditions. If I have low hormone, it can actually, it can be depression, it can be rheumatoid, it can be, so there are so many things that can actually act like a hormone condition affecting the thyroid. But the thing is, that's why people move around, and before someone says, oh, your hormones are low, or let me ask for a test, it takes around, on average, 4 doctors. Yeah. So let me ask you, if my hormone is low, what are some of the common conditions we can expect, or symptoms? Let's just list them. Very, very key. My hormone is low. You can just raise your hand. Very good. Getting tired. All of a sudden, I've been working, I'm a young. Yeah. I'm a young individual. I'm 34 years, but I'm getting tired a lot. Okay? Getting tired. What else? Fatigue. What else? There? Yes. So fatigue, constipation, mental, it's called mental fog. I'm forgetting things. I can't remember things. So mental fog, depression, constipation, fatigue. Yeah. All these are common symptoms. Swelling of the legs. Yeah. My periods are becoming very heavy. They are longer. I can get pregnant as a female. So all these are common symptoms of hypothyroidism. Now, hyperthyroidism now, on the other hand, can have also very dramatic symptoms. Examples include what? Let's a few examples. If you have excess hormone, that's low hormone. Excess hormone. Very good. You feel your heart is, people, the common symptom is, I feel my heart is, I can actually feel my heart pounding even when I sleep. It's pounding. Very fast heart rate. You feel your heartbeat. They're called palpitations. Okay. I'm anxious. I'm sweating. All of a sudden, my periods have disappeared, or they're very scanty. You get pregnant, you get a miscarriage. I've lost 3 pregnancies, for example. I used to walk like I could exercise. I was very fit, but even these 4 steps here it's very difficult. I climb 4 steps and all of a sudden I'm very breathless, okay? Because my heart is beating very fast. It can't supply my muscles adequately. Yeah. I'm good at the toilet in a day 6 times for a long call, okay? So frequent loose motions are also very common. So all these symptoms are what we call, either excess or low production of hormone. And the thing is, people also think that I only have thyroid disease if I have a swelling on my neck. But remember, people can have no swelling on the neck and they can have low hormone or excess hormone. The other thing is, you can have a very big mass here, okay? It's called a goiter, okay? And you can have normal function of your hormones, meaning that your TSH, T4, T3 are all normal. But you simply have a large goiter, okay? So what do? If someone has a goiter, that means a large swelling on the neck, and common symptoms are, like I said, I feel like I have a sore throat, I have pain on my neck, I can't swallow. We do an ultrasound first. The first point of call is someone comes in, at least do an ultrasound scan. Now that scan tells very key information. Number one, are we concerned about cancer in this patient? We're speaking about thyroid cancer. And the scan, at least most specialists can tell you that they look at the ultrasound scan and there are certain key things that tells us, I'm actually worried about cancer here because there's some small swellings, we call them nodules. Number one, there are many. Number one, they have a certain appearance. I'm seeing a bit of calcium and what I call lymph nodes. So these are small swellings which can occur in either your neck, they can be on your armpits, they can be on your groin area. But with regard to the thyroid, if you see lymph nodes, or if you have a neck on your mass, and you can also palpate some small swellings, lymph nodes, then we get worried about cancer. Okay, so if you have any swellings on your neck, or they are picked up on the scan, if you have calcium being picked up on the scan, then we become very worried, and we say this needs a biopsy. Okay, so not every thyroid mass that you pick up on ultrasound will require a biopsy. Sometimes you'll go there and they tell you, what, this is just simply an inflammation of the gland, meaning that your gland is inflamed. And you can actually have a simple common cold or a flu, and your body will produce antibodies. Like I told you, antibodies are good. They help you fight infection. But sometimes antibodies can be formed in the wrong way, and they can go and attach on your thyroid, your pancreas, your bones, and it can cause abnormal conditions. So at times you can get a flu, then you get the antibodies being attached to your thyroid, and they can actually cause your thyroid to either overproduce hormones or underproduce hormones. Okay, and that's why we always ask for antibodies for the thyroid each time someone comes to us with a neck swelling or any abnormal hormone levels. Yeah. So first point of call, at least when you get these symptoms, do the test. Then now for us as doctors, is it low hormone, hypothyroidism, or is it high hormone, hyperthyroidism? From there, we ask ourselves, okay, let's do a scan. The main reason for doing the scan is it cancer or is it not cancer? And the key thing that will tell us that this, I'm worried, and I'll have to do what is called an FNA, fine needle aspirate. Meaning I'll have to take a small sample from your neck, tell me, is it cancerous or not cancerous? Now, once we get that result, I'm told, fine, it's called benign. No risk of cancer here. Just manage the condition. Use drugs or whatever optional treatment you have. But the moment we say it's suspicious or it confirms it's cancer, then I have to call Dr. Hussein. And the thing is, if you have any suspicion of cancer, our advice is let the whole gland be removed. The whole gland. And the thing is, it's better to have the whole gland removed because we can simply replace the hormone. And the hormone, there are tablets you can take, and fine. You have to come back every 3 months, check your hormones. But the thing is, it's better to have it removed because, like any other cancer in your body, breast, prostate, liver, stomach, once you identify cancer, if it's early disease in one area, you remove it because what do you want to prevent in the future? Spread. So the moment you pick it up, and it's not, we also do scans. We'll look at your neck, we'll look at your chest, we'll look at your abdomen, and say, this thing is only in your thyroid. Let's have it removed completely. Because it's much better to just have it removed because we can replace the hormone, which plays very many key roles, as we've said. And now I'll call Hussein. I said, I have a patient here, and there are very many different types of thyroid cancer, by the way. Subtypes are almost like 5. So again, even the treatment options vary with regard to the specific type of cancer you have. That's why the biopsy is very, very important because it tells us what type of cancer we're dealing with. The surgeon goes in and removes it. We replace thyroxine, and my work is to follow up after he operates. I replace the thyroid hormone, and I say you require this amount of hormone. Is it 50 micrograms, or is it 100? Is it 150? Then from there, if any other treatment is required, we'll also consult our cancer specialist. Will tell us that we require to do either chemo, either spread somewhere else. And the beauty about most times thyroid disease is that it remains localized for. Most times we find it localized, and it rarely spreads to other areas. Yeah? But if it has been found, remove the gland. If any lymph nodes are involved, they'll be removed. And most times that's adequate treatment for cancer. Okay. So they're not very common, but they can occur. And that's why you must at least ensure each time any thyroid condition that you have, at least ask your doctor, please at least do an ultrasound scan. It's a very simple test. It's non-invasive. They just put some gel on your neck. They look at your thyroid gland because it gives very, very key information. Number two, look at your hormones because that tells you, number one, do I know whether I'm low or high? Hypo is low, hyper is high. The other key thing is to look for antibodies because that also has an impact on the treatment duration. So if I get any antibodies that are being positive, and there are three we normally check for, it'll mean that I probably have to treat you for much longer as compared to someone else who is antibody negative. Remember, you can get a thyroid condition, you can get a flu, antibodies are produced, they can cause your gland to either produce low hormones or high hormones, but we'll treat you for probably 3 months, 6 months, and it's done. But for example, like a story, it's much more complex, and likely yours is autoimmune. Yeah, if it's autoimmune, remember the treatment period is much longer. The other key thing that you must remember, if your antibodies are positive or any thyroid condition, it's not like malaria or any, it's not malaria, it's not a flu. I take medicine for 3 months, then I'm done. You must have your follow-up done at least every 6 months. So even if you go off medication, it's not a guarantee that for the rest of your life I'm cured. At least every 6 months, check your thyroid hormones. It's very, very key. Okay, because sometimes what happens is, the thing with thyroid is that it flares up at certain times. Number one, when I get pregnant. So you can actually have a thyroid condition which then doesn't come up at all, but the first time it manifests is during pregnancy or after pregnancy. Yeah. So most autoimmune conditions, they actually come up when you're pregnant or after you're pregnant. The first time you're breastfeeding, the first 6 weeks, 12 weeks, that's the first time they actually occur. And after that, now you must also ensure you have a regular follow-up. At least at the very basic point, do at least a TSH every 6 months. Okay, important. Now the other thing is with regard to treatment. And I'll discuss that because you talk about her journey and you went to India. So I'll begin with hypothyroidism. So hypo is it's a simpler condition because all you simply have to do is to replace the hormone. The key thing is that replace the hormone, but the thing is the hormone levels can change depending upon if you get any stress, if you get any infection, if you become pregnant, they can change. And in fact, when you become pregnant, we actually increase the dose by almost 50% because pregnancy is a very, very key factor for thyroid disease. So in fact, if you're planning to get pregnant, tell your doctor because there's a lot of planning going around pregnancy if you're hypothyroid or if you're hyperthyroid. So number one, for all women here, please inform your doctor because number one, the drugs used to treat hyperthyroidism, excess hormone, are toxic for pregnancy. So if you want to get pregnant, tell your doctor because the thing is that drug is not going to be safe for your baby. We must change it to another drug. We don't like it much. It's called a PTU. It's called propyl thiouracil. But the first 12 weeks of pregnancy is a drug of choice because it doesn't affect the baby. So number one, anyone with a thyroid condition trying to get pregnant, inform your doctor because the drugs that we treat for excess hormone most times are not safe for pregnancy. That's the first thing. Now, if you're hypothyroid, you're going to struggle to get pregnant. And again, if you are excessively hypothyroid, the chance of you having a baby with malformations is very high. So the first thing is please consult your doctor. If you're any thyroid condition and I'm married now, please talk to your doctor. Is it safe for me to get pregnant? Number one, are my drugs safe? And I want to get pregnant. What are my chances? Again, the hormone levels we look at as doctors in a normal person who's not pregnant is very different from a lady who's pregnant because the cutoffs are now different. Because all these things, T3, T4, TSH, in pregnancy, we look at a whole different set of values. Okay. So very, very key because if you're planning to get pregnant, normal TSH is around 4. But for someone who trying to get pregnant, we want it below 2. Any mother who is pregnant, we want your TSH to be below 2 at all times. Okay. So very, very key. And so you must consult a doctor all times, any decision to make, any decision to get pregnant or in the entire pregnancy period, please be very careful. Again, your follow-up period for pregnancy is very close. It has to be at least every month. You must have a thyroid profile, whether you're hyper, excess hormone, or hypothyroid. So pregnancy is very, very key because that will affect the baby. If you're hyperthyroid and you have excess hormones, again, those hormones can cross over into your placenta and can affect your baby. If you're hypothyroid, you're not getting enough hormones. The thyroid hormone also plays a very, very key role. We talked about what happens in our bodies, but the thing is, in children, as you're growing up, your mental development, my IQ, for example, your thyroid hormone plays a very key role. Muscle development, growth, height, all these things actually because of your thyroid. So remember, the thyroid hormone plays a very key role in growth and development. So in children, actually, we are very, very concerned. We are here as adults, but trust me, the biggest impact of thyroid hormone is actually in children. Because if you get a child who's hypothyroid, they will not become engineers, doctors, lawyers, because it affects their mental development. They will not grow up. The height, they'll become stunted. They'll have, mental fog, muscle development problems. They'll have problems with their abdomen, There are a lot of things that affect children with regard to the hormone itself. So very, very key in women, we always stress, plan for pregnancies, close follow-up, and also the babies must be checked for any abnormal hormone once they deliver, okay? So very, very key. So like I said, hypothyroidism, it's simple. We just simply replace the hormone. But now hyperthyroidism is a bit more complex. We have options for treatments. Number one, drugs. There's carbimazole, which you commonly use. And because of the excess, you have a rapid heart rate, you have sweating, palpitations, all these things. We also use what is called a beta blocker. The common drug we use is called propranolol. It's called Inderol in the market. And the thing is, we normally treat fast and you see, fine, are your hormones coming down? After 6 months, we decide, you know what, you're still requiring this drug. Let's opt for another option of treatment. And there are two options of treatment. One is called ablation, what you said. It's called radioiodine treatment. In Kenya, it's only available in two hospitals. Number one is Kenyatta. Actually, three now, because now we have KU. There's Kenyatta, there's KU, the new facility, and Aga Khan. But even for that, we must plan for treatment appropriately. You just can't come and just say, I want ablation. Because number one, for me to send you for radioiodine treatment, the hormone levels must be normal first. So I must control your hormones with the drugs. And at times we use steroids, which could have other side effects, including raising your sugars, weight gain, and other things. But they're very, very key also in treatment of thyroid disease. Once your hormones are normal, then I can say now you are ready for ablation. Now, we send you for a scan, which will test how much iodine can your thyroid gland take in. Okay. Now, if it's very high, it means your chance of success is very low. And what we say is at least between, if I do a scan and I say it's between 1 to 5%, I say you'll be a good candidate to do ablation. So remember, not everyone here will qualify for ablation, even if you have excess hormone. Yeah. Because the thing is, we do the scan. If you don't fall within the 1 to 5% range, then likely chance of failure or likely of the procedure not curing the disease will be very low. So we'll say, you know what, now, because now and the thing is, it's even worse in males, because most times males, they come in, you do a scan, it's around 18% or 20%. And I'll tell you, you know what, we'll use drugs for this moment, but eventually I'll have to refer to Dr. Hussein. So there's a cutoff for ablation. Key thing, and I'm happy NHIF was here, and the good thing, ablation is actually covered. So like, for example, I'll tell you, I have people who come from the TSC, Teacher Service Commission, police, they're referred and they're like, you know, you've had this condition for 2 years, you have Graves' disease, you've been on carbimazole, you're being referred to Aga Khan. And they come to Aga Khan, and everything is fully paid for by NHIF, by the way. So I know there are a lot of complaints, but the thing is, in a few areas, it does work. And the thing is, people come to me as teachers, police, and I see them. And if you qualify for ablation, I just need to write down, you know what, person has been on carbimazole for 2 years, and now the treatment is all working, let's look for the next step. And the thing is, it's fully catered for. Ablation will cost you around 130,000 because first you must do the scan to check the level of uptake of iodine. Like I said, that scan is called a technetium uptake scan. It'll cost you around 40,000 most times. Then the ablation therapy is around 80,000. Okay, so roughly it will cost you 120,000 for the entire treatment in Aga Khan. Maybe in KU it will cost you around 80,000. In Kenyatta, maybe around 60 to 80,000. Okay, but it's still expensive. But NHIF does cover for that treatment. Now, if you don't qualify for ablation because let's say your uptake is 18%, or let's say the other key thing is that you also can't send someone for ablation if they have any active eye condition. Like we said, excess hormone, the common thing that we see also is what is called the eyes pop out. Yeah? We call it proptosis or exophthalmos. Now, anyone who has active eye disease, because the thyroid gland, those antibodies, how they attach onto the thyroid gland, they also attach into the orbit of the eye. And they can cause that. That's how you get the swelling of the eyes. Now, if you have any active eye disease, we don't send you for ablation because if you do ablation, you'll actually make matters worse. Okay. So we give steroids for that particular condition. We manage with our eye colleagues, but we don't send for ablation. Number two, who goes for ablation? People who should not. So if you have no eye disease, hormones are controlled, we send you for ablation. Number two, who should not go for ablation? Any active eye condition. Someone, their eyes are popping out, they have active eye disease, please don't send for ablation. Number one. Number two, if you are pregnant, don't send for ablation. If you're breastfeeding, don't send for ablation. If you're planning to get pregnant in the next 6 months to a year, don't send for ablation. Okay? So very, very key. So again, even as doctors, we choose will benefit from this particular treatment and will not benefit. If you don't meet those criteria, you've done your drugs, ablation is not an option, then our final choice is surgery. And I think for surgery is the key thing, like he told you. Discuss with the patient. There's certain risks, like he told you. One is that the risks are probably around maybe 1 to 2%, but you must discuss about your voice because the gland is located here, and the nerves that actually control your voice are actually close to the thyroid. So if that is damaged in theater, then you can have problem with hosts of voice. Okay. Number two is calcium, because also there are very key glands, like you mentioned, they are called the parathyroid glands. And if those are also damaged, then you can have very low calcium, and it's one of the biggest headaches as specialists in endocrine medicine that we deal with. So it happens very rarely, but if it happens, if you can't have a normal level of calcium, then calcium also is a very key hormone that controls your heart, your muscle activity. So we're actually very worried about those kind of things. So that's why the key thing is to ensure that, before, like you said, he made a very key point which I want to emphasize. Any surgeon who is telling you to have an operation, ensure he's consulted and at least a physician, or at the very best an endocrinologist, because the thing is there are very many key things you must consider before you get your operation. Number one, do I qualify? Do I have eye disease? Do I want to get pregnant? Am I a male? What's my risk of calcium dropping or risk of my vocal cords being destroyed? Have I had a previous surgery? Maybe I had back in 2010, I had a thyroid surgery. Now I'm left with one lobe, but the thing is my voice was already impaired. So you must discuss options for treatment and ensure that you give the patient, they must have the full spectrum of conditions or complications which can occur, so that they can choose for themselves. And the thing is, they must be well advised. So very, very key. Okay. So at least your surgeon must consult your medicine specialist to know, am I qualified for surgery or am I not? Okay. And the key thing also is, like we said, now hypo, you treat, you must have your follow-ups at least at the bare minimum every 6 months, ideally every 3 months. Okay. Hyperthyroidism, start off on treatment, like we said, you can use carbimazole. If you want to get pregnant, you can switch the drugs. In pregnancy, there's a whole different management aspect to it. From there, if you are on drugs for a long time, consider radioiodine treatment. Look at the cost, look at the complications, give the appropriate advice on what is appropriate for radioiodine treatment. And also, if you're going to go for surgery as a last resort, then again, also consider the options for surgery. Explain to the patient. And you must be in the hands of a good surgeon, of course. It's not a simple operation, but you must have a good surgeon. Explain what is expected thereafter. Most times after surgery, if you're going to remove the whole gland, you must be on thyroxine for the rest of your life. It's also very, very important that you must use the drugs, do your hormone levels, and that's actually for the rest of your life. Because the thing is, if it's cancer or anything else that's suspicious, then you must remove the whole gland, and you must be able to replace the hormone, and you must be able to check the hormone levels at least entirely for the rest of your. Basically, it's lifelong. Yeah. So again, very key. So very, very commonly, I get patients who tell me, you know what, I had a surgery done in 2010, and now my TSH is 150. I've been gaining weight. I'm tired. I'm like, so were you not told that you have to at least take medicine for the rest of your life? No, I wasn't told. Do you know that you have to check your hormone levels at least twice a year? I wasn't told. So very, very key. If you have surgery, you must check your hormone levels at least every 6 months, ideally every 3 months. And you must follow up your levels at least with an endocrinologist or at least a physician at the bare minimum. That's very, very key. Okay. So to wrap it up, remember, the hormone itself comes from a very small gland in your neck, but can affect very many systems. The thing is, it can actually mimic a lot of conditions. It can be depression, it can be anxiety, it can be diabetes, it can be several things. And that's what I'm saying. Most people don't pick it up. It can be HIV. Because the thing is, you lose weight. When you lose weight dramatically, what's the first thing that people think about? HIV. And that's what I'm saying. People get misdiagnosed a lot because the thing is, it's not specific to the thyroid. Because the thing is, this hormone affects every single system in your body. And the thing is, once it starts to, once it runs a riot or becomes low or high, remember, it can affect a lot of systems, and the symptoms can be across very many conditions. And that's why people will take a while to say, this is actually thyroid disease. Okay. But once it's diagnosed, remember that even the follow-up has to be lifelong. The key thing you want to establish is if it's excess hormone, is it low or high? And is it autoimmune or not autoimmune? That's very, very key. Do I require surgery? Do I qualify for ablation? Do I require thyroxine? And even after ablation, another key thing I must mention, most people, at least 60% of people who undergo ablation will have to have thyroxine treatment later on, because the thing is, the key side effect of the treatment is you become hypothyroid. So you must replace the hormone thereafter, and they must continue their follow-up. So there's no permanent cure as such. It's just like diabetes or hypertension. You must continue lifelong follow-up treatments and lifestyle changes. And that's where Katam will come and tell us about how do you control weight, for example. So like you said, people lose weight initially, but the thing is, another common complaint that comes is that people lose weight. They were 80 kilos, now they're 60. I begin treatment, but now they're gaining weight. They're gaining weight, but now but their hormone levels are normal, but they're gaining weight. So you must understand, how do I now manage my weight? And now it becomes a whole lifestyle issue. I have to exercise, I have to minimize my carbs, I have to do a lot of things, and you tell us about how to control weight, because weight changes in women in thyroid disease is a very, very key thing that we must address, and also fatigue. Yeah. So I'll leave it there. Then I'll probably take quick 2-3 questions before. Yeah. I think Katam was next. So I'll take my questions and I'll hand over to him. So anything concerned with weight, this is the guru of weight.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Njoki. I was recently diagnosed with multiple cysts in my thyroid through a scan. They say there are about 5 in each lobe. One was the largest one on the left lobe. I did the FNA. It was negative, but it showed there were inflammatory cells and enlarged lymph node in the submandibular region. But I was not given any drugs. I was told to wait for 6 months, and if it grows any larger, now we can consider removing it. But looking back, maybe in my photos, it seems I've had this growth for maybe over 18 years, only that I didn't notice. And I have lost weight in the last 1 month, but my hormone levels are okay. We did the hormone level test. Yeah. So my question is, do I need any drugs? And can the cyst be excised using ablation or surgery? And the last question, for those of us who don't have an endocrinologist, could you share your contact?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So good point. So sadly, in our country, I must say, we are how many? I think 50 million people, but we only 20 specialists in endocrine medicine. So we're very few. And sadly, out of 20, 19 of us are in Nairobi. So we only have one person out of Nairobi. So we only have one person in Eldoret. So you can imagine Kisumu, Mombasa, Nyeri, Embu. There's no specialist there. So we are 20 of us, and only 19 of us are in Nairobi. Only one person out of Nairobi. So I guess it's a big concern. And if you look at East Africa as a region, it's even more worrying. Because the thing is, Uganda probably has around 4 specialists. Sudan probably has 1. Somalia has none. Rwanda has 1. So it's Tanzania also has 1, and they are more than us. So if you look at East Africa as a block, it's a very worrying trend for thyroid disease and also diabetes. So you had cysts. So number 1, like I said, that's the thing. The first most important point of call is your hormones, the blood tests, TSH, T4, T3. Again, also, I must emphasize that some labs are not very good in doing these tests. It's done here. So at times I get tests from labs, and the thing is, the pattern then makes sense. And I'll force you to make a repeat test. So what I say is, very few labs do good thyroid tests, I'll be honest. So it's also good to know before you spend 4,000 shillings here, if I can't say it's 7,000 and here it's 4,000 or it's 2,000 here, it may be cheaper, but the thing is that cheaper lab may actually make things more complex for me. Because the thing is, you'll come to me, I've done a test in somewhere in Kirogoya. I'll be like, this doesn't make any sense. Please repeat the test. So what I say is, if you're going to at least have a thyroid test, just make sure it's done in a good lab, because the thing is, most times we'll make you repeat the test as specialist. Because very few labs do a good thyroid profile. And across, what I can say is, forget about going to them. I know Aga Khan is expensive, Nairobi Hospital, but at least across board, the labs are available across the country. One good lab I can actually say is Lancet or Metropolis, because they're all over the country. They're in Nyeri, they're in Nakuru, they're in Mombasa. So at least get a good quality thyroid test, because the thing is, that will help me interpret what exactly is happening. Because if you bring for me a test which is brought from any other lab and it then makes sense, then I can't treat you. And the thing is, I can only treat you based on what I'm seeing on the panel. So number 1, at least get your test done in a good facility, number 1. Lancet is across the country. I think it's the most widespread lab across the country, so or Metropolis or Medihill. So at least those have good tests. Get an ultrasound scan, because now it brings us to our question. Now you can actually have cysts, you can have nodules, you can have a large gland, but your hormone levels are normal. So if there's no evidence of cancer, then we don't do anything. Just observe. And we'll tell you, come back in 6 months or a year and repeat a scan. So I won't treat you actively. If you have cysts, we'll simply tell you, let's observe. Come back in 1 year, do another scan, and we compare the scan from last year to this year. Is any growth, increase in number? And you must do an FNA, like in your case. You must have an FNA done. If the FNA is negative, and again, also the FNA has to be done in a good lab. I'll also emphasize, please, if you're going to get an FNA, please make sure it's done in a good lab. Because the thing is, I've had several cases where you have to repeat FNAs. You get an FNA report, it's not conclusive, because I think it's a big decision. If I'm going to tell Hussein to remove your gland, it's not a small operation. Yeah. Then I must be very confident saying that, this gland has to go. And it has to go, the entire gland has to go. So at least I must have a good report from a reliable lab telling that, this is suspicious and I'm not comfortable with you having this gland. Let's have it removed in totality. Okay. So again, have a good lab for your FNA. If you're going for an FNA, please at least ensure, just invest a few more coins because it will make a huge impact in what your next choice of treatment will be, because surgery is expensive. FNA must be done in a very good, reliable lab. And once I get the report and I say, it's suspicious or it has confirmed X, Y, Z, it's cancer, this type, then we must operate, okay? Or we go for other treatment options. And again, even after surgery, you may also consider that you have to do thyroxine. The cutoffs for TSH, again, are even much lower. So it's a whole journey that you have to go with you. So at least before you make that particular decision, get a good lab to tell you. So for you, it's cysts, observe, do a scan in 6 months to a year. If they remain the same, nothing else. You don't require any active treatment, no surgery, nothing else is required. Yeah. So if you're getting any choking, any difficulty in breathing, you must do a CT scan of the neck to look for any backward extension of the gland. It's called a retrosternal extension. So at least do a CT scan of your neck and check, is it compressing on your windpipe, on your foot pipe? Are there any nodes around there? And if you find you actually can have no swelling here, but you have a very big goiter, which is growing backwards. And if you lie flat, I can't breathe. Or I'm always choking, I can't swallow. Now, if any goiter is growing backwards and compressing on structures on the neck, you must again go for surgery. Okay? So very, very key. So if you're having those symptoms, that suggest, get a CT scan of the neck with contrast and look for any extension into the back of your neck. Is it compressing on your foot pipe, your windpipe? If that is the case, then probably surgery should be a good option for you. Yeah. Got another question here? Yeah.
From this side.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. My name is Amimo. I would like you to talk about subclinical, because I think we are kind of overlooked, because my condition is I have subclinical hypothyroidism. It was just from the routine test. I didn't know. And from the routine test, it was discovered. And also to help me to understand what causes all these issues, because I've done the antibody test, all things are normal. And I'm trying to figure out what could be the problem. I'm also even going to the extent maybe it's cold, because I didn't have this issue. Even I was asking if it's my location. I would like to know what causes this issue.
So actually a very good point, which I didn't touch on. Yeah. So remember, you can have hypothyroidism where your TSH is high, and you can have hyperthyroidism where you have a low TSH and high T3, T4. Okay. Now there's another whole spectrum of conditions called subclinical, what you said. That means that either your T3, T4 are normal, but you have a low TSH. That's called subclinical hyperthyroidism. If your TSH is low, it means you have excess hormone, but will not treat. We'll just tell you, what, your TSH is low, your gland is producing increased amount of hormone, but no treatment is required, no intervention is required, but we must follow you up at least every 6 months, okay? Or you have what is called subclinical hypothyroidism, which means your TSH is high, but our cutoff is 10. If you hit a TSH of 10 and above, we'll treat. But if you're at 6, 7, 8, we'll tell you not. We'll not treat. So T3, T4 are normal, but if you have a high TSH at 6, 7, 8, we'll tell you, we'll just observe. But the thing is, you can have the full range of symptoms. That means you can have heavy bleeding, you can feel cold, you can have constipation, you can be moody, but will not actively treat that condition. But if you're very, very symptomatic and it's affecting your day-to-day life, that means that I'm at 7, but my mood is off, I'm always constipated, I'm fatigued, I can't work, then we'll treat. And most times what we'll do is that let's start at a very small dose. For example, I'd say that let's treat you maybe once, take a tablet once a day, and tomorrow skip. So maybe take on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Sunday. Then that will bring it'll lower the TSH level down and it'll help you get better. Okay. Again, do an ultrasound scan, very, very important. And again, do the antibodies, also very important. So if your antibodies are negative, your ultrasound scan is normal, your TSH is in that range, and you're very symptomatic, we'll treat you, but will not use the full dose regimen. But we'll advise maybe take the drug in a week 3 times or skip a day. Then let's see what the response is. But subclinical hypothyroidism is actually very, very common in our population. And in fact, nowadays in clinical practice in medicine, whether you come with a fracture, whether you come with diabetes, hypertension, we always, as a routine, as part of our test, always do at least a TSH. Because if you do a TSH, you'll actually discover it's actually very, 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 it's actually extremely common. Now, the whole issue about iodine, I'm sure you've heard about this, salt, iodine, thyroid, whether you live in Mount Kenya region, in the mountains. So at least our salt is all iodized now. So the likelihood of goiters is very, very low because now most of our salt is iodized. So we rarely see goiter or thyroid disease because of low levels of iodine in our salt, because nowadays it's been there from 1980. So highly unlikely you're going to get someone who's having a low level of iodine, because iodine is very, very key also for the function of your thyroid, for your thyroid gland, and for your production of your hormone. So most times iodine now is out of the question. So that issue about living in the mountains or living in Kenya, but in some countries like Somalia, we do see a lot of low iodine levels. So it depends where you live. But at least now, all our salt nowadays, Ken salt, it's all iodized. So at least we don't see much of goiters and hypothyroidism due to low iodine levels. So hypothyroidism, key thing is, number 1, check your hormone levels at least every 6 months. Do an ultrasound scan, antibodies. From there, if you're very symptomatic, we'll treat you, but we'll not use the full dose spectrum. At least we'll minimize the dose. Yeah. One more question, I think somewhere here. Yeah.
Good afternoon. My name is Dee. We've spoken a lot about Graves, but I've not heard you mention Hashimoto's. So if you could please enlighten us on that one. And then also, I was diagnosed with hypothyroidism after I'd suffered from seizures for about 2 years. But no one has ever explained what the relationship is with the low thyroid levels and the seizures is. So I'm on medication for seizures because seeing a neurologist, they could never find anything. So I just have to keep taking that medicine. I don't know if now taking the levo, maybe I should stop doing the Tegretol. It works hand in hand.
It's a very good question. I think that's what I'm saying. Thyroid disease is very complex, like I said. And I'll go back to what I talked about earlier. Autoimmune, number 1. So if you have what is called, she said a term called Hashimoto's, okay? That's an autoimmune condition. And like I said, autoimmune conditions, basically what your body does is that you get an infection, your body produces antibodies, which is a normal response, but sometimes because of genetics, those antibodies can be formed in the wrong way. And they can go and attach onto various organs that can cause destruction. So anyone who has Hashimoto's, it's called a Hashimoto thyroiditis. That means that your gland is inflamed. It's an antibody response, which now triggers either low hormone levels or even high. So number 1, if you have Hashimoto's, you can actually fluctuate from high levels, you can have Graves' disease or hyperthyroidism. After 2 years, you actually go down to hypothyroidism. And that's a pattern we commonly see in practice. So if you have Hashimoto's, it simply means that your condition is autoimmune, number 1. So you must do your profile. You must do the 3 profiles that we do. Anti-TPO is what's called TSH receptor antibody and anti-thyroglobulin. If those are positive, then you must, as a doctor, look for other conditions which can be linked to thyroid disease. So very, very commonly, we see if you have Hashimoto's, you can have, for example, type 1 diabetes. So someone who is young, they can have diabetes, type 1. They can have rheumatoid arthritis. They can have lupus. They can have seizures because of autoimmune encephalitis. Yeah. So those antibodies can be linked to other systems, and they can cause seizures in your brain. They can cause joint pains. They can cause rashes. They can cause diabetes. They can affect your adrenal glands. They can cause what is called Addison's disease, meaning that your adrenal glands, they are just above your kidney. They play a very key role in regulating your blood pressure, producing cortisol, producing your sexual hormones, for example. So thyroid disease, if it's autoimmune, is normally linked to other conditions. So the first thing, if you diagnose anyone with any autoimmune thyroid condition, whether hyper, Graves, Hashimoto's, think about other conditions which can be linked. And that's where the seizures came in, because the two are actually connected because of antibodies. Yeah. So autoimmune becomes very, very complex because the thing is it can affect other systems. So at least look for other conditions which can be linked. So ask about other symptoms. Even they can affect the skin. They can have something called vitiligo, where you can have your skin becoming, small spots becoming white. It's a very common autoimmune condition. Yeah. So most times autoimmune conditions of thyroid, Hashimoto's, Graves, can be linked to other conditions. And that's why you can have two things at the same time. Someone has diabetes and they have hypothyroidism. Someone has rheumatoid arthritis and they have Graves' disease. So they're very commonly linked. Yeah. Yes. So I'll give you an example. In fact, my patient last week, I had a patient who came in from Ethiopia last week. He had a surgery done in 2001 of his right lobe. He had a goiter, except the right lobe, the left lobe. Yeah? Then now he came in because he has diabetes, he has a heart condition, and it's a very massive goiter. And that's purely from his left lobe alone. So remember, even if you operate, sometimes it can actually regrow. And if you have Graves' disease, for example, even if you leave a very tiny piece of thyroid gland, it can actually cause you full-blown Graves' disease. So that's why most times, if someone doesn't have a good response on medical therapy, and they go for ablation, most times we will opt for a total. Just remove the whole gland, because the thing is, even if you leave even a millimeter of the gland, it will give you full-blown Graves' disease. So most times for Graves, if you fail surgery, if you fail medical therapy, ablation, if I refer to Hussein, he must remove the whole gland for Graves, because even a tiny piece of gland will give you the full spectrum of symptoms. So the thing is, it's total. You must remove the whole gland. That's a total thyroidectomy. Yeah.
Good afternoon.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, my name is Habon. Doctor, I wanted you to talk about hyperparathyroid.
Okay, that's a whole different condition again. Mm-hmm. So the thing is, you talk about the parathyroid glands, and because they're closely linked to the thyroid gland, and it's because they're actually at the side. Yeah? So most times thyroid conditions, we worry about them because in surgery, they are very closely attached to the gland itself. So during theater, they are very, very careful to ensure that they don't touch the parathyroid glands, because they play a very key role in regulating your calcium. And I'll tell you one thing, if the biggest nightmare I have in my practice is dealing with low calcium after surgery, because he can tell you, it's one of the scariest things you can ever go through as a doctor, because calcium is a very key hormone that controls very many things, your muscles, and the most important thing it controls is your heart. Okay. So if you have low calcium levels, if any of those glands gets damaged during the surgery, and you have low calcium levels after, most times we call it transient, meaning that within 4 to 6 weeks, because at times you can have a lot of swelling after surgery, so the glands can be affected in terms of the blood supply, but they will recover after 6 weeks. Then calcium levels come back up. But if it's permanent damage, then I'll tell you it's so I'll give you 2 weeks ago, I got a patient who had she had Graves' disease. She underwent surgery. Then she had damage of her parathyroid glands. And then now she came back, and the thing is, they have weakness, they have muscle cramps. You find very low calciums, probably normal calcium between 2.2 to 2.6. Then now she was having abnormal heart rhythms. She was nice. She came back. She came to us. She actually was unconscious. Came to Aga Khan. They put an ICU. Her calcium was extremely low. They put on IV calcium. Yeah. And the thing is, you realize now, IV calcium is not, that's a short-term measure. Now, even to supplement oral calcium, the tablets, you've heard of osteocare, for example. It's a common supplement that women use. Osteocare is extremely expensive. So for you to maintain normal calcium levels, the normal supplements in the market, it will cost you around at least per month, 15,000. Now, if your glands are damaged completely, we'll have to replace the hormone called parathyroid hormone. And the injection itself, it's a daily injection, and it's around 10,000 per day. It's extremely expensive. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. If you're going to go for surgery, like he said, he must consult and say, should I operate or should I not operate? If the reason for operation is there, then he'll operate. But they'll take precautions and everything else. And there are also things that they also follow up after surgery. How's your thyroid hormone? How's your calcium? Because if you get low calcium after surgery, that's an extremely complex scenario to manage. Now, those glands are very, very key because they are linked to the thyroid. They're very close to the thyroid. And we think about them most times in surgery. Now, we can have some conditions which can actually, where you can have a low hormone you can have low thyroid hormone levels, and you can also have the glands being involved, the parathyroid glands being involved. And they are rare genetic conditions. We don't see them much in clinical practice, but they can happen. Okay. And the biggest times we worry about those glands is during surgery, because if your calcium is low, you must replace. And if you can't use tablets, and you can't use the IV form because you can only give intravenous form in hospital, then now the hormone level itself is extremely expensive. That's where the concern comes about the parathyroid glands. Yeah.
Doctor,
Yeah.
I'll go next. My name is Amina. I have Hashimoto's. My question will be, is there any genetic explanation or relationship? Because my sister I have, and then I'm wondering, I have a firstborn daughter who I did not know I have a thyroid problem. Do I need to look out? At what age do I need to figure out if, start the test as early as possible so that she doesn't go through what I've gone through?
That's excellent. Yeah. So like I said, key thing for all autoimmune conditions, whether it's thyroid, type 1 diabetes, rheumatoid, lupus, they run in families. Okay. It's a genetic condition. And the thing is, most times, in fact, in our clinical history, anyone who comes to me with a thyroid condition, I'll ask you, do you have anyone else in your family who has a goiter? And they tell you, oh, my mom has a goiter or my auntie has a goiter. It runs very commonly in families. So if your mom has had the condition, and if your sister who's had the condition, then number one, any mother who has a thyroid condition and she gives birth, for example, we test the baby at birth as part of routine. Any mother who has either has hypothyroidism or hyperthyroidism, Graves' disease or Hashimoto's, after 3 days, we'll do a test on the baby to check on the thyroid profile. Now, if you have a very strong family history, most times these conditions manifest from at least 15 years and above. What I'd say is, if the baby has been tested and it's normal, you can wait. But once someone reaches 15 years and above, do the initial test. Okay. From there, if any symptoms which can mimic any thyroid condition, fatigue, abnormal menses, they're losing weight, they're gaining weight, then do the test. But it's very, very common that all autoimmune conditions do run in families, just like diabetes. Same thing with diabetes. We always ask, is your dad diabetic? Is your mom diabetic? Is your brother diabetic? Because they do run in families. So what I suggest, how old is she? Yeah. So what you just do, just observe. If you notice anything is off, she's probably losing weight, gaining weight. She's struggling at school. Maybe she's not concentrating. She's sleeping more often. When she gets into her teens and her periods are a bit off, I'd suggest when she gets to her teens, do a thyroid profile. Okay. But when in her 20s, at least you can advise her maybe once every 2 years, at least get a profile done, because it's very, very common in families if you have Hashimoto's. Same with the other person who has about Hashimoto's. Yeah, it runs very commonly in families, just like diabetes and other autoimmune conditions. Yeah.
Okay, the last question, Dr. There's a lady here asking about birth control when it comes to thyroid disease. She says she's living with no thyroid gland. She's on level, and she feared using family planning, but then she got pregnant. So how does birth control affect hormones?
Yeah.
And then also maybe the second question, we are a mixed multitude. We have caregivers here as well.
Yeah.
And you know, thyroid disease is an emotional disease.
Yeah.
I received a call yesterday from a gentleman whose sister has refused completely to go see a doctor. How do you advise as a doctor, caregivers that are taking care of people that are living with thyroid disease? Just those two questions, and then I'll invite another speaker.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So very key. So number one, like I told you, the thyroid hormones have a very key role in fertility. Okay. So number one, if you are hypothyroid, your chance of getting pregnant is actually quite low. So a very common cause of infertility, people who come to us, have been trying to get pregnant for 6 months, 1 year, 3 years. A very common cause is actually hypothyroidism. And even the gynecologists, one of the common first routine tests that they do, any mother who can get pregnant, is do at least a thyroid profile. Now, if you're hyperthyroid, like I said, it would affect your fertility, but if you get pregnant, it's likely you're going to lose your pregnancy in the first 12 weeks. You get a miscarriage. Okay. Now, what is key? If you're any patient on thyroid disease treatment, then you must be on close follow-up, and you must consult your doctor about getting pregnant, because you must do what is called pre-conception counseling. That means that me, as a specialist, and the gynecologist must plan for the pregnancy. Okay. So we'll put you on folic acid, we'll ensure your TSH is at least below 2, and we'll say, now you're ready to get pregnant. Like I said, the drugs which are used for hyperthyroidism, carbimazole, are not safe in the first 12 weeks of pregnancy, because the baby forms in the first 12 weeks. So we want to avoid drugs like carbimazole, and we normally opt to shift to a drug called propyl thiouracil, PTU, we call it PTU, as propyl thiouracil, because that drug is at least safe in the first 12 weeks of pregnancy. So that a lot of planning goes around pregnancy and getting, so pregnancy itself from 0 to 40 weeks, and also the decision to get pregnant and how to plan for pregnancy, you must at least undergo what is called pre-conception counseling. Now, what do you advise people is, number one, if you're already on treatment, let's say your levels are high, you're on carbimazole, we normally advise women, please don't get pregnant at least in the next 6 months. So I'll refer you to a gynae, and we choose the appropriate method of contraception. Most times, any method can work. You can use at least we'll opt for a coil most times, or a depot injection, which are actually safe in the setting of thyroid disease. So I'll refer you to a gynae. I'll tell you, please, the next 6 months to a year, please don't plan to get pregnant, because the thing is, you're on this drug called carbimazole. It can cause malformation in your baby. That's birth defects. Again, also, if you're going to receive radioiodine treatment, number one, you can get pregnant in the next 6 months minimum, but you actually advise up to a year. So any person who's being referred for radioiodine treatment, please, at least for 6 months, you cannot get pregnant, but ideally, we want to advise you not to get pregnant up to 1 year. So I'll send you for treatment. I'll tell you, what, are you married or whatever? Do you want to get pregnant? Then I'll tell you, please see your gynecologist. Let's at least plan for an effective way of contraception, which is safe for you. In the next 1 year, please get pregnant. Let's at least set your thyroid, because again, also in thyroid, you can be well controlled in the non-pregnant state. But the moment you get pregnant, remember, the flares are very common in pregnancy. So you can have a flare in the first 12 weeks of pregnancy. You can have a flare during the postpartum period, when you deliver, the first 12 weeks after delivery also are very, very common for flares. So the whole issue about when to get pregnant, when I'm pregnant, it's very, very keen thyroid disease. Now, the issue about someone who has a condition is refusing to get treatment or refusing to seek medical advice is, remember, like I said, thyroid disease is a major, major cause of a lot of psychiatric conditions. So anxiety, depression, irritability, mood disorders, bipolar can all be linked to thyroid disease. Okay. So that decision she may be making, she may not be in her rational state of mind, but it's up to you now to decide, you know what, we must at least take charge, at least let her get the treatment, let's get the profile checked, and at least we know what to do from there. Because the thing is, she may not be making a rational decision. Because the thing is, you can be overtly hyperthyroid, and the thing is, you are completely manic, psychotic, depressive, bipolar, and the thing is, you may not be in a state of mind to make those decisions rationally. And in fact, I had a lady, just to give an example, I had a lady actually got a very high profile job in a multinational. Like I told you, she lost her job. So you can imagine her employers are thinking, you know what, this lady is, she's irritable, she's coming to work late, she's sleeping half the time in the office. And the thing is, she got fired. And the thing is, later on she came and she had overt Graves' disease, Hashimoto's Graves' disease. And the thing is, we wrote a letter, and she actually went to court and she got back her job. Yeah. Because the thing is, it's not her fault. She had a genuine medical condition. And the thing is, people are asking, why is she moody? Why is she acting the way she's doing? Why is she coming late to work? Why is she sleeping in the office? These are real things. We all work. So if I'm not performing to my expected level, I'm a doctor, for example. I'm showing up to work late. I'm moody. I'm being told, you're sleeping. But the thing is, it's a genuine medical condition. And the thing is, she lost her job purely because no one understood that she had a genuine condition called Graves' disease. Yeah. And the thing is, she discovered it 6 months later. And the thing is, she came to us, we diagnosed, you have Graves' disease. So I'm like, all this time, my moods, my losing weight, my getting irritable, I can't sleep at night. I'm sleeping in the office. I can't perform. I can't think clearly because, it causes mental fog. All came down to a medical condition, which after treatment, she was well. And now she's back in her job. But it took her 2 years, sadly, to go through the whole court case, and the thing is, luckily it was a multinational. So you can imagine if you're just any normal employment in Kenya, that, people just say, you're lazy, you're irritable, I can't, just go. Yeah. But you got back. But thing is, it's sad. And I think that's something I'm very happy about these awareness platforms for thyroid disease. And let me say one thing. My main job is diabetes as an endocrine specialist. And diabetes, Katambo is here. It's very loud. Sindio? Diabetes, hypertension is loud. But for the other conditions, thyroid, trust me, you can actually go for 3 years, I think, even on TV before you hear anything about thyroid disease, or even an article on thyroid disease. Yet it's a very common condition. But the thing is, diabetes, hypertension, HIV, TB, the big things, of course, they affect more people. But the thing is, they get a much more airplay. And like I said, the awareness has to be, and I'm very happy about what you're doing, because the thing is, we must create awareness about this rare condition. And the thing is, not even just for thyroid, but the thing is, even there are rarer conditions. About this, there's a society called the Rare Disease Society. Have you heard about it? The Rare Disease Society. Now, there are even rarer conditions as compared to thyroid, which affect children. They probably affect 1 in 100,000 people. But the thing is, the condition is not rare when it's your child. Okay? It's not rare. When it's your sister, it's your mom, it's your child, it's not rare anymore. That's your whole life, because the thing is, you're going to live, you support that person through your entire life. So I'm very happy about thyroid disease coming with the fore, and keep doing the good work you're doing. And the thing is, like I said, it gets misdiagnosed a lot. And the thing is, don't believe the doctors, because the thing is also, it's good. You must be able to pick it up. But like I said, most times there are so many symptoms which can be so non-specific. And like I told you, even in Madare, go there. People who are locked in there, you'll probably find like at least 10 people. If you go there today, 10 people will have a thyroid condition, and they're there locked up for the wrong reason. Okay, yeah, for real, yeah. Because you can have overt psychiatric manifestations for thyroid disease. Yeah. And that's why a good psychiatrist will always do, at their first point of test is to at least do a thyroid profile. And they say, fine. And actually, for those who are, like I work in Alcan, I get a lot of referrals from the clinic. In a week, at least 2. And they tell me, you know what, this patient came to me, they're depressed, but their TSH is 9 or 10. Please advise me on what to do. It's good. Now I'm saying it's good to consult your fellow colleagues. Because the thing is, we're trained as doctors, but remember, we're trained in specific areas. I'm an endocrine specialist. He's a surgeon. Katambo works with me very closely. He's an exercise weight loss specialist. Don't be shy to consult. And the thing is, the best doctor is one who consults widely. So don't be mad if your doctor tells you, go and see A, B, C, and D, because the thing is, at the end of the day, you better get someone who is experienced in their field. You may pay a bit more, but it will give you the best outcome for your condition. Very, very key.
So thank you very much, Dr. Ali. We are going to take one more question from a gentleman. And then I'm requesting, if you have a question that you really feel it's urgent or pressing, please write it down, add in the paper to me, or post on the group. And we'll have arrangement of how the question will be answered. So thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. Yeah, so my name is Dr. Oliver. I am a primary care doctor. So recently I met a 67-year-old male patient who came with the memory loss. So initially I thought it could be Alzheimer's, but when I did the thyroid profile, the TSH was very low and the free T3 was also low. So I couldn't make sense of that situation. So maybe you could shed some light on it when the thyroid profile is not making sense, is not following the usual what we expect. Thank you.
So
that's a very before you answer, please check if your neighbor is asleep. Please wake him or her up, because I can see some of us are sleeping. We understand. I think it's very important for us to listen to what the doctor is saying. Thank you. Proceed.
So that's a very good point. Number one, the other common thing I'm consulted for as a doctor, endocrine specialist, is people do thyroid tests also in the wrong setting. So number one, someone comes in, let's say in the ICU, they have an infection, they have pneumonia, they have acute kidney injury, they're on dialysis, they've had cancer diagnosed, they're receiving chemo, or they are going undergoing surgery. If you do a test in that particular setting, it will give you some abnormal results. So there's something called CQ thyroid. So remember, when you are acutely ill, yeah, you've had a stroke, you've had a heart attack, you've had a surgery, you've had a major infection, you're in ICU, you're in high dependency unit, you're admitted, that test at that particular time will not give you any accurate information. So what we recommend is, please, that test, please defy it for at least a month and repeat it for that particular setting. So remember, if you are acutely ill, you can actually have an abnormal thyroid test. Even a flu can give an abnormal thyroid test. What we say is, fine, you had a flu, you're unwell, let's just wait. Come back in a month, let's repeat the test and let's see what it shows. Most times it will go back to normal. Because right now you're all sitting here, you have no illnesses, you're okay. But the moment you get a flu, you get diarrhea, you get pneumonia, you get malaria, your test can actually be extremely off. Okay. So in the setting of any illness, like I told, that gland controls very many things in your body. So in the setting of any illness, they will be affected. Now, your patient has Alzheimer's disease and is having those particular profiles. What you do is, So unlikely. Alzheimer's is a chronic condition. Okay. If you find any abnormal profiles in your, you said the TSH was low and the T4 was low, T3 was low. So what I do is, number one, that's also still subclinical. So TSH is low. Now you'd expect your T3 and T4 to be high. Okay. Now, like I said, that profile is likely in the CQ thyroid state. Maybe you may have had a flu at that particular point. But like I said, if you get a low TSH and you get a low T3 and T4, again, for someone who has any condition which is involving the brain, like Alzheimer's or whatever, then think about a central cause. Because remember, the brain is what you have a gland called the pituitary gland, which produces TSH. If you don't have, if you have low TSH, then that cannot, your gland itself will not produce T3 and T4. So if you get a low TSH and a low T3 and T4, it may be a central cause. What I suggest is get an MRI of the brain for that particular patient. You have Alzheimer's, they have a low TSH, a low T3, then do an MRI of the brain and ask for a pituitary protocol. Look at the pituitary gland. Because you may have actually someone who has pituitary adenoma with Alzheimer's, okay? That's a possibility. So the two scenarios, it can be central. That means that the brain has been affected, and also exclude any other conditions around the illnesses, flu, urinary tract infection, malaria, any admission, that also will affect the profile. So if you're seeing them after 3 months, 6 months, and you're always finding a low TSH and a low T4, then please do an MRI of the brain. You may find that you actually have a pituitary adenoma, which is sitting there. Yeah.
Let's give a round of a clap for Dr. Daktari. So good afternoon again. My name is Dr. Irene. I'm a junior doctor, and I'm actually also a thyroid champ. In 2012, I was diagnosed with Graves' disease, but my process was also bad in Kenya. With the doctors I went and saw, I was mistreated. So in the end, I actually went to India and got a thyroidectomy. So as a patient and as a doctor, and what Sarah is campaigning is that you guys should always be aware. When you go see a doctor, I don't know how many times I have patients who come, they don't ask questions. When we write medication, you're just like, okay, but what are you taking? Why are you taking it? It's also important to know, why are you going to the hospital? How are you feeling? What's the medication you're being given? If they tell you to go for surgery, why? Are there other alternatives? Because even doctors, we're humans, we make mistakes, and it happens. But as a patient, you should be empowered and know it's okay to ask questions and get a second opinion and a third opinion. There's nothing wrong with that. But before we go on our break, I would like to introduce Miss Lucy, who is from Brigham Insurance. And many of us, I know it's expensive, so we can ask our questions whether they've come up with a thyroid package for us patients. So let's give a round of applause for Miss Lucy.
So before Lucy comes on stage, I've actually seen one of my patients, and probably I think it's good for him to. So I've seen a gentleman here who's actually gone through the whole spectrum, from Graves' disease to ablation to hypothyroidism. I think it's good just hear a patient perspective of what treatment means, because the thing is, like I said, you can undergo ablation, but I think it's important to understand you must keep your follow-ups frequently, because like I said, very commonly you'll have to have do your tests, and you can undergo what is called hypothyroidism, and you must now have the thyroxine being replaced. I've seen a gentleman here, and he'll tell you, I've been with him for almost, I think, 5 years. And he has Hashimoto's, he has Graves' disease, we did ablation, and he's still seeing me up to today. But it's just hear the spectrum of what the disease means in terms of the journey and everything else. I think it's a very key point before you move on.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jenga. Good afternoon. My name is Kevin Began. I started my disease with different symptoms when I was in campus. I was sweating too much, and I did some tests, which I did the scan, and I was referred to Dr. Jenga. And through that, I was hyper. Through radioactive medication, I also went through, I took off some days and went through to, now I'm hypo, and I'm in the process of recovering, and I'll be seeing Dr. Jenga also next week on the process. And I'm feeling much better. The only issue is the weight which is coming in, but I'm trying my best. Thank you so much.
The CEO, the doctors, the caretakers, the survivors, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. God is good and all the time. I'm here today just to give, first of all, I want to introduce myself. My name is Lucy Karuana Muchira. I work with Britam Holdings, and I don't want to assume that everybody understands or knows who is Britam. And how many people know about Britam by raise of hands? Okay, very few people seems to understand, to get to know who is Britam. How many people? Let me see your hands up, please. Aha. You have medical covers with us? No, you just hear about Britam. Okay. I have seen my colleagues, but I will introduce them later. Britam is a leading diversified financial services group, and we are also listed in the Nairobi Stock Exchange. The group has presence in 7 countries. We are in Kenya, we are in Uganda, we are in Sudan, we are in Rwanda, Mozambique, Malawi, and Tanzania, and of course, we are also in Kenya. The group has presence in 7 countries, of course, which I've said, and we offer a range of different financial solutions. And among them is life insurance, general insurance, health insurance, retirement planning, asset management, and all these solutions we offer to our customers. And you are the customers that we are talking about here. Here we are here because of thyroid, and therefore that is the health solution that we need to offer you. And when I was approached, not long ago, of course, just about 2 weeks ago, first I was not told that I'm going to be one of the speakers. I was supposed to be advising on how they can handle this menace of thyroid patients. And of course, I did the little I could. The next thing I knew, I was a speaker. So if I don't give much of solution, don't worry, I was never given enough time, but I will try to do what I can do. What is our vision in Britam? Okay, of course, our vision and our mission is diverse, but ours is to provide with you financial security every step of the way. Our mission is to be leading diversified financial services company in our chosen markets across Africa. Our brand is with you every step of the way. And what our values, and more so because of what we have to give you, you need to know our values, and that is why I accepted to be here today. Our values is respect, our values is innovation, our values is integrity, our values is customer focus. And in this case, the customer focus is this person who is looking for a solution for the many things or problems that they are going through because of the thyroid. Thyroid is an existing disease. And the little information I was given by the CEO and the people who were there with me on that day, among them Aaron, who introduced me to the group, I was tongue-tied and I did not know what to do. But I've been talking to my colleagues in the office to see how can we handle this. However, you need to know also who is this Britam there for. Britam locally is owned, about 40% is owned locally, and over 51% is owned by strategic partners. When you are asked who is Britam, tell them that it is owned locally, about 40%. And we have strategic partners. One of them is Afric Invest. Afric Invest owns Britam 19.5%, and it is a consortium of Germany, France, and Netherlands. They own Britam 19.5%. Then we have Swiss Re. They own Britam 15.8%. Swiss Re is the biggest reinsurance company in the world. We are also owned by NSSF, 15.8%. It's the only local strategic partner with 15.8%. Then we are also owned by the World Bank through IFC, 8.9%. I hope I'm clear. Yeah, those are the strategic partners who own Britam. And of course, we give different financial services solutions. From education plan, I know your CEO was very concerned about the saving of the group. And that is something we shall talk about later someday. Today, we have a very different reason for why we are here. But again, it is important to know that we offer insurance business, we offer banking, we offer property, we offer asset management. When we are talking about insurance businesses, we are talking about education for your children, your retirement packages. Most of you probably you are not employed. I heard one of the survivor there saying she's not employed, she's on her own, and I know most of you are doing your own businesses. Yes, we can offer the platform for your saving, for your beneficiaries tomorrow, and even for your future. Who said there is anywhere you're going? You have a life to face, and you have a life to face when you are solid financially. Now I want to talk about, I move to why I came here. Now, as I said, my name is Lucy Karuana Muchira. I'm a financial advisor in Britam, and I'm also a unit manager in Britam. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my singular honor and privilege to be able to join you today. Indeed, health is wealth. Indeed, health is wealth, and that is why we gathered today to commemorate the launch of joint efforts towards supporting people living with thyroid disorders. It is not an easy journey, but it is a very worthwhile one. I wish to extend my sincere gratitude to the leadership of this noble idea. As a professional with background in insurance and risk coverage, I have the duty to shed some light today on possible solutions you as the membership can explore to ensure you get affordable, reliable, and convenient health care. First of all, allow me to mention that underlying conditions are not what the insurance company would typically jump at. The risks are too high. What do I mean by that? There is no insurance company in the world that will take a risk that is known. Insurance companies, their purpose is to take a risk that is not known so that they can take care of it when it actually happens. That's what I mean. The risks are too high. However, over the last few months, I have been exploring solutions to this big need in our market because we have different people who have been asking, what is this that can be done with patients who have existing conditions? It's not thyroid alone. We have a lot of people who are suffering out there. They have existing conditions, but today we are just addressing thyroid. it is this very solution that I present to you today. One, subscription membership. Subscription membership. How does this work? As members, you pool funds and then buy an annual membership with a pre-qualified affordable provider. This provider will then guarantee a routine lab tests. I'm told you have a lot of lab tests to be done, so a routine lab tests, routine tensions, or personal general practitioner visits. Medication up to a certain amount, and thereafter discounted rates. By extension, you'll also get unlimited X-rays, ultrasounds. More benefits include nurse visits, home labs visits, home doctor visits, and medication delivery. I have calculated the premiums, and that would require at least 50,000 per person per year. I am told some of the visits that you make, they are costing you about 15,000. So the 50,000 per year on this particular first option would cost you about 50,000 per year per person. Then you have unlimited lab tests all throughout the year. Alternatively, ladies and gentlemen, is to use your numbers countrywide to negotiate for a medical cover with the Britam, but whose premium will be dependent on higher number membership being free of the condition to buffer the risk. What do I mean by that? Assuming you came a number of like 2,000 people or 3,000 people, and I talked to your CEO together with Alan, and I said, the people who have thyroid is not Nairobi alone. There are so many people all over, the counties who need to be reached out. Now, this foundation needs to have people who are survivors and who are not. A lot of education needs to be done so that the registration can amount of those who have not and those who have. That way, you can negotiate a medical cover with a bigger number not having the condition so that they can buffer the cost. They can take care of the cost for those who have it. Therefore, when that happens, each member will be given a medical card that can be used to identify themselves when they walk into a clinic. As I close, allow me to share with us of Maxim Lager. The most important thing is to keep going. The second most important thing is to choose the right direction. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe this is the step in the right direction. This foundation will help millions of people after us. Let us not relent. Asante and God bless.
Another round of applause for Miss Lucy. So before I call the next speaker, because he has an urgent appointment, for those asking for the washrooms, the gents is on your left, my right, and the women's is on this side. So for now, I would like to call Dr. Katambo to make his presentation.
So thank you so much. My name is Dr. Daniel Katambo. I'm a consultant physician and a lifestyle specialist. So just a little bit about myself. So I schooled here in 2006, finished in 2007. And then I worked here for a few more years before I left the country to a place called Bermuda and UK and the US for a while. And then when I was there, I dealt with a lot of chronic diseases, and it involved mainly diabetes and obesity. As we all know, that is key. But as my fellow doctors mentioned to you,
There is no way you're going to talk about overweight. You're going to talk about diabetes, and then you don't talk about other autoimmune diseases. I remember very well when I was doing my master's outside the country, I failed my exam 3 times, clinical exam, and the last 3 exam, the one that I failed was actually on thyroid. I was presented a patient with thyroid eye disease, and I had to know a whole lot because that's a whole specialty by itself, even in endocrinology. So it is quite deep, and it's really associated with what I do. But as Dr. Jenga mentioned to you, the disease itself as compared to what we learn in school is really not quite covered in our syllabuses. And even out there, when you are an endocrinologist, you end up treating 90 to 95% diabetes. So we find ourselves doing more diabetes. And then now when I was there, the specialty for lifestyle change again cropped up. So we've realized in the last few years that type 2 diabetes can actually be put into remission. So in the last 5 to 6 years, I've dedicated my time, a lot of time in lifestyle change. The reason why I'm here today is because of one of my patients who is your colleague today called me to make this presentation. And I even asked her, are you sure you would really want me to do this? And I told her, she told me yes, because this is associated, and especially if you're suffering from hypothyroidism. As Dr. Jenga shared to you, when you have one condition that is called especially hypothyroidism, we always look for its cousin or sister who is around there and is called type 2 diabetes or any other autoimmune condition that we always have to screen it. I will be quite fast with my slides. I have to be somewhere at 2. I didn't know that it will take me time before I make this presentation, but I hope I will cover as much. So these slides, I went through them yesterday. I tried as much as possible to delink myself from what I do to focus more on weight, because especially as I say, this condition called hypo, especially hypo, is more associated with weight, and lifestyle change is really important. Now, in as much as I do that, I still do a lot of endocrine patients. Yesterday, I was covering a colleague of mine who is away out of the country, and I met a Maasai lady who presented to the clinic, and she suffered from type 2 diabetes, and she was brought in by the husband. And the husband said, diabetes imemshinda? Imemshinda kabisa. Sijui tutafanya nini? Imekataa kabisa. So I looked at her, and she had the classic symptoms of hyperthyroidism. Her vessels were bulging out. If it's not really well controlled, you can actually see it physically. You can see the heart beating on the vessels on the neck. And the heart, you just touch like this, is like boop, boop. And you listen to every other organ, as Dr. was saying, she's moody, she's making noise. It all makes sense. When I did the thyroid function test, they were all on the roof. So we have to admit her and then just keep her under control. So you can never escape. As long as you're doing any of these conditions, you will never, ever, ever escape endocrine disorder. So I will be quick. As I said, I will not bore you, but we know lifestyle diseases are actually on the rise, and it's because of how we, I always tell Jenga that at this moment, I remove myself from being a doctor to being in the population. Why? Because I talk about food. Food is the main problem when it comes to lifestyle diseases, because it's a lifestyle, and lifestyle is associated with what? Food. We finish here, we're about to go for lunch. I don't like giving this talk before lunch, but I've been given before lunch. So don't fear your lunch. Just go ahead and eat your lunch. But we know that lifestyle diseases actually increase with, which one is a pointer? This one? Yes. the lifestyle diseases tend to increase with time. And unfortunately, as these things, as you continue gaining weight, we see things like diabetes, things like other obesity, and all those complications that are associated with it creeping in slowly by slowly. Now, this is a very interesting study, that eating processed food in itself, even for 2 weeks, is associated with weight gain. But the most important thing is to realize is Africa. I don't know whether you can see Africa down here in green. Even though we are not consuming a lot of processed food like the West, we are increasing. The West, they have realized the problem. They are up there, but their curves are coming what? They are coming down. So this is our problem. And that's why diabetes and obesity and other diseases. Did I go up or down? Yes. And this is, you've seen KFCs are coming up, McDonald's are coming up. I'm sorry if you work there. The other fast foods are coming up. This study involved just 14 days. If you consumed processed food just for 14 days, you gained maybe a kg or 2. As opposed to ile tu kukula tu natural food yenye tuko nayo Africa, hapa to Africa, which is natural, not processed, not added to anything. So be careful when you're visiting those areas that you call. Now, what happens? Over years, how many of you remember your weight when you are in Form 4 and campus? That is the likely, especially after campus, just before you get married, pesa zimeanza kuingia, umenunua kagari. That is the time that lifestyle starts to change, and it changes either to the good for those who know, but most of the time, so many kwa bidii sana mtapata kazi, si ndio? Then when you get work, what happens? You forget that food could be the problem. And that starts the process. You start consuming a lot of foods with glucose. You release insulin, you gain weight. Fat accumulates fast in your pancreas, in your liver, and in your what? In your pancreas, and will lead you to diagnosis of type 2 diabetes. And at this point, I must say that at point, you could be thin and we still diagnose you with type 2 diabetes. You could be, at maybe 36 BMI, which I will not really take too much time to explain. But the other thing that you need to know is that fat accumulation. This is a normal person without a lot of fat accumulation in the abdomen. Now, after many years, look at the white stuff here. Even you can see, you can't even see the liver. The liver is almost all covered. You can see the white stuff has increased. This is after campus. This is 5, 6, 7 years after the campus. And actually we see this on MRIs or CT scans. When you do them, they can actually be seen. So, and we can tell. However, we also know that if you lose weight, you can prevent all these conditions. So we know that if you lose weight, that fat goes away. So prevention is really key. It's really important for you to work on your prevention, because if you lose weight, then all these problems disappear. So which is the best way to sustain? Normal BMI. Always aim for a normal BMI and you're good, because you can actually reverse those conditions quite well. But we have so many methods we can reverse those conditions. But as long as your sugar is low, your insulin is low, you will lose weight, you will lose fat here, you will lose fat here, and you will actually put the condition in a reversal. And this is a patient that has become a problem. And our friends here in insurance are finding a problem. I have now a clinic that I run, and I have patients who are in remission for 2 years. Do they have a chronic condition? We don't know, because these are new patients. You see them, their HbA, their sugars were really high, and now their sugars are normal for the last 3 years. When they go for insurance, are they still suffering from the same? Now remember, you can reverse the same process that you went through. So if you continue eating, if you were eating processed food, then you lose the weight, and then you go back to the processed, so you just become like understand that if you move from one place to the other, you got to find a way of sticking there and talking to your clinicians and making sure that you follow up what they tell you, or you can also swing to the other side. So it's very possible to be swinging in between remission and reversal. You're just in there. So it's important. Now, I'll not bore you with the next slide, but this slide is really important. You know why? You've always, and Musini Chape, because I'm very brief, you've always been told that low fat is good. When you go to the supermarkets, what do you find? You find food written what? Low fat, Sindio? And that's what you go for. And then you go to the next aisle, you find low what? Low cholesterol. And that's what you buy, Sindio? Now, according to any studies, and I challenge any clinician here to get you any study that has shown you that low fat is good. None is. In fact, the reason why we are all gaining weight in this country is because we are eating food without fats. Yes. That is the reason why we are doing that. And we are missing the point. We are actually consuming a lot of carbohydrates, and I'll show you how that happens. It's really important, whether you have hypothyroidism, whether you have any chronic disease there, limit the amount of carbohydrate you take, increase the amount of animal fat and dairy fat. Very good for you. I might not have time to go through everything, but studies are there. This is one of the studies. This is what I all do in my clinic. You come, we talk. My work is to eliminate drugs. Look at how I eliminate insulin. First of all, this drug here is insulin, this first one here. Within 3 weeks, if, for example, you're taking one banana every day, which is about 6 teaspoons of sugar, and then you're diabetic. So what happens? You run for insulin, right? Because fruits, you are told fruits are good, Cindy. And then when you eat fruits, a bowl full of fruits is what? It's about 20 teaspoons of sugar. And there you are, you're diabetic. So you run for your insulin. But if you just stopped that, then I will stop your insulin. There are newer drugs that are called SGL2 inhibitors, these ones. One tablet costs about 130, 80 ukipata kwa market vizuri. That's the next group of drugs that I take out because they are not needed. They actually make you, what these drugs do, somebody tells you go and eat one chapati, which is 14 teaspoons of sugar, all right? And then tells you, if the sugar now is half, I'll give you this drug that goes to the kidney and makes you pee the sugar. That's exactly the work of SGL2 inhibitors. We are still having a lot of fights with the cardiologists and some endocrinologists. We're still fighting. But the truth of the matter is that is what happens. If you wake up in the morning and you eat 2 eggs, which is 0 sugar, 0 cholesterol serum raising every day, all right? That gives you nothing, all right? Your sugar is controlled, you eat it with your vegetables. You wake up in the morning, you eat chai na unaongeza nini? Viazi ama mkate. 1 slice of bread is 4 teaspoons of sugar. So, if you consume 3, you are at where? 9 or 12, sindio? And then unakimbilia dawa. It can't work, and that is the same thing. So it's quite easy for us to eliminate drug, and this is what we call a waterfall effect, and we see it in all people that change lifestyle the correct way. Sawa. Then I was privileged to do a very good study, and we wrote on how to eliminate drugs on patients who have started lifestyle change. Please listen. This slide, don't go home if you're diabetic and eliminate things if you are not under a physician watch, because the drugs you're taking can finish you within 2 hours. If you're on insulin, there's a way we taper the drugs. If you're on other SGL2 inhibitors, there's a way we taper the drugs. So do not, please do not, and I repeat again, because I have lost patients because of this. Our relatives comes to the clinic and they go and advise who? Another relative who is on insulin. So that situation results in a catastrophic effect. So please, please don't. The practice of this is very easy. You've seen it on newspapers. You've seen people saying, oh, intermittent fasting, but people don't know it. You fast for 20 hours and then you finish with a chapati. Or you fast for 20 hours and then you finish with a bowl full of fruits or so whatever you are finishing. So we are still very far. I think we are still somewhere here. There is new practice. Things are changing. We have to change a lot. I want to show you the pictures because this is, as somebody says, is all personalized. In Kenya, the environment is still very, very, somewhere here. But I always say, if you are in such a situation and you are a clinician, I can catch like 40 people here. And within 10, 15 minutes, you can change their life, okay? And we've seen this work, even for insurance companies. We've seen that we are saving them a lot of money. Now, I want you to look at these foods and don't eat them, okay? One maembe is how many cubes of sugar? How many? 14, sindio? So now, assuming you are diabetic, now upime sukari ni, for those of you who don't know, the normal sugar is about 4 to 7. So just around there. That's what we are aiming for. Are we going to take maembe for lunch? Yes? Are we? Are we going to take a pear? A pear is how many? Are we going to now put maembe, pears, and ndizi pamoja, and then we blend them? But that's what we do. Sindio? Yeah. Last year or 2 years ago when COVID was high, what did the minister tell us? Eat what? Eat fruits for what? Nilikata nimwambie tu si uninvite nikuambie tu kitu kidogo, lakini wagonjwa walikuja. Sasa wale wenye walikuwa na sukari ilikuwa normal, ikaenda wapi? Yeah, because this information not everybody has it. And an orange has how many? 5. Na hizo hii ni ile yenye imenona vizuri. Now a chapati has how many? And this is a simple chapati. This is chapati like 70 grams. On average, Kenyans eat a chapati that is 140 grams or something. And then uji. Hii ni uji gani? Is this not healthy uji? Sindio? This is what we always go for. Iko na vijiko ngapi ya sukari? So if you're struggling from weight, if you're struggling from hypothyroidism, if you're struggling from, drugs umetumia nyingi, asubuhi utakunywa uji. Na ya white? Na ya white iko na ngapi? So what's the difference? What's the difference? The difference is what? 2.5. Sasa unasema mimi nakulanga vitu ya brown. Vitu ya brown ni mzuri, niliambiwa ni mzuri. As you see, there's no much difference between brown and what? White. So be careful. Ati nilikula ndoma. Na ugali, wase kutoka Western. Don't kill the messenger. I'm just passing the message. Umai kusikia ile, whatever you do to this information is up to you. So just digest the information. Wewe ukienda nyumbani, decide how much ugali you are eating. Sawa? Sawa. Na mchele? So you have to be really careful. Pasta,
mkate na hii ni slice kidogo. Beans, legumes, remember very well, legumes, beans, cocoa, njahi, they are not proteins. I don't know where that meat came from. They are all carbohydrates. Okay, you have to remember that. So when you eat beans, your sugar will raise as long as you've taken a lot of them. And if you're diabetic, be very careful eating githeri. And people from Central also wanaongeza nini? Viazi. Yams, again, another disaster. So you have to be really careful when it comes to these things. Now, the good thing is I would have talked to you about this, but the book I'm showing you, I'm just about to release a Kenyan version of this book. And as you can see, such a small ugali with omena and mboga, I'm sorry, this is not clear, has how many teaspoons of sugar? This is about 13. And this will have 1, 2, 3, 21 plus 2, that will have about 24. And this that is common, will give you about 42 or 43 teaspoons of sugar. And then you come to me 3 years down the line that you're obese. Of course, if your meal is 43 teaspoons of sugar, where do you think your body is taking them to? Yeah. Anyway, there are so many ways we look at this, but the one thing you need to remember, this is a problem. Proteins, fats, and other electrolytes have never been the problem. And yet we tend to consume that. Let me not bore you with this. But for diabetics, look at somebody who is eating something that has high carbohydrate. In the morning, you wake up, you eat brown bread and I don't know, chocolates or something. Your sugar shoots up and everything just goes haywire. You even go low. Unakuwa tu na mashida hapa. But if you eat these are eggs and I think this is kuku or something. Look at how your sugar becomes and how you control your sugars vizuri. So it's very important. When I tell you this and this have the same amount of carbohydrates, you will not believe. But this is what we go for. This one. In what is that place called? Burger King. Yes. So you really need to be careful on what you do. And these are some of the things that you can do and you can start adjusting. Ugali hata hii ni kidogo sana. Si ndio? So what you do, just eliminate the kaugali and remain with a plate that looks like that. Now, remember again, if you are diabetic, whether type 1, type 2, please don't do this without seeing your doctor. Sasawa, don't advise this to any patient. There is a way we regulate how those drugs are eliminated and how you start. Please don't, okay? It is possible to do this. These are my meals, actually. These are my real-time meals at home. So I will not go through them again due to time. Those are things that drugs around the world. Sorry? My what? No. It's just elimination of that. You will allow me, I have to leave. I run a diabetes reversal program in the country, the first in the country. And I just want you to show you the success rates. I'm really sorry. I did a study in 2013. These are the problems patients improved on. So blood pressure, diabetes, erectile dysfunction, gout issues. People keep telling me, oh, naambiwa tukule nyama di gout. Show me anyone who has gotten hyperuricemia and they're eating the reduced or low carb diet. There isn't. In fact, it cures it. So we've seen fatty liver improvement. And the most important thing, especially for insurance guys, because they keep telling us pesa, we saved around 50 pounds. I mean, $500 for every patient who came to our clinic. This was in Bermuda, and we also did it in the UK. I did a pilot here in Kenya, Nairobi Hospital and Diabetic Management Information Center.
and it was disrupted by the COVID. But in Kenya, we also proved the same, but I couldn't analyze because the study was really disrupted by the same. So yes, it works. That's one of my patient. That is him when he came in the program 2019. He reduced weight. He was on those medications. He stopped them. Everything by 1 year. He got off. This lady was just happy. And how we just started with her, we started with her during the height of COVID. So we couldn't do the program. We did online consultation and she did very well. We've seen so many positive remarks. I am, as many people have said, creating awareness on healthcare professionals. So I also train healthcare professionals on the same. So don't go telling healthcare professionals that, oh, nimeambiwa hiyo ni mbaya, ni mbaya. No. That is all what we read in school. It's only that science has a little bit changed, and that's why we are here. We are trying to spread this across. I think we are only right now in Kenya, maybe 2 people doing this. In South Africa, there's a professor doing it. And in Africa, there isn't. So we have been tagging along. I think Congo, now we have a professor there we have recruited. Tanzania, we're looking for somebody. Here in Kenya, we have a Center for Excellence, and it's our hope that we can reach as many physicians, doctors, and patients as possible so that we start changing. Now, look at this clinic in the UK. I want you to look at baseline weight before 23 months. How much was it? And mwisho kumaliza walikuwa na ngapi? And this is average, just sitting down within 15 minutes with the patient and advising them. You can see HbA1c is that test that we check for your blood glucose control within the last 3 months. And you can see just by lowering that, what happened? They lowered the HbA1c to normal, 6.5. Okay? And the rest of the things just improved. At this point, everybody was diabetic. Okay? No one was at remission. But at 23 months, how many people are in remission? 46% remission. So by you changing on how you eat, half of us will actually stop medication completely and just go into remission. Okay? So yes, in the UK, this one I just wanted to show you. Now this is in the US, this is Malaysia. Yeah. Any questions? Yes. Yes. You can eat 2 to 3 eggs in a day, full. Yes. Sorry? Sharing my slide. I avoid sharing my slides with patients because I'm always misquoted, and then you share them with somebody else who goes and starts to eliminate things the way I've talked about there, and then now I lose a patient, and that's not my intention. This is all for creation of awareness so that you know, and then you can follow you up. So please, Dr. Online, don't share my slides. Yes. Sorry? Oh. Hakuna contact zangu hapa. Okay. Yeah. 0748 0748 59 50 58. That's my work contact. It comes directly to me. If it's not picked, my secretary will pick it. I run a clinic at Fortis. Mercy she's been there, and that's the reason why I'm here. She just told me that what I do, everybody needs to do. So I just told her, okay, let me just come and see if I can change something. Anyone else? 0748 59 50 58. Yes. Msinipigie saa hizi. Yes.
I'm just asking that, what time are we supposed to take carbohydrates? Because we are told to have the 3 of them. So it's like many of them have been cancelled. So can somebody have carbs and still be safe?
Yeah. So again, remember, this is a general comment. Again, these things are very, very personalized. It depends on an individual and what are your goals and what you want to achieve. But the general rule, it's just like saying 1 + 1 is what? 2. No one needs fruits and carbohydrates to exist. Neil. So when you ask me time.
So carbs, we eliminate the carbs from our meals.
You see now, this is exactly what I say. Don't quote me. Did I say that? All I'm saying is very individualized, and depending on what you want to achieve, yes, you can eliminate the carbohydrates. You can go back to them after 1 year. You can go back to them after 2 weeks. You can do whatever you want to do. I use them, I eliminate them. Somebody loses weight, I reintroduce them slowly. It all depends on what you want to achieve. But scientifically speaking, we need 0 carbohydrates and fruits to exist.
Ladies and gentlemen, ndio musianze kutuangalia vibaya. No, it's lunchtime, eh? So I'll only give 3 people a chance to ask questions. My CEO is telling me 1. I follow instructions, so I'll give 1. Thank you.
Daktari, good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon.
Sasa hapo pa ugali hapo pa ugali numeweka kaukali katoko hapo kuna mtu amesikia uchungu. Now, Daktari, the bigger percentage, actually the staple food in Kenya is ugali.
I agree.
Na hiyo ugali tunaikula ile design ya usiku, amka chemsha, asubuhi weka kwa tumbo na ukanyange nje. But you see, they say knowledge is power. It is when we are learning. And we are grateful for bringing in this information. Now, out of concern, when you talk about fats, out of concern, it's only yesterday I saw a clip on Facebook that's Kenya Bureau Standards have pulled out like 10 brands. Sindio, true or false, right? Substandard oil. Na ni zile mafuta ziko jikoni jamini. So, how do we, na hizo zimeandikwa low cholesterol. Sini ukweli? Sasa, daktari, do we boil our food? What do we do? Do we, what do we do?
A very good question, thank you. One, regarding ugali, I know these things are very personal, especially if you come from Western or some place. So, but remember what I said. This thing has to be personalized. What do you want to achieve? Am I reducing my ugali because I want to treat myself of diabetes? Do I want to come off insulin and remain with one drug? Do I want to just lose weight? Is it just because I have had daktari talk, so it is good to reduce this? So people will have different reasons. So we cannot generalize. But the truth of the matter is ugali has a lot of what? Sugar. So you really need to be careful. The more ugali you eat, the more the weight you gain. And nyama choma is not as bad as you think. The ugali is a problem. Now, when it comes to fats, I must say there are good fats and there are what? Bad fats. So yes, in as much as I will say you can consume fats, I'm not saying again you go and consume. It's just like sausage. Nimesema you can eat your pork, but you cannot eat what? Too many sausages because they are processed. All right. So the same thing happens when it comes to fats. You can eat natural fat anytime. Kuku na ngozi yake, usitoe ngozi. Sasa ukitoa ngozi ina make sense gani? Unakula na ngozi yake. Sasa sawa, hiyo ni mzuri. Alafu usiongeze ile ya juu. Sitaki kusema mabrands kama watu wanafanya hapa kazi, but the truth of the matter is hizo maelianto, bidiko nini, they are highly hydrogenated, and that's actually the problem. So if you can keep the meat and its fat, ukienda kuitisha kwa butchery, usiseme wachote chote hiyo mafuta. Uchukua hiyo and then uende upikie hiyo. Alafu ikikuwa nyingi, uchote hiyo mafuta ndio unapikia vitu zingine. If you can have ghee, lard, you can have avocado. If you can just buy the olives and squeeze the olive oil, even better for you. But now when somebody does that for you, they come and bring them very expensively to you. Like olive oil is so expensive. And yet when you just get the olives and squeeze it, they're supposed to be cheap. So regarding KEBS pulling, they pulled also UNGA. Was it 11 companies? So we need our government or policies that protects us and make sure that they run the correct set tests in these shelves and we get the right foods. So we can always say that kuku ni mzuri. I've said kuku ni mzuri, we can eat it. But is the one that in the shelf mzuri? Only KEBS can answer that, because some of those sijui zinawekwa, zinapampiwa antibiotics, what zina grow within 3 weeks. So I'm not too sure whether that meat is good. Even me personally, the chemicals they use, I have not read them in my nutrition world for 5 years, 6 years now. So we just need KEBS to protect us in that regard. So we can eat meat, we can eat healthy fats, we can eat vegetables, but vegetables zingine tumesikia zinatoka wapi? Sewerage, zingine sijui ziko na mercury, but sukuma wiki is a good thing. Now when it comes to, is it a good thing or a bad thing in this sukuma? That we just need, all of us, if we do the right thing. Ukipanda mboga ndio yule mwenzako akule, are you doing the right thing? Or are you pandaing too because mimi nataka kutengeneza pesa? So if we change that as a people, we are going to go far. All right, thank you.
So thank you very much, Daktari. I'm not sure if we'll have people to eat our food after this presentation, I'm afraid. But I know what wako na njaa. So give back the mic to the MC to tell us what to do next. Thank you very much, Daktari.
So we'll go for a break, but because of time, only 30 minutes. Where you guys did registration, that's where the food will be. And then again, for the restrooms, the gents are on this side and the females are on this side. And then one of our sponsors is also here. They have a table outside, Kombucha. You can learn more about their products. They even have products for sale. And so you guys can check them out. So 30 minutes time. So like 2:30, we'll be back. lost their glasses. Diana Mwango and Rebecca Wambugu, are you here? So let's begin. We will start with the thyroid champion, Miss Rihanna. She'll speak first. And then from there, we will go on to Mr. David. And then from there, we'll hear from other champions. So let's give a warm welcome to Miss Rihanna.
Asante. My name is Rihanna Mohammed. I'm 44. And I'm a patient. I'm a hypo patient. I'm still going through treatment, but I just want to give a very brief description of how this thing starts, and also to encourage us in this group. When mine started, I was generally a very small-bodied person. I'm a mother of 4 boys. And I started noticing a lot of weight. And my friends would say, mama vijana, usijali. Ukifika 4th floor, uko hivyo ndio inakuanga. So I was comfortable because it was 4th floor and that's how it is. But of course, it seemed not right, Again, I'm generally a very active person. You can understand 4 boys. So all of a sudden, I was always very tired, angry, really angry. And the husband told me, ni mimi, I'm the problem, mimi. And I used to think it's him who's making me angry, but I was very angry. I had a lot of anger issues that turned into depression. I was actually misdiagnosed quite a number of times. I was put on antidepressants. And the husband still told me, usijali, I'll hold your hand. Don't worry, you will go through this depression together. But it's until I was put on antidepressants that I thought it can't be me. I'm a very lively person. I'm very outgoing, the kind of person that I am. And I was wondering, at what point do you get depressed? I mean, life was not that hard. And I took the medication for a week And I said, it cannot be me. It can't be that I'm depressed. So I actually flushed them in the toilet because I knew it wasn't me. And deep down, I knew I was misdiagnosed. So I went to our most famous doctor, Google. And I keyed in my symptoms. And by this time, I had seen every doctor that I possibly could. And, initially it was, there's so many things, misdiagnosis. I think the breaking point was I once collapsed at the office and I had to be rushed to hospital. They didn't find anything, but I refused to leave that hospital. And that day I said, you must test me for everything. You must test me for my liver, my kidney, my total blood count, my heart, HIV, name it. Or perhaps even effects of COVID. We'd just gotten out of COVID. And I had COVID. So I insisted and I got tested and hypo. I'm on medication and I'm happy. It's progress. I think the husband is more happy. There's no much anger towards him, but that's not what I'd like to focus on today. Much as I am a hypothyroid patient, I am a caregiver to a hyperthyroid son. Very severe. So before I tell you about him, I'd just like him to come and say his name. He's a bit shy. We're leaving right now for hospital, but he'll introduce himself and say a bit about him.
Good afternoon, people. My name is Iyad Fahid. Okay, my journey started at the beginning of the year. I was feeling off. I was tired and I was generally weak. Okay, I'm normally a footballer, so I'm very fit. So I would play a game of 90 minutes and won't feel that tired. But then in the beginning of the year, I started feeling like I would play for 10 minutes and I would sweat. And so I just said, maybe it's a stress of school, maybe. So I just took it lightly and I continued my life. And something about me, I'm not really a person to complain, and especially with my parents. I don't like telling them that I'm sick and everything because, also mom was sick before me and I used to feel a bit bad. So if I tell her that I'm sick, it would give her more worries, and I didn't want that, so I avoided it. So fast forward to March, I really got sick in school. I used to get so sick, my head, I used to have headaches, but then my headaches only used to happen on my left side of my head. So I went for scans I went for the CT scan was okay. Then I went to check my eyes, and my left eye had a problem. So I wore specs, but I don't wear them anymore since I feel a bit better. And then, so in school, when I used to get sick, I just used to go to the sanatorium and they do for me blood work, and they say I have an infection, either bacterial or viral. So every 2 weeks, I have an infection. Every 2 weeks, I have an infection. And then, so it reached a point where my blood pressure went up. So I used to record values of 170. I know, yeah, 170 over 100, 170 over 110. I used to, my heart used to beat, it used to pump so fast that you would see my pulse rate through my skin. So I was so sick that now I started, I would shake, I would have these tremors, and my tremors weren't small. So in school, I'm in a school whereby drugs happen in school. So my teachers and some of my friends would say that I use drugs. And of course, knowing myself, I know myself, sometimes you know yourself and you tell yourself that you can't use those drugs because not because you can't, but because the way to you see them and it's how they're spoiling for, So me, I knew that wouldn't be possible. So I used to shake such that, especially when I would be called in front of the class and come and write something on the board, I would shake until I couldn't hold the pen. And then so now my teachers, more specifically, I used to have a teacher who didn't used to like me so much. So he used to insist on the fact that I take drugs. And this is a point where I tell him I don't take drugs, and then he starts complaining. Then now we start verbally fighting, and then he tells me to go to the principal's office. So now after that, then my other sign was I used to switch off my head, whereby I would be sitting like in a meeting, like a class meeting, or and all of a sudden I would just sleep. I would just switch off and sleep. And for me it wasn't on purpose. You could even count like to 5 and I would just sleep. I would sleep. And so now of course that time my mom and my dad didn't know. So now we stopped parent meetings, parent teacher meeting, and then all the teachers to complain that I sleep in class every time. I would just sleep. So my parents, of course, as a normal parent, you get a bit angry and tell your kid not to be sleeping too much. So and then after that, we had a meeting in the hall, and I just auditorium like this, and so that meeting is supposed to sit next to your parent. So when they were talking, I would just sleep, and I sleep, and when I sleep, my head would just go and fall down. And then mom here used to wake me up and tell me, stop sleeping, this is important. I say, okay. 3 seconds, I'm back. And she was wondering, what the hell is the problem? Huh? Enough. So I got so sick that now I went for a test. The first time I did the test, my TH3 was at 100 and my TH4 was also at 100. So now my doctor, Dr. Ngugi, told me that I should sit home for a while. I stopped school. I came home, I remember I came on 24th of June. So since 24th of June till to date, unfortunately, I haven't been in school. But now, so I was on medication, I started on carbimazole. And then as I was on my carbimazole, my sugar spiked. So I used to record my sugars, like how like you can take like a test before food and after food. So before food, it shouldn't be that high because normally it's supposed to be after food that's higher. So before food, I used to record 18 as my sugars, and normal value is supposed to be like 4 to 7 or 8. So I used to record 18 and then 17, 19. So I was put on insulin. It's called the name. I was put on insulin, but knowing me, I don't like injections. So sometimes when I'm not looking, I would sneak and I stop and I will stop the injection because I don't like injecting myself. It's very painful. Yeah. So when I was at home, I started coming down from 100 I came down to 80, 70, and then about 1 month ago I was on 28. So we're planning for my surgery, but then I got sick again, and my values went from 28 to 119. So it went up again. So the doctor didn't know what was happening, so they changed the brand of my medication. So in fact, even today I'm supposed to go do another test, but for me, I was really looking and I was excited that I was on 28. I'm ready for surgery. I get done with it and I go back to school. I wasn't now. Of course, you can't avoid it, but it happens. So I just need to and I just embrace it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Iyad has given a summary of his experience. He's gone through really crazy times. You can imagine a boy of 17. He has had blood pressures of up to 186, had palpitations of 110. He has almost had his heart stop a few times. He's gotten into attacks. He's had a storm once. So it's been challenging, but I think on the bright side, since he's really on the bright side, I think what we want to talk about today is there is treatment for all these things, and we must seek. But importantly for me is we must be able to pick the very small. I think thyroid is very different. You don't wake up one day, you have a cough and you think, okay, it could be TB, or you have a tonsil and you immediately know. Some of the things that the patient goes through are so silent that we must listen to them, we must see them, and especially for much younger, because for us, the adults, we know our bodies, we know when something isn't right. But some of the things that made it even worse for Iyad is while he was in school, like he says, very many times he was flagged as being drugs. Actually, it was said 3 times I had to take him for a drug test, because even I was thinking, it could be anything. And you're telling me, Mom, I can never do drugs, but so I did take him for a drug test because it seemed unreal. This boy loses concentration at a span of 5 minutes and completely switches off totally. So there is hope. We must be able to read these symptoms. We must seek out to see. And the one thing that I also want to mention, it's a bit unique. Of course, he's going through treatment. He's had extreme lows, really lows. And as he said, the last time we checked when we were ready, we had seen the surgeon, we were going in for surgery, things looked up. He's been out of school for 6 months. He goes to a boarding school. He'll have to repeat the year. So he also really wants to get over with this until, you go do a test and you're back. You're actually not back to where you are. You are worse than he was worse than he ever has been. That's actually the time he got into the storm, So it's good to engage. I think what I learned with our doctor is every time we have a small cough, Daktari, every time he would turn, he turns dark, his skin completely turns. And the doctors must know. Because the other thing about hyperthyroidism, at least from our experience, is so many things come up. So many things, and it's a malfunction. As you all are aware by now, it's an autoimmune disease. And therefore, your body continues to even eat itself in other areas. As we speak, he's stage 2 hypertensive. He's on heart medication. And the newest kid on the block, the diabetes now for insulin. All these things are expected. But and therefore there is need to see a specialist, because the misdiagnosis, with all due respect to a GP or just any other doctor, is they don't pick these things. It's autoimmune, so we must be able to work so hard to find the right doctor to see, so that these small things are picked. Remember, one thing can be very detrimental. If you're going to record a heart rate of 110, it can stop, well, that had nothing to do with the thyroid, for example. If your blood pressure is hitting 180 over 110, so I'd encourage us to see the right doctors. But I also know that there is so much hope. We hope that after today, we start to look up and go for this surgery, and we can go back to playing football, and there is hope. I think there is hope, and this whole awareness, and we are very grateful to the organizers of this, because we get to talk about it and to know what is ailing us and pick it up from there. So thank you, and I wish all of you the very best in this journey as patients, survivors, caregivers. We soldier on, and it's all going to be well. Thank you.
So, good afternoon, everyone. So, my name is Alan Mutweri. I'm hypo, previously hyper. That's a bit confusing, I know. I'm hypo, previously hyper. And my journey started in 2019. That's when I was diagnosed hyper. And before then, I walked into every other hospital trying to look for solution, because I would wake up in the morning with my stomach blocked. I would sweat while seated, palpitations, tremors, and feeling tired. I actually remember one time, I like going for holidays in December, and we had to postpone a holiday, but we had even booked a flight because I could not even lift my, my leg to wear a shoe. I was tired from head to toe. And at some point I lost hope. And until one day, I met, one day I descended, because now I didn't see, I could not see the light at the end of the tunnel. After going to every other hospital, being treated for infection, typhoid, malaria, every other disease, mentioned them. And still, even after taking the medicine, I could not feel relief. So at some point I lost hope, and I decided now, since I did not know what is happening with me, I was 96 kgs by that time. Then my weight dropped to 56, from 96 to 56. And every time I would meet a friend, ananiuliza, Alan, nini mbaya? Hata mimi mwenyewe sijui ni nini mbaya. So I have nothing to answer them. Naambia hata mimi sijui. I was tested for every other disease, AIDS, cancer, all of them, and they were coming negative. But funny enough, they could always see an infection in my blood. So I don't know how that, maybe the doctors here can tell us why they see infection in thyroid disease patients, because I'm sure the story is the same for everyone here, right? So one day, I called my wife, who is here. I told her, now, I think my days in this world is coming to an end. And she told me, it's not over until it's over. Awendi, akaniambia, alikataa na mimi. Awendi, nikamwambia mimi, I think it's over. Then, and I'm not going to go to the hospital anymore. So she told me, please try this one time round. Even at some point, she became a traditional doctor, trying to look for a solution for me. Yes. So I have a traditional doctor at home, because she would go to the market, buy, those traditional things, ananikorogea na kunywa asubuhi. So nikitoka, hata mimi sijui nimekunywa nini, but nimekunywa tu, So I decided to go and try to look for a solution the last time. But before then, because I lost hope, and decided to take an insurance cover for my kids. Because I decided, and I said, no, now, sababu sijui ni nini kinaendelea na mwili yangu, na kila mtu ananiuliza, even at home. I met that lady who was speaking here from Britain. And she didn't know I was sick. So I told her I want insurance premium for my 2 children. And I bought the premium, but she didn't know why I was buying it. I actually told her the reason I was buying the premium just the other day when we were meeting her to invite her to this program. So I went to the hospital, and when I got to that hospital, the first thing I told the doctor, nikamwambia, sasa mimi sitoki kwa hii room yako mpaka nijue what is happening with my. She couldn't see. I was tired and given hope. She could actually see it. Then akaniuliza, shinda ni nini? Then she woke up. She stood up, akafunga mlango na akafunga na kufuli. Kanambia, sasa, I'm not seeing any other patient until you tell me what you're feeling, and I'll make sure that I'll get a solution for you. So I took like 30 minutes explaining to her what I was going through. Please, the hypo patient, please, amkeni tu tusikizane. Naona wengine wameanza kufunga macho. I understand you, lakini tuvumiliane. Sawa. So after explaining my story, she asked me, have you been checked for your thyroid function? And I asked her, what is that? So she told me, okay, fine. Let me first book you for lab tests. Then from there, I will explain what's that. So I was booked in for tests, and I went straight after giving my samples. I went straight to the packing. So of course, with the hyper, you sleep, like Yad was saying. You sleep from morning to evening and still feel you want to sleep. So I went to the parking, locked myself in the car, and slept. So because I had told my wife that I've gone to the hospital the last time, and I actually made sure I'm going for the last time. After this, I'm not going to go to any other hospital. Whatever happens, sina ndeni na Mungu, sina ndeni na mtu. So I am clean. I had given up. So I went, slept in the vehicle. From around 10, I woke up at 3. Yes, 3. So by that time, my wife looked for me through all the means she could, but I was not picking my calls. The doctors and the nurses looked for me because my results were out and I'm nowhere to be found. So until at some point, they said, okay, fine, atakuja tu ile time atakuja. They didn't know whether I was sleeping in the car. So when I woke up, it was around 3. So I went back, found that the doctor that I had seen is wanting to close for the shift, so that now the next doctor can come in. So I went quickly in, and she told me, now finally we've known your problem. And I asked, what was it? Now the first thing she mentioned was Graves' disease. So now, so you can imagine. So I asked her, grave, as in grave, kaburi. Then she told me, yes, kaburi. No, can you spell the word, the grave? So ndio nihakikisha kama ni kaburi, eh? Then kaniambia, hey, you are kaburi. Then does that mean I'm dying? She told me, no, you're not. Then why did you call it grave? That's the next question. Why did you call it grave? Because honestly, for someone who has been looking for a solution for 2 years, and then tell them when you've gotten the solution and the solution is a grave disease, hey, my goodness, you can imagine. So of course I was shaking. I didn't know what to do next. So then I didn't want to react funny, of course. I really wanted to wear the brave face. I'm a Meru, and where I come from, we are taught to be brave even when things are not okay. So I really trying to pretend to act brave and things are okay. So she told me that I'm going to give you a first aid kind of treatment. Because I would want with your levels, I would want you to go and see a specialist. So that's the first time I heard of an endocrinologist. Yeah. So I was booked in, and the specialist was available because it was towards December. She had gone for holiday, and then she was available in the following year in February. So that's where now my treatment journey started. Now, you can imagine the lady who was speaking here, Rihanna. I sat with her in the same office. So my desk is like, the way my desk is here, her desk is there. Rihanna is my general manager. So I'm privileged to sit in the same office as the GM. So don't ask me who I am. I could be the secretary, assistant. Assistant GM, yes, something like that. So you can imagine a hypo patient and a hyper patient in the same office. So I am feeling hot. I want to put on the fan or the AC, and she's feeling cold. She wants to switch it off. Yes, she actually had an heater. It's still there? I think so. Yeah, still there. She had a heater in the office. So anytime that heater was put on, I used to walk out because I couldn't stand the heat. You know, sometimes we're in a meeting with other staff and then I'm sleeping and she says, Alan, are you with us? You know, what do you have to say about this? Then I don't know even what they were talking about. I'm completely off. So it was hard time for me, and my lack was because she understood my condition and understood her, and therefore, at least it was not very difficult at home, in the office. Now the problem was at home. My very good wife, a very lovely lady, who is here with us, she's a champion as well because she's a caregiver. Before she understood what I was going on, I think she thought I had someone else somewhere, you know? And like I said, she's actually a traditional doctor because of me. So I appreciate her for that, because were it not for her, because she could wake up very in the morning to make sure that before I go to work, I have those traditional medicine prepared and take. And by that time she was doing that, we were not, I was still not diagnosed. So she was actually even guessing, you know, because I could eat 7 times in a day. 7 times in a day. Na bando nahisi njaa na na lose weight. So she did a lot of work, and for the spouses that are here as caregivers, mnahitaji makofi. Tuwape makofi tafadhali. Because dealing with a thyroid patient as a spouse, you're not sick, you are a caregiver. There are problems that are attached to hypo. There are problems that are attached to hyper. You must understand. Like the doctor was saying, some of these conditions break even marriages. So you can imagine, I'm a husband of 2 kids, of 1 wife and 2 kids. You're a father of 2 kids. So I come from work, very tired for doing nothing. The kids want to pray with the dad, but I'm not available. Siko kabisa. So I'll go straight to the bedroom, lock the bedroom, and sleep. Then they would start asking the mother, Mami, kwani dadi yako wapi? Mami, mbona dadi amejifungia kwa bedroom? And then, as men, we are not irritated by very small things. At some point, I would go sit down, lock myself in the bedroom, and start crying. Why? Because my wife has told me something very small, I get very irritated, na namjibu vibaya. Then after 10 minutes, lakini nimefanya nini? Mbona nimemjibu hivyo? You know, it's not my fault. So I go, I'm saying this because I've never even told her this. I saying this to her. I used to go lock myself in the bedroom, I cry, you know. Meru atulii watu wakituangalia, lakini huwa tunalia by the way. Lakini tunajificha kwanza. So naenda nalia, nikimaliza najipanguza, natoka. Na come and say, I'm sorry, what happened? Wachana nayo tu. And then after 10 minutes, I repeat the same thing again. So you can imagine how frustrating is that. So sometimes you feel like you are the problem, and you tell yourself, no, I'm not the problem. It's my condition. Then again, apana, it's me. So you start fighting even with yourself. Yeah. So, asante sana, you know, maybe you can start people watu wakuone. Watu wasisangae naongea kuhusu nani. Yeah, she's there. So, wale madaktari wako hapa, I would want to make one request, that if there's anything you can do to the health system, that you're able to, here there's maybe a minute before you leave. Here there's my friend, and I keep telling the mom, I cannot give up this fight because of him. Yeah. So when I was told of his condition, I went to see him at home. Na when I left, akaambia mamake, kama Alan alipona, hata mimi nitapona. So please, for everyone else who is here, for the sake of Iyad, please, let's not give up. Let's keep fighting. Let's keep encouraging each other, and you're going to make it through. Okay? So kwa elimu, asante. Yeah, finally, I want to thank Sarah and TDAK group for the encouragement and the information that I've gotten from Sarah and the group. It's very good work that it's a good cause, and we can only do this together. So let's not leave it to Sarah. Let's join our hands. Let's push this wheel, and you're going to win together. So thank you very much, people, and God bless you.
So thank you again for our champs. So the message we get is don't give up. So I know there are some people here, because even in the group, you feel like giving up. You don't know which doctor to go to. You don't have funds, but there's hope. If he's gone through it, he's a champ. Other people, so will you. So don't give up.
To say, after my surgery, I went to hypo. So I'm taking levothyroxine. Okay, so that should not scare you to do the surgery, because it's easier managing hypo than hyper. So if you're hyper, simply because I went to hypo, please don't be afraid. Go take it. It's a good thing, and it's the only. You may not be, people are different, react differently. And finally, I have some Kabimazos to give out. So if you're seated here, you don't have enough medicine. There are not many, ni kidogo tu, ile nilibakisha. So you can pass by the registration desk. First come, first served. Try to distribute as much as you can. Thank you.
Mercy is waving for those who don't know where the registration desk is. Mercy? Yeah. So let's change gears. I will call on a registered nutritionist and dietitian, Mr. David, to come give his talk. Then after that, we'll hear from other thyroid champs.
Hello, good evening, champions. How are you? How is your day? Good. I have a slide to share before we start. So I'm very happy to be among you guys. To start with, Madam CEO invited me, and I'm also a member of the TDAK group in WhatsApp group. So for those who maybe don't know me, I'm called David Mwilo. Those are my names. I'm a nutritionist, a dietitian, acupuncturist, a reflexologist, and a lecturer at Kabete National Polytechnic. So I'm those things in one, and I'm pleased to be here to at least share my knowledge and see how we can help each other. Whereas some of you have passed through my hands, and maybe next program we'll be giving some testimonies. So I think with that introduction, I can start. And with both champions, I love calling guys who are either suffering or who have survived champions, because as the previous presenters, doctors said, we are not prepared for this. Nobody knew that you're going to be in such a situation. So when you are in such a program like this, I would request you to feel a champion. Just the way as our testimony giver said, there is a light at the end of the tunnel. And if you believe that in yourself, then I believe self-healing begins from there. Besides being a nutritionist and a dietitian, for the doctors who are also inside here, I'm one of a person who believes in holistic medicine. We are very few in Africa or Kenya, but I hope the campaign will continue. Being a holistic, capturing in holistic medicine, we learn from the Asian world that some conditions or these autoimmune conditions can be healed. Can be healed holistically, but that is a topic for another day. So just give me some guidance on using this gadget. Okay. So being also a lecturer, I love using slides for giving bringing in home a point, and if you have a notebook, it's also good to note some things. Okay, now with thyroidism or with thyroid, Dr. Alex talked about the gland, and it's also good for those who are new or who are newly diagnosed to know exactly where it is and where do we start from. So the thyroid is, the shape is butterfly-like, and it's just on the beneath on your neck. That image now shows where the thyroid is, and from his presentation, he said where all these organs, how they are related. So with the hormone, whereby he talked about the pituitary gland, which is down here, is the one now which controls the hormone to go and to activate the T4, then later on T3. So it's also very important to know that when I'm treating a patient nutritionally or through the diet, we start with the hormone, we start with the brain, we start also with the nerves. That's why I talked about holistic medicine. So some things that I might say, they might be very new to you, or maybe you have heard about them, but such things, they need to be done practically. So if, as you can see, for the T4, which is being activated by the pituitary, it goes and it is a pro-hormone, whereby what does a pro-hormone means? It is a hormone which is not active. So it has to go to the stomach and the T3 to be activated. So how does all this thyroid begin? There's a question where I'm not seeing that lady. She asked about how does all this thing begin? Why do I have thyroid? Where does it begin? Through my slides, I'll show you where it all begins and why, as a caregiver or a survivor or as a champion, you should take note of that. So it is also very important to note the importance of that thyroid. Dr. Alex also talked about surgery, and before the surgery, it's always good, as he talked about, it's also good to ask second opinion. So now, if you know the major functions of the thyroid, the gland itself, you will now also know the questions to ask your doctor, or also to know the times that you are supposed to be taking your medication and what food to mix with, of which later on I'll be talking about that. So the first major function of thyroid is to increase body metabolic rate. And that's why you are saying, Mr. Alan is saying, when the heater was being put on, and since it was hype at that time, the temperature is called homeostasis. The temperatures of the body were increasing. Why? Because the thyroid itself had been compromised. So the second function is stimulate appetite. aid in digestion, stimulate breakdown of nutrients, stimulate absorption, increase oxygen consumption. Before increasing oxygen consumption, the first 5 points you can see they are related with nutrition. Have you noted that? So if your nutrition is at par, if your nutrition is at the doorstep and you know what you are going to manage the thyroid, either hypo or hyper, then reversing, because I believe, Madam CEO here, Madam Sarah can tell you, I believe in reversal. We can reverse the condition. So in a thyroid functionality of increasing oxygen consumption, raise the breathing rate and heart rate and contraction rate. How does all those function all together? As I began, I told you hormones and nerves. So when you're going to see your doctor or when you have been newly diagnosed, it's also very important to ask your doctor how you are going to relate or how they are going to treat the thyroid, either hypo or hyper, on both scenarios, hormonal and nervous. So according to now my topic that I was given, sorry, I did not introduce my topic, was health and diet. So, and if you're in the WhatsApp group, we shall be discussing other topics relating with thyroid. So for today, my topic was health and diet. So I'm just going to relate health and diet and thyroid disease itself. So according to WHO, it defines health as complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and merely not absence of disease or infirmity. So when you are healthy, physically, you need to be fit. Mentally, just the way for the hypo patients, sometimes you feel like just dozing, and sometimes you feel irritated. It is mental, it is related to mental. So that one now tells you that health-wise, you are not fit. And when those symptoms come in, is where now you need to seek medical attention. So what is healthy living? Besides now, since you have known health is whereby you're physically, mentally, and socially stable. Now, what is healthy living? With healthy living, right now, those who are inside here, you have an opportunity. This now what we are doing right now, you are living healthy. Why? From the definition, it is the opportunity or capability and motivation to act in a way that positively affects your physical and mental well-being. You came inside here, you are invited for this program, you came, you are motivated, and you really want to learn what really happens with thyroid. So you are healthy living. Paying attention to what you eat, being physically active, and learning more. There is a practical that we always do, and I will request you all to stand. Thank you, if you don't mind. You will follow my lead. So when you do this, you do one. So in your country, you need to plug half. Touch together, sorry, touch together. 1, 2, 3. Other side. So the amount. So this is the beginning. So push your hand this way. Still this side and this side and this side. Keep hard. Then you let your hand bend your head. Quickly. 1, 2. Again, put your legs apart. You need to target this part. Very important. Not the muscle. This area. Where the hip not also hard. need you to hit them just the way you're hitting 5 times. Oh. Then inside, the palm of your hand, 5 times. Tell me how you're feeling. How are you feeling? For those who are dozing? For those who are hungry, because of if you are very hungry, you need to activate these areas and you squeeze this part. So since I'm with you guys, I'll have to teach you a lot of things that always work to reverse such conditions. Okay, let us continue. Just that I saw a lot of people. Okay, now to answer that question of a champion who asked how and why do we fall sick, or what causes this condition to be there. These are the major 6 major causes. And if one of them is affected or is affecting the body, one gets sickly or one gets unwell. So the first one is inflammation. And the reason why I've started with inflammation is that is what we're talking about. Thyroid is all about inflammation. And what causes inflammation? A lot of things: toxins, spices. My Dr. Daniel, the nutritionist, also who was before me, talked about something about sugar. So about inflammation is one of the major causes of diseases, followed by mucus. These are things that during diagnosis, and that's why Alan and other champions, maybe if you go to other doctors, there's always a misdiagnosis. But if our doctors could be following this principle, only these 6 of them, I know the misdiagnosis will not be there. So for inflammation, we talk about thyroid gland, and the inflammation happens when the immune system, just the way you have done right now, you have already activated the lymph nodes. And the lymph nodes are down here. When you have sat down for a long period of time, or when you are dehydrated, they become swollen. So when you just hit them, the acupuncture, I'll tell you what acupuncture points are. The acupuncture points related to that lymph nodes, they go and start functioning. They don't become dormant. The other thing is toxins. Okay, or for the mucus, when you have excess mucus in the body, what happens? You are easily infected. Now, also to answer the question of Alan, why is it that whenever you are tested, there's an infection? It's because either one, you have excess mucus, or immune system is compromised. You can never miss either one of the infection. I've answered that question. Then toxins, that is mercury and tobacco. And tobacco, we talk is not necessarily you smoke. Also, we talk about the air that we breathe. Deficiency, something that I'm also going to talk mostly in depth about thyroid, is deficiency. Pathogens, bacteria, and genetics. Also to weigh in about family genetics. Why is it that my mother has thyroid, or it was hypo, then you also diagnosed with hypo? This is because I can say, one, ignorance. For instance, with patients hypertensive or diabetic, if you know your family has that line, it's always very important. When you hear there's a free medical camp, medical checkups, it's always very important to go and be checked. If you are safe, then you need to also attend programs like these ones, because knowledge is power. You will also know how you can prevent, because I'm also one of the persons who don't believe in genetics thing, because it can also be prevented. It's just that people or our medical field, we don't have that awareness that we are having right now, that we can prevent this before it occurs. So now, this is you. This is TDAK champion. This is a thyroid champion, or you have not yet gotten any of these conditions. So I always use this illustration during my presentation to simplify things. Down here, we have inflammation, stress, poor diet, toxins, lack of sleep, poor relationships, nutrient deficiencies, lack of exercise, toxic thoughts, trauma, genetics, and poor digestion. The way they are arranged that way, this one tells you that you have been healthy. Dr. Daniel gave an example of when you are from college and before you got a job or before you thrived in life, the weight that you had. You can also relate it with like this. These down here, the roots are the precursors, are the factors that may lead to up there, high blood pressure, heart disease, cancer, allergies, irritable bowel, diabetes. All those autoimmune diseases can always be led to this. And to prevent this, we need to have the awareness the TDAK Foundation has started. So if this one is ignored, or someone has no time for checkup, has no time for programs or seminars, then this occurs. Now this is you. This is someone now is under medication. This is someone who is preparing for surgery. This is someone who is preparing to give up, like Mr. Alan. So these all now goes down to the four major factors, which are processed food, stress, lack of sleep, smoking and alcohol, lack of socializing, because of lack of socializing can also result to mental health, inactivity, and unhealthy diets. So now here's where we are. And you can see up there, we have what? Obesity, thyroid. So this person, if this person was aware, this person went for medical checkups, this person was given enough education about what to prevent, he could not be here. So now, with all this happening, there's now all the medical practitioners, the groups coming to prevent cancer, anxiety, diabetes, and 90% of all these diseases are autoimmune, if you can see the autoimmune diseases. So at the end of the day, we talked about lifestyle diseases. So when thyroid comes in, whether hypo or hyper, there is now the lifestyle disease. One of it has to knock in. One of it has to be a friend of thyroid. And now to prevent all these is where now the diet comes in. Is where now the holistic medicine comes in. How many times are you supposed to drink water? All those things. Now with the lifestyle disease, these are the major friends of thyroidism. So we have obesity, cancer, diabetes, heart disease, hypertension, and high cholesterol. And all these come in, they get in when one or two organs have been compromised. So the three main causes of lifestyle diseases that you have seen, after now you have already diagnosed thyroid, there are these major choices: heredity and environment. There's some patients of mine that I always request them to even to shift where they live because of the environment they are. There is also when the medication that they are taking start working, start functioning. Also, the healing process starts functioning. So with choices, controlled factors in your life, what choices do you make after you have been told now you are hypo? What choices do you make? Do you now follow up with all these stakeholders? Do you just stick with medication only? Do you see other ways of management? For example, right now, as a hypo, you are supposed, there's some physical exercises that you are supposed to be doing as a must. Those ones I'll tell you at the end of the session. As a hyper, there's some physical exercises that you are supposed to be doing as a must. Why? Because all those organs inside the body being controlled by thyroid because of the metabolism if you don't activate those organs, then what happens? We are going to be having an issue after another issue. So now, when now we talk about supplementing or diet, since now I've talked about health, and that health part of it I've related it with thyroid. So when we come now to diet and supplementation, what specific are we talking about? Which supplement are we talking about? Which nutrient are we talking about? Which food are we talking about that will at least match with the medication that you are taking? So as a nutritionist, I always advocate for my plate. And this is always a principle that has been there. And with the good training, you will also know that with vegetables, fruits, grains, and protein, which ones are you supposed to be having on your table? And according to your specificity, at what time are you supposed to be eating your meal? At what time are you not supposed to be eating some certain foods? So what is diet? It's also very important to know what diet is. Diet is defined as regularly consumed food and drink, or it can mean regulating food intake to lose or gain weight. That is diet. It is a regular practice that you have been doing. A healthy diet helps to protect against malnutrition in all its forms. Malnutrition is divided into two. There is the overnutrition and undernutrition. So where does thyroid fall? It falls in both. It falls in overnutrition and still undernutrition. That's why now the diet factor comes in. As you can see, those foods are they are plants and herbs. And the reason why I advocate during treatment or during therapy for treatment of thyroid for herbs and fruits and vegetables is because of the nutrients that during that period of treatment, the champions lack. For example, zinc, for example, selenium, and those are the answering them that I was sent. Where do we get them from? We don't just get them from the protein, like the carbohydrates that we normally take. We get them fully from the herbs and fruits and vegetables. So a healthy diet includes what? Now, when you're talking about diet, since you have said this is a regularly taken meal and drink, healthy diet has to comprise these major things: fruit, vegetables, legumes, nuts, and whole grains. And this one is especially for the champions, the thyroid patients. At least 400 grams, those are 5 portions of fruit and vegetables per day. With Dr. Daniel, as he had indicated about fruits, and this one is specific on diabetes. Now let us come on thyroid and diabetic, or thyroid and you don't have any other condition. A fruit is a must because of the fructose that the body needs. For example, when you have just eaten mandazi, there was samosa, there was bread, and there was milk and cocoa, isn't it? Do you know that's a complete meal? Yes, that's a complete meal. Just that, I don't know, I did not eat samosa. I don't know whether there was some vegetables in the samosa. Were there some vegetables? So that's a complete meal. But what now matters right now, it is the quantity, the amount that you are eating. For the hypo, the quantity of avocado, how many avocados are you supposed to eat? There's someone laughing, is a culprit. Eh? At least for a thyroid patient, I always tell them at least in a week, you should not miss 5 days of avocado. Just the same as of my PG patients. I always tell them an avocado is very important for the uterus. So that one should be the daily, a daily meal until gestation period. The same thing with thyroid, whether hypo or hyper. The reason is because the fat that is in the avocado is very important for both medications. And we are doing what? We are trying to prevent erosion of the stomach, of the mucus, because of the absorption. That one will not be told anywhere. But that one, I will, at least if we are looking at reversing the condition, if you are looking at reversing of the condition, that's just an example I'm giving. Less than 30% of total energy intake from unsaturated fats found in fish, avocado, and nuts. We shall talk about nuts because even right now, I forgot to ask Madam CEO, as a thyroid champion, there's something that should not be missing to work with. They're called nuts. How many people have carried nuts in their bags? Only one. Water, a majority. Chocolate, dark chocolate. 3. At least they know. Chewing gum, yes, because of irritability, but it depends which chewing gum. Yes, and sugar. Because of irritability, that time you feel as if you can just knock someone. Just take like 2, chew, it calms you down. Okay, let us continue. On the diet part, it's also very important to know the 7 foods groups. There are people who don't know about foods. For instance, I've given you an example of what you have just eaten right now. It is a complete meal because there was milk, there was chocolate, which had some electrolytes. So with a complete meal, there are 7 types of food or groups. We have carbohydrates, proteins, fats, fiber. That is very important for every champion here. You know about fiber. Eh? There is soluble and insoluble. Which one should you be taking mostly? Soluble fiber. Eh? And that time when we are having a lot of activities, let's say, depending by your occupation, insoluble fiber as well. So soluble fiber is of the food groups. People always eliminate fiber, but it's very important also for your absorption of your drugs that you are taking. Minerals, vitamins, and water. Let me talk about water. Water goes with the type of the shape of your body. 1. Secondly, also goes with your weight. So this scenario of 8 glasses per day, I don't know where it came from, but now at least according to your weight, if you know you are 90 kgs, at least in a day, at least 10 glasses. If you know you are 50 kgs, 5 glasses are enough. So now let us now go to the nutrients. Since now you are from the diet, nutrients and diet best for thyroid. There are those major nutrients or supplements. So there's selenium and iron, there's vitamins, I'll stick them back. There's zinc, there's iodine, and I'll tell you how they're all related. There's inositol, that is vitamin B8. There's vitamin B12, magnesium. There's vitamin D, and especially D3. There's curcumin, vitamin C. There's L-carnitine, and then we shall come to the sources. So now to selenium and iron. So selenium, iron, and iodine, they are very important to convert. If you remember what Dr. Eric was saying, the hormone T4 is a prohormone. So it needs to be activated to T3. So what helps it to be activated to T3. We have selenium, iron, and iodine. Those are nutrients that and supplementation that can never have to be missed during treatment and even before. For instance, if someone has not been diagnosed with any hypo or hyper, it's just normal, or someone who is struggling to know what is happening with my body. Now we look at the history. When you come to me, there's something called food history. How have you been feeding? Where have you been for some time? Where have you, which places have you visited? Because now the body, when it's deprived, and if you remember, one of the causes of disease is deficiency. So continuous deficiency of selenium, continuous deficiency of iron will always trigger an autoimmune, one of the autoimmune in the body. And there are those causes that trigger the elimination of nutrients in the body or this supplementation. So like toxins, and I talked about mucus. When also mucus is too much in the body, the infection, when you're always having infections all the time, then absorption of these nutrients will always be affected. So at the end of the day, a condition like a thyroid will not miss out. It will just trigger and it will occur. Vitamins have vital role in maintaining the hormone homeostasis or the immunity of the body. So if vitamin, especially vitamin D3 or vitamin D, is misses in the body, there is the spinal cord. In the spinal cord, there are cells called stem cells. So these stem cells, as long as you are just past 21 years, they are dormant. And during treatment or during reversal, because I love the part of reversal, those cells are very important to us. Stem cells, whereby now you'll find that stem cells are the ones which are responsible for making other cells. So if during your treatment, there is no mentioning of stem cells, then just know that you are being done what? Maintained. When you come to people like us who believe in other ways of treatment, we have to bring in stem cells, because with stem cells has to work with blood type. It's also very important when you're going to be diagnosed to know your blood group. With blood group, the doctor will give you hope. He'll definitely tell you, this one is going to be manageable. When it comes to people like us, we look at the blood group, we tell you, after you have done 1, 2, 3, and you follow this route, then this is going to be a reversal condition. So with zinc, it's very important for, as I told you, it's very important during conversion of T4 to T3. And that's why I asked you, how many people have carried their nuts? Brazilian nuts, flax seeds, they are rich of zinc. And when we are 28 years and above, the body becomes also very difficult to absorb. So it needs other boost, like iodine, like vitamin C, for the zinc to be absorbed in the body during treatment. Now let us talk about vitamin B8 that mostly is also not emphasized on. It is a type of sugar that plays an important role in thyroid function. Some evidence suggests that daily treatment with 600 milligrams of mannitol and 83 milligrams of selenium, when you combine both of them, then the thyroid functionality, especially for those who go for surgery, since now you are going to be hypo, the combination of both the inositol and the selenium is always a must. And that one is always go and improve on the immune system and the digestive system. So issues with bloating, issues with lack of sleep will be sorted out with inositol and selenium at the same time. Then vitamin B12. B12 is common in people with thyroid related. Taking a B12 or B complex supplement can help prevent and treat deficiency as well as maintain optimal B12 levels. Why is it B12 very important? Just the way we always say B12 is very important for teenagers. It's also very important for any treatment of autoimmune. This is the reason, because B12 goes hand in hand with protein, amino acids. So if your body lacks B12, you look aged, you look old. There's something called body age. There's a machine that we always check you, and when you find out that you are 34, then the machine will give you that you are 60, of which in real sense, yes, you are 60 inside the body. So with that one automatically tells us that B12 is lacking in the body. So magnesium, sorry. Magnesium is may increase your risk of developing Hashimoto's disease and is associated with elevated thyroid antibody levels. So with magnesium, zinc, and iron, they are like cousins. They have to go together. That's why now you need to also seek an advice from a qualified dietitian, who will also give you a diet that when these milligrams of medication you're being given goes hand in hand with the type of the nutrients, such that now with the Hashimoto's patients, we are not going to prolong it, or we are not going to shorten it. I've talked about vitamin D. Let us go to curcumin. Curcumin may help protect your thyroid against oxidative damage, plus taking curcumin alongside other anti-inflammatory compounds may help reduce the size of thyroid. Where do we get curcumin? Have you ever heard of curcumin? Yes, where? Yes. Also, turmeric is one of the ingredients that if you are a thyroid patient, should not lack in your kitchen. There's some things that I'm going to, a list of things that I'm going to give you that they should not lack in your kitchen. Turmeric is one of it. Curcumin is the main ingredient in turmeric. And the reason why you hear people say we have gone to India and we are well, I'm very well, is because most of the 90% of their meals don't lack what? Turmeric. When now you go to countries like Tanzania or southern of Africa, their meals do not lack what? Garlic. When you come to Kenya, what is commonly? Yes, she has said dania, coriander. There's something else that was too much long time ago. Pili pili. And at your age, I know when you are growing, you could see your dad could take a red pepper or green pepper, isn't it? But that time came and went off because we have been brought some quick spices. So with curcumin, is very important during, especially for the hyper. That time you are up and down and the thyroid has swollen so much. Curcumin always work in every meal, especially for vegetables which are steamed. And curcumin should not lack in your meals. That is turmeric. Vitamin C. Research suggests that taking a vitamin C supplement may help reduce thyroid antibodies in people with Hashimoto's disease, of which also advice for both hyper, vitamin C is very important. Why? Because since thyroid is an autoimmune disease, the immune system has already been what? Compromised. So you'll need vitamin C for the boost. L-carnitine for the meat eaters is abundant there, and that one is also very important. And research has found that hyperthyroidism depletes your body's stores of carnitine, and also carnitine gets off the body. It's deprived as you're aging. That's why supplementation is also very important, and also bringing in local herbs as well. So taking L-carnitine may help reduce symptoms of and improve quality of life in people with hyperthyroidism. Then now let us now go to the sources. People always confuse these sources, and that's why now when you come to me, we teach you about cooking methods. It's also very important during management and also reversal of such a disease. So like for vitamin D and D3, mushrooms, eggs, milk, fatty fish, fortified yogurt. Like the kombucha yogurt there is very nutritional. Why did I say that? Because if for those who have passed there and they have asked the period that they give it for fermentation, at least 7 days and above, it gives time for vitamin D3 to recreate. Okay, so for fortified yogurt or fermented yogurt, which is natural, D3 you get there. For mushrooms, mushroom is also one of the major ingredients that for a thyroid patient should not be missing even in a week. And that's why now let us come to the egg. For the eggs, you have been told at least 2 eggs in a day. Yes and no. Yes and no. Depending by what type of egg. Is it ostrich egg? Is it chicken egg? For thyroid, please don't do that. Don't eat 2 eggs at the same time. Because when you go for the tests, there's also something called cholesterol, blood cholesterol. How are they? Always high. So when you bring in albumin, which is also in the egg, what happens? It shoots up. And that's why the doctor was saying it is personalized. It is like customized. You cannot just start. But for me, boiled eggs 3 times a week, well, good, because we are looking at something called what? We are targeting something called albumin. Albumin is very important for the TCH. It's also very important for the liver. And since, as I told you, as a nutritionist or dietitian, we are targeting at reversing. Because with such a condition, before it arrives at the surgical part of it, of the removal, if it were diagnosed earlier, because of the body, how the mechanism of the body works, you bring together all the parts of the body, and as I told you, there are some parts of the body called acupuncture points. You relate them together, then the reverse of this condition is achievable. Thank you. Sources of selenium, nuts and seeds, and that's why I ask about how many people have carried their nuts or seeds. Is also very important. Flax seeds, groundnuts, white groundnuts, they're very important. Seafoods, vegetables and fruits. For vegetables and fruits, this is what I can give you as a tip or as a challenge. If you can make yourself an hypothesis of yourself, and you make at least 2 weeks a pure vegetable diet for yourself. No meat, no ugali for lady there, no chapati. Yes. Yes. For 2 good weeks, just do a pure vegetable diet. And you tell me when you go and see your doctor the next time, how you'll be faring. Just 2 weeks. For those who are people who are used to fast, either religious or just the normal way, give yourself 7 days. You start with 7 days. If you cannot do it in 3 days. Then go for 2 weeks, non-stop. Vegetables. The vegetables you can do any. Broccoli, cabbage, terere, those just mix. In the morning, vegetables, lunchtime, vegetables, evening, vegetables, and water. And you tell me if your body is not going to be knocked somewhere, it has to change. It has to give you it will be like appreciating, you know what you are doing. Yes. Then you will tell us, give us the results. Poultry, meat, and offal, and especially chicken breast. When I'm also drafting diets, I always concentrate on chicken breast. It has the concentration of selenium is there. When you come to the chicken leg is iron. Mushrooms, brown rice, yogurt, brewers, and yeast. And this one I can just relate it with kombucha. Iodine, and the reason why I put a lot of sources of iodine is because also iodine is very important during our management and treatment. So with the iodine, we have iodized salt, which has been made available by our government. We have potatoes, especially baked, not chips, not crisps, baked potatoes, because they have their natural iodine. Asparagus, so when you mix asparagus, mushroom, and broccoli as a part of the mushroom, as a part of vegetable challenge that I've given you, you tell me. And also those who complain about falling hair, it will just come automatically. Fish, and the reason I've put there Turkana based is because of the fish from Turkana, naturally, the iodine, the salt in it is very nutritional. Then you have carrots, peas, bananas, ripe, that is, strawberries, yogurt, especially plain natural, and dried seaweed. Are we together? Any questions so far? Let's continue. Sources of L-carnitine, very important. The reason I'm giving food sources is because these are things that you can be available. Then the supplementation comes after. So L-carnitine, you have beef steak, chicken breast, asparagus, macaroni, peanut butter, cheddar cheese, and whole milk. These are the sources of L. Now, I have some people may ask me now, how about for the vegetarians? For vegetarians, I'm sorry, I just gave you 2 options there of asparagus and peanut. They have another list that I will indicate as time goes by. Still vitamin B8. We have green beans, almonds, eggplants, of which very many people don't love eggplants, but is very rich in vitamin B8, strawberries, broccoli, lima beans, cantaloupe, corn, and for the popcorn lovers, you always get the vitamin B8 there, and oranges. These are these sources or these foods I'm giving, they are squarely for thyroid champions. Zinc, and my number one will always be squash and pumpkin seeds and flax seeds. There you'll definitely get your zinc. Shiitake mushroom, that is very much available in Kenya. Lentils, oysters, chicken leg, oatmeal, beef, sweet potatoes, and dark chocolate. And the reason I mentioned about dark chocolate is because of zinc. And I'm not marketing anybody, but dark chocolate from Western Africa is more better than the Europe one. Yes. Now I'm done with the diet part of it. I talked about health. I've talked about diet. Now I just had to insert something about physical exercise because it's very important during management and treatment, and also for the surgical period for thyroid champions. So physical activity or exercise, those are 2 different terms. So physical activity is any activity that engages the body. Exercise, physical activity that is planned, structured, and repetitive. That is physical activity. Series of coordinated movements specifically intended to increase physical performance. Just what we did right now. What was it? It was not exercise. Physical activity, walking to class, exercises, running, aerobic, and swimming. So for a physical activity for a thyroid patient, especially when you feel you are tired or you feel you are sleepy, let me give you another tip. You can stand, please. Don't get tired. Stretch your fingers. Your hands, your fingers. Then use these two fingers. Squeeze so hard. Feel pain. That's an acupuncture. Let me explain to you what an acupuncture point is. Everybody has more than 360 acupuncture points in the body. An acupuncture point is whereby the vein, the artery, and the nerve, they meet. That part. You see now like a roundabout. This road, this other road, and this other road, they meet at a roundabout, isn't it? So that part of the body is called an acupuncture point. So during treatment or during that phase of management of this condition, any autoimmune disease, treatment or exercise of acupuncture points are must. This acupuncture point that you have squeezed is related to the spinal cord, the head, and the stomach. So if you felt a lot of pain, then you have digestive issue. If you felt nothing, then you are fit. If I squeeze you, maybe you know you squeezed yourself. There's a way I always squeeze it. You might scream. That one means that that acupuncture point is blocked. It needs to be what? Unblocked. How do you do this? Through these things we call physical exercise. And that's why I have given the 6 major importance of acupuncture points. There's that time that you feel that you are dizzy, you feel like falling. Just squeeze that part, even when you are in a meeting. For those who are office people, always meeting. Mr. Alan, when you are just seated there and you feel that heat is too much, the one that you say they put a heater, just squeeze that part. That heat will just subside. Just try that. Or just at the pin of your ear, just rub it a little bit. Like right now, if you feel I'm boring you, just do this, and your attention will be brought back. That is part of treatment, using food, using your body parts, which are called what? Acupuncture points. And acupuncture points are mostly activated during what? Physical exercise. And for physical exercise, I've said is a must. That one is not an excuse. Whether you are very heavy or whether you are very light. If you really need the disease to be out of you. Sorry, I did not. Number 1, I said improve your mental health. When you are doing exercise, when you are going for that treadmill, you are doing what? Your mental health. The circulation of blood to the brain is complete. When you talk about helps control your weight, that was obvious. Strengthen your bones and muscles. Now, when you bring in the calcium part of it, the supplement, calcium, you bring in zinc, we bring iron, then the strengthening of the bones will be achieved. Why? Because that time that you have done the physical exercise, the circulation of blood has gone all through the body. The other part is reduce your risk of heart disease. For the, she's, maybe you'll explain to her later. For the heart palpitation, for heart palpitation, you have an acupuncture point at the knee here. Let me show you, and you squeeze. When you are seated, at your here, yeah, the inner one, this one here. So this is a first aid for someone you are, mtu anakuambia roho inagonga kugonga. So you just squeeze this part so deeply. Eh? You squeeze it either using your thumb or both your fingers this way. It is going to relax the heart palpitation. The reason is because there is a nerve which is related to the cardiovascular that will send just message to the brain. And that acupuncture point will have unblocked it. Then you will have done first aid for that patient before it goes to the hospital. So physical exercise is very important, even when for the gym, for those people who go to gym and you have a trainer, it's always very good to ask the hard questions. Why are you telling me to squeeze my hand there? Why are you telling me to? If the trainer knows what they are doing. Then helps you to quit smoking. How many people smoke here? I was waiting to see smokers there. Majority of you smoke, I know. Do you know how you smoke? How many people are tea lovers? Mixed tea lovers. Yeah, now you can see our smokers. Chai ya majani. Ile kwanza unasema ongezea. Yes. You are a good smoker. Yes, and what I can tell you for free is that if you are a tea lover and you are a champion here, from today, just say goodbye to tea. I'm sorry, I'm shocking you, but with tobacco, what happens with tobacco and levo or carbinazole? They go and confuse an organ called liver. You see, the liver is one of the major organs of detoxification of the body. So research which has been done and is also being done is tea is not bad, but the frequency is dangerous. For people who are taking different medications and later on take tea, there's an ingredient called tannin in tea, which now compromises everything. If your healing phase was 2 or 3 months, goes for 6 months. I've said, I've not mentioned green tea. I'm saying tea, the tobacco, the majani. Yeah, I don't want to mention brands. Yeah. Yes, they're saying it. I'm not mentioning brands. I'm just saying tea, yeah, majani. It's not that after now healing or after some session of management, then you can go back to your tea. But when you are taking different, especially these people have maramoja and they're called what? Panadol, those ones, eh? It is always, it goes and kill and weakens your nerve system, a lot of things. And that's why if the slide that talked about choices, what choice are you making about your diet and your health? Last but not least, reduces your risk of falls. Falls is like now that dizziness. Falls is like that dozing. Falls is part of irritability. When when someone has angered you and you feel like abusing this person or beating this person, you are falling. That's a fall. That one comes in physics, stability. It's very easy when someone just comes and pushes you, you can fall because it has already compromised your stability. Now therapies. I've talked about physical exercise. Why is it also important? During your treatment, therapies is also very important. A very good therapy for, how many people know about sauna? Very important for thyroid champions. If you don't know about sauna, Google about it, or you see our CEO here, she will advise you the best place to go for sauna. It's very important because it's also part of the detoxification of the body and health of the skin. I told you about, you might be, it's called body age. You might be that 5 years, but by the look of how you look like, you are 60, 55. It is because of the medication that you are taking, the mental health that you're having. So it's always good to have some part of treatment called therapies. One of the therapies is going to sauna, sometimes going to a different altitude like Mombasa. It's part of healing. And for the heal your body, then cure your mind. Those are two different words. There's the heal and there is cure. Now this means that your mind is really sick. It needs to be cured. But before you cure it, you need to do what? To heal your body. And how do you heal your bodies? Your body is through therapies. Therapies always do work, and some of the examples I've given there is the leaky gut, adrenal fatigue. Since I'm going to be with you guys, I'll be now breaking them down during our Zoom trainings. And this one came out after Dr. Amit saw that you cannot just be treated or healed just through medication only and nutrition. You also need to bring in therapies, massage, going for gong, it's called what? Gong hills. Hiking is very important for the body to heal itself. So my conclusion is that for lifestyle, for you to be fit, these 8 circles or these 8 pillars, they need to be with you, of which majority of you have qualified for this as the day began today, since it was Thyroid Health Education Day. Number 1 is mental health. It is I'm very excited to see that concentration span since 9 up to 9 for you guys to be here. So you can clap for yourselves. That one shows you that the healing pattern or the healing phase for you guys is achievable, because there are some other conditions that there are some other talks I go with some people suffering from other diseases, people that are just off. But for the mental health, at least you're good. Stop smoking. I've talked about the smoke and the environment surrounding you. Then cautious. You need to be conscious. For example, that part I've told you about drinking water. You always have to be conscious. Your body doesn't have to remind you to drink water. You should be cautious of your body or how you should be hydrating yourself. The other wellness, how you should be treating yourself. You should not wait just for a symptom to come up, then you go for a checkup. The other one is medical care or medical cover. Britta Mwahia, she said something, so I think you noted. The other one is exercise, the motivation part of it, then weight control. With those pillars, healthy lifestyle can be achieved. And thank you very much. Questions? I'm done. Yes. Acupuncture. I hope everybody have understood about acupuncture. For the acupuncture to be activated, it depends by the state of your body. If, for example, you have been tested and the state of your body is, let's say, 60%, that one says it shows that some of the acupuncture points of the body needs to be activated, needs to be free. So at least 3 or 4 months a year, is achievable. Yes. Or twice a year for 1 full week continuous. Another question you have answered here. Selenium, you have understood? Yeah. Selenium is a must. Pardon? Help. I'll be sincere with you, I don't know what kelp is. Is it a fruit? Is it a... Oh. For the vitamin Z, that is okay. They have to go together, but for the kelp, I'll be sincere with you. Maybe I research on that. Oh, I'll get you. I get because of the good bacteria. Oh, iodine based. Malayan. Yes. Now, what happens? Selenium, let me talk about selenium a little bit. Selenium is like pineapple. Have you ever blended pineapple with any other fruit? It is dominant. Or no, even a very good example is beetroot. Beetroot is one of the fruit which is dominant. It wants to show itself. So selenium in the field of micronutrients is one of it. And it's very selective. It needs to be the best that can go with selenium is iron and vitamin D. If it's to take the kelp part of it, should be later, not together. Yes. Reason being, selenium needs for itself to be absorbed first, goes and creates a good environment for that place for absorption. But if you mix it together, one of those ingredients has to be injected of the body. Exactly. Yes.
Hello. A question around nutrition and fertility, especially for hypos. There was mention that some of the TH3 or 4 levels need to be low, etc. So what nutrition tips do you have in relation to fertility and nutrition?
Good. With nutrition and fertility, how do we relate with them? We start with nervous system and hormonal. Then we come to digestive system. Then we finish with the good bacteria or the probiotic on the environment. Have you noted that? That's that chain. So now, when you bring in the nutrition part of it, the amount of iron levels, HB, how is it? The balancing of progesterone and estrogen, it has to be. Then the most important part that most of the gynecologists maybe miss out is the acidity or alkalinity of the body. If your body, you keep just the way I gave you that challenge of vegetable diet. The reason why I've given you 2 weeks, it is to make the body alkaline, completely alkaline, such that when you are taking your medication, the absorption to be super 100%. So when you are talking about fertility, as a nutritionist, the number one key thing I'll talk is I'll first absorb check is the acidity or alkalinity of the body. Then how are the progesterone and the estrogen levels? The hormonal for fertility, are they balanced? If now they're not balanced, now let us come to the meals. Let us come to the foods. which are going to work hand in hand in the medication. Finally, how is your body hydrated? How do you hydrate yourself? The amount of fluids in the body. Finally, now the bacteria, we call it the good bacteria around the vaginal. Is it corresponding with the body, and which is very important, it should be acidic. So you'll find that most of the environment down there is alkaline. So balancing all that, if you don't do the balancing and the alkalinity and the acidity part of it, then fertility subject, we are not going to achieve it. Have I answered? I've just gone, I've tried to break it. It's a big topic, but I've brought all the principles together.
I have a question, please, to you, sir.
Yes.
Diet.
Yes.
You've mentioned about exercise. I'm vigorously involved in aerobics and jogging. And my jogging is, I do between 6 to 7 kilometers. Now, when I'm doing the diet, I'm told I need to do diet that will focus on muscle strength, blah, 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 blah. But then I come, now today I'm learning the diet needs to interrelate with the situation. Now I'm wondering, if I sip down the diet, how will I get strength? How will my muscles get strength? But at the same time, the whole knowledge here is, as an individual, I need to judge what is suitable. And I need to follow a routine. Of course, a routine needs to be followed. But then I have this exercise that I do. And the cardiovascular is good, the muscle buildup is good, and physically fit is okay. So how do I balance between the diet mentioned and the system during the exercise?
How many kilometers per, is it every day?
Yes, I do morning. When I wake up 6 a.m. or 5:30, I do between 6 to 7 kilometers in the morning. Then in the evening, I do aerobics. If I don't do aerobics, I do Zumba in the house.
That's every day. I want to know whether it's every day or.
Yes, it is every day.
Okay, let me answer your question on how you should relate it with the diet. There's some things that can be overdone or overstraining a certain organ. Now, like, what type of diet were you given?
I was given, I reduce proteins and the fats that you were told, right? Then I was told to do lots of vegetables. And on the diet also, I was told to cut down inaitwa nini akina chapati na mandazi na hizo vitu zingine. Thank you very much, hizo. Those ones. And then something else, I was told to increase ugali. Now you're telling me to reduce ugali.
No, I did not tell you to reduce.
Hiyo ugali hapo kwa ugali hapo kwa ugali kuna vile. Nikule ugali ya brown. Thank you very much. Mom will sort me out from the village. Anyway, proteins. Now the eggs is an issue again. Then vegetables, the yogurt. Or I don't do tea. Eat that majani, I don't do tea. I do drinking chocolate. And something else that you mentioned, water. That theory of 8 glasses a day, with the BMI, yeah, it is also there. So at what point? Help me understand, please.
Your question is very simple answer. With such an exercise, you should have a timeline. If it is 3 good months, it should not go more than that. Why? Because the body has to have a healing phase for itself. Because you're not doing this for either modeling, you're not doing this either for bodybuilding, you're doing this for just to be fit, isn't it? So with physical exercise, especially now for anybody who is suffering from any condition, cancer, mention them, autoimmune diseases, the advice that I always give them is that it should not be a continuous practice. At least 3 good months, 2 months, then have a resting phase. When you come to diet, there's no specific diet for exercise. If you follow now the principles, the one I've given you of the 7 food groups, then I don't see an excuse of saying lean meat, ugali, this size, because you are not normal. You are on the treatment or management of a condition. So whatever you are doing, you are doing to let the body know I'm treating myself for this. So what I will advise is let it not be continuous, because when it is continuous, you're going to injure part of the body, either spinal cord, either the brain, either the eye at the end of the session. So if it is 3 months, 2 months, okay. If it is diet, stick to the principle of the 7 food groups. Let there be all of them be there: vegetables, fat, minerals, and electrolytes. Sorry, I forgot to mention about electrolytes. Electrolytes are very important because of the nervous system. With the hypo or hyper, the nerves are always affected. So, pardon? Electrolytes are like zinc, we have calcium, we have flavored water, we have green tea. Green tea has a lot of good electrolytes in it, especially when the tea is cold. So for your exercise, let it not be too much, maximum 3 months, then have a phase of 2 months for the body to heal self, because that is part of the therapies. Yes. For the ugali, pardon? Malenge. For a nutritionist or a dietitian like me, there's no food which is bad. I'll be frank, because you have to balance. If you have taken high fiber diet, then you are taking carbs, which has some sugar, because you need glucose in the body for your movement. Then you also need some orange because of the electrolytes for your movement of the nerves. It's all about balancing. So some research, when you come to the race of Africans, it doesn't work.
So one more last question,
Yes.
please. I'm taking one more last question because of time. You will allow me. And then if you're asking question, please be brief. Now watu waache kwenda. We are almost finishing.
Good afternoon. My name is Catherine, and my question is on acidity. I have reoccurring acidity, and I would really like to know what kind of diet I would take. And another thing is when you have discharge that is brings a burning sensation, is it related to the food that I eat, or I don't know how I go about it? I do take coffee. I don't take tea. I take coffee.
Good.
Yeah, thank you.
Is it a DJ or who? I need to go back to the slides. I want to show her about there's something called leaky gut. You can also go and Google about that. Leaky gut. So let me answer about the discharge. For the discharge, we related with fluid movement of the body. Now that one will just tell me that your mucus levels of the bodies are very low. They are zero. And that one means you either have ulcers, frequent headaches, you don't, it's called what? You cannot walk for a long period of time. Is it? Yes. So that is mucus related. So you need to drink a lot of water. You need to have a lot of asparagus. You need to have a lot of lady fingers. You know lady fingers? Yes. Okra. Yes. We have all answers in the market, just that maybe the knowledge is not there. I wanted to show her about acidity. Acidity, most likely and mostly for us Kenyans, we are relating it with the spices or the foods that we import. Let us not talk about the foods that we locally produce, but the foods that are coming from outside. I don't want to mention the brands, but there are very many. So if you are not used to such foods, the body will automatically start asking for things like water, of which you assume, you just say, I'm not feeling dusty. Okay, the body will be like, it needs some movement, some exercise. So the acidity part of it, I wanted to show, it is called leaky gut. What is a leaky gut? A leaky gut is whereby, like right now, we all ate some snack 2 hours ago, isn't it? So because of that hunger the body is asking, you'll go outside there and eat anything because you really need to feed yourself. So the body, since you have brought it like a shock, because in every meal, like for you champions, you need to be drinking warm water before any meal. Just that, Madam, see you next time. There'll be some water dispenser there. Before drinking that snack, a cup of water. That's very important because the water goes and reduces the shock the body could have, because when you have eaten, digestion starts immediately. So what happens to the body? The communication, the brain, and our thyroid issue is also, they're all related. So we need some shock absorber, and the best one is fluid. So I wanted to number one there, if you see, it is called leaky gut. It's part of the therapies. And most of the conditions now which we are suffering is due to leaky gut. A gut that is leaking. You are eating, you are bloating. You are eating, you are constipated. You are eating, you are moody. You are eating, you are not sleeping. You are in WhatsApp, in Zoom. I'm a culprit of it because I always have Zooms up till 2 a.m. You're not having enough sleep. And what is enough sleep? At least 5 hours. As long as you're not above 60 years, don't sleep more than 5 hours. It's not healthy. The best good hours is 5 hours. Not 7 to 8. No. That's not healthy. That's too much. Yes. Yes, 5, as long as you're not above 60 years. After 67, 8 hours, that's okay. Yes. Because there's some more parts of the organ, body parts which are just dormant. But if you're below that, kindly 5 hours are good. The reason I'm saying that is you are part of treatment. You're in that part of healing. But if you just want to manage yourself through medications for the rest of your life, then you can just do things normally. Final question from that gentleman. We balance. He had raised his hand. You have got his question? Number one, watermelon is not overrated, but is a good friend. I also love it. Is number one friend of anything to do with the gut. Bloating, constipation, heartburn, emotional people, watermelon will work. But I'll be of contrary to say that watermelon overrides these others. Watermelon, you can mix it with any other fruit and it will not, because 90% of it is water. Seeds are very good sources of zinc. The electrolyte in it is very important for the skin. So watermelon is not that overrated, but is on the part of the gut, digestive system. It will work perfectly. When you come to your question of supplementation and detoxification, number one, detoxification of the body, if you don't have any other condition, is what? Fasting. As long as you don't have any other condition, underlying condition, hypertension, diabetes, name them, thyroidism, fasting is always number one, detox. Followed by the vegetable that I've given you. When you do just continuous vegetable, for those who have visited India, Daktari, you can be a witness of these guys are pure good vegetarians. And they treasure vegetables because they know what it happens with the body. The fiber, the soluble fiber, the insoluble fiber in it, and the B vitamins that it has. So what is detox? Detox is the removal of waste or dead cells in the body. So when we come to supplementation, or these supplements, they are all over saying they are good for detox. Number one question that I always ask my patients when they bring them to me is that what's the source of this product? What technology did they use? Where does it come from? Is there any, like people like us in the medics, we love research. We cannot just give anything without a backup of research. This thing was done, for example, like rice bran. Rice bran is very good for diarrhea or prevention of diarrhea in children, especially under 5. So we cannot just one day wake up and say it's good for children. We have to have a research that was done, and it is because we are human. We don't use ourselves for research. So to answer your question for detoxification and supplementation, it's good to ask yourself those questions, and it's always good to have a professional, a second opinion from a person who is on the science based, because this person will research about this. Okay, what technology have they used? For example, I can say like there is a company which has come up with calcium, which is nanotechnology. And we, as like in the science world, we are embracing nanotechnology. So that one, it is easy to refer someone because it has a base. Yes. And the other thing about acidity is about those supplements you are talking about. You just mix because, yes, I understand you want to get healed, you want to feel good, but you need to ask yourself, the hard questions, and also have a second opinion from someone who has a science base. So with that, I appreciate. Thank you very much. Until we meet again.
Thank you again for that enlightening presentation. I know we've all learned something, and when we try to go vegetarian for 2 weeks, we can all help each other out in the group. So for now, I will call on our sponsors, Daktari Online, John, to give a brief talk, less than 10 minutes. Then after John, we'll have Miss Mercy, who's a part of us, and Thyroid Champ to wrap it up. So we're almost done.
Thank you, Doc. I can tell your concentration is really up. Having stayed here for all that time, jipigeni makofi. We've been live since morning and we have 30 people who have been very consistent at our agenda. Actually, if they can see us, 30 people, you can just say hi to them. I don't know which camera, you can say hi to them and just appreciate them for staying online all that time. I also want to really give a short journey how we came to become partners with TDAK. We got a random email from Sarah. It was really random. Dr. Online, what we do in the space of training healthcare workers, not training formally, but continuous professional development. Doctors, nurses, clinical officers, pharmacists, and all the cadres, including nutritionalists. You are required to continually renew your knowledge and keep abreast with what is happening. And that's the space we're at. But what we do differently is that we use technology. So we have a platform called Dr. Online. And this platform, we have 18,000 healthcare workers in Kenya who come there regularly to come and get updated. All these kind of recordings we do, we upload them there. I know you don't have time to follow everything live. So when you have time to sit down, you can log in and you learn, right? And we are accredited by the regulators of all these cadres, and they allow us to give them CPD points. Medics, they understand what that means, CME points. And why that is important in this conversation. So when we got that email from Sarah, a random one, so he said, this is the first time we got an email from patient group. We work with doctors, we work with organizations with healthcare providers. So when you got this, it was interesting. So we called her back and we asked her, we saw the email and she described what they're doing and we thought that was interesting. And we said, why don't we try this? And I think that's why we began the conversation. My teams are here, Dr. Oliver is here. So I told Dr. Oliver, craft something around, craft a training program, a 4-part series of a CME on thyroid. At first, we were like, thyroid is not very famous, so I don't know how many people will be joining. This morning, I checked how many people have registered for that training. We got 790. Yeah. We have done 3 parts. One is remaining, which will be happening on 6th of October. And we were surprised. In fact, we were surprised during the first session, some of the clinicians, they didn't know they're supposed to join this group. And Sarah told me, I think yesterday, there's some who have joined. And that's the impact that we're bringing. And this is the very first time. We have been doing this for quite some time. This is the first time we are doing this with a patient group. And we have incorporated patients sharing their experiences with the doctors during their session. And I wanted just to know, I know Alan shared. Who else has shared? I know she left. Who else has shared? I don't know whether they're here. They have left, eh? But Alan was part of that, and thank you so much for being part of that. Just bringing these stories, let them hear from ground, what is it happening? Because sometimes when we can be caught up in the trainings, high-level trainings, and we don't know the impact what this has on patients. And in our discussion with our team, we've been thinking, I think we need to do this more, and we might have to reach out even to more patient groups to see what we can do to bridge this gap in knowledge. So for us, we are so grateful to see this happen. A small contribution, even having this live stream, just to have even those who could not come for this training, they're following it up. We'll avail the link so that even those you can share it up, or those who missed. And I know we've talked with Sarah, and she was telling me this is the only group in the East African region. The only other group we have we're checking it out, is West Africa and possibly South Africa. You can imagine how many people are suffering this because we thought it's a West thing. And many people, and from the stories I've heard, they're suffering before diagnosis. And when Sarah came, let me just mention this. She told us, as patients, you've been having this suffering, without knowing where can we arrest this problem from? And then they thought, how about upstream? How about the providers? Yeah. How about training the GPs, the medical officers who are not specialized, because that's the most and the first point of care for most patients. I've seen some questions online from those who are following asking, I'm in Meru. I don't know a endocrinologist from there. What do I do? I'm in Kakamega. What do I do? That's why we come in the tail line. We empower the medical officers who are in Kakamega with this basic information. Let them know if this kind of cases are presented to me, this is the first way of managing them, and then refer. But all the other issue, to who? Yeah. So the other thing we are working, and maybe this partnership will grow from here, is maybe develop a comprehensive course on thyroid, right? Including every aspect of it, nutrition, nursing, every other part of the thyroid, from special groups, pregnant mothers, pediatrics, geriatrics, the older people. Just have a comprehensive course. Have our general practitioners go through it. Those who successfully finish, then you can list them as part of the people you can go and see. Hata wale wako mashinani, si ndio? That's a small intervention that you're doing, and we're so grateful to see you do come here. God bless you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, John. Now I would like to call Mercy to talk to the members.
Thank you, Dr. Irene. My name is Mercy Mukora, a champion with TDAK, and I'm glad to be here this evening. Mefurahi. Champions have we learned? Tumelearn ile ya mtandao ama physical. Even those wale wanalearn ya mtandao, we really appreciate them because they have added to the numbers, and we are very excited to be here. Thank you for your patience. Give yourselves a big clap. I want to introduce the team that has really worked and worked very hard. Cynthia, I hope you can see that they have worked hard for us to be in this hall. So I want to call the team that has really worked. We have worked together to make it happen. I'm asking all of them to come in front. Kindly, if you know you're a TDAK admin, I want to say that we have a few with us here. Others were not able to make it. Others were here and they left early because of other commitments. But I want to thank everyone. I will start with Sarah Katule. She's our inspiration. Young as she is, I'll call her our mother of champions. She has nurtured us. She has encouraged us. And out of her just desire to find out what this disease is, it's the more reason that we are here today. And we are so enlightened even before we came. We are so enlightened the way we were enlightened before we even came in here. The other person I want to introduce is Lydia Kakuvi. Lydia Kakuvi comes in as a caregiver. Remember, in our champion team, we have caregivers, we have patients. Patients with hypo and hypothyroidism. So Lydia comes in as a helper and a caregiver to one and only Mr. Alan Mutiri. On my left here, I have a wonderful lady. I will call her wonderful because since she joined the TDAK administration, we have had a lot of transformation. She has done so much. She has pushed us and you have agreed to be pushed. And she gave us a notice that she will push us. And for some of us, you have agreed, but others are coming on board. Santi sana. This is none other than Damaristo. If you want to clap kindly, if you want to clap for her, please begin a coffee with Zurich. Asante sana. Then next to Damaris, we have Alan Mutwiri, he was here. He's also been very instrumental. Tunakimbiaga hapa na pale usiku na yeye, but of course with the permission of Lydia, because she has to assist. He's one of the males that has really stood with us. It doesn't matter what. Hata utaona, your director is, no, you are, she has left. He even skips and steps out from the office and says, nafika hapa, but you'll find him somewhere doing something for this foundation. Hata mpatieni makofi kama mnataka. The other person we have, thank you, Daktari Online, because out of Daktari Online, we were able to get Dr. Irene Duta, a wonderful girl who is ready to work with us, grow with us, and we really appreciate her for the work that he has done so far. Asante sana, Irene. I'll ask them to sit. Na asante sana. In absentia, they are also online. We also have Jackie. Jackie is also one of our administrators. We have Jamal. He was engaged elsewhere also. We have Julius Nderito, also engaged elsewhere. And we thank God for that. We are not forgetting Mr. Kimuyi. Sorry, I was about to forget Mr. Kimuyi. Then finally, the 10th administrator is none other than simu nipatie makofi mimi kwa hapa jameni. Thank you. I like when you appreciate one another, because sisi watu wa thyroid, either hyper or hypo, we uplift one another. And that's all we need to do. We need to be happy, and happiness is a choice. You have to start with yourself. Cynthia, asanteni sana. After the introduction, I want to come to our members and put a question to you. Have we learned in all areas? Right. If you have learned, how many of us would want to be members? Members financially, that's where I'm coming. We have to contribute some money to become members. How many of us? Wale wako online, I hope you're raising up your hands. Why am I asking us to be members? Do you see the need of us being members? Why do you see the need of us to be members? I want to hear from you, because I don't want it to look like the administrator has imposed. I want us to interact and decide what you want to do. Yes, ma'am. Yes. Yes. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Lakini sasa if it comes upon mmoja wetu ni ile emergency operation room imefika, hey, we knock the door and we say, hey, please, fellows, let's take our champion to the operating room. That will be a joy for all of us. So I support.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you get her name, please? Oh, teacher. Thank you, teacher. Thank you, teacher. I get you. Any other person who thinks we should enroll? We should become, I mean, we should do a proper registration. Okay, she has the mic. Just a moment.
Yeah, I think it's a nice idea.
Yes.
Because a platform like this needs a lot of cash coming in, the photography, the Zoom, whatever, the food that we have eaten, probably where we are, the auditorium, maybe it was paid for. So for us to also create awareness in other counties apart from Nairobi, we really need cash and the transport and everything. So I support.
Let me have your name.
Sylvia. Yes. Another teacher, the two noise maker.
Wow. Thank you, Sylvia.
There's so many people who don't have knowledge about this condition that we have. I have colleagues, I have friends who tell me, who strangled you? Why are you always wearing a mask in the office? Why are you always wearing a shawl? Why aren't you loud like everyone else? Why do you speak like you're tired all the time? I've tried explaining to them why I have a scar on my neck. No one seems to understand. So this is the best platform to be the people to educate, not Kenya, not Uganda, not the world, but to educate everyone. Everyone needs to know. I am honored. I've had the best support from family and a few friends. And now I have a bigger family and I am grateful. And I will put this on my LinkedIn because today has been an experience for me, a very, very big learning experience. Thank you.
A big clap. And I said when we clap, it clap nicely.
For me, I support it because, as you said, I joined in very, very late. And I remember, I think I had a meeting online with Sarah. One of the reasons I really want us to have this is because there are people amongst us who even food in the table is a problem. So when you tell me to buy all these medicines, you're telling me, and I don't even have food. What are you telling me? You know, so for me, it would be very important because Catherine has just walked away. She went home, she had a meeting. But her and I have been just looking at how we can buy medicine for people to just, you know, manage even for 1 month or 2 months. But how sustainable is that? So for me, I really think it's a very good idea because apart from that, you know, when you empower somebody, when you give somebody food, even the medicine will work. So let's not just assume that everybody has that food or that even medicine. And all of you have bought medicine, Monajoisi cheap. But also as the thing I told Sarah from the beginning is you have to be very attractive for government to support you. Unfortunately, we've not been that attractive for the government to come and support us. Now we've seen that we are attractive in the sense that if we had not gotten a new government, the previous government, the CS was very, 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 very supportive. He was willing to even come today. It's just that now CS ended, their term ended the day the president was sworn in. So we hope the new CS who will come in, we will champion this with the new CS and the new PS so that, but we can only do that when we are attractive. We can only do that. And the only way we can also get attractive is when we have the monies in our pocket. So please when Madam calls you for a fundraiser, it really hurts and annoys me because you can say, I don't have. You can say, things are thick, but I can contribute in online. You know, you can not have money, but you can be a very good social media manager. Or you cannot have money, but you speak, personally, I talk a lot, and I think I have teachers who say they talk a lot. You know, when you talk about this thing to 1, 2, 3 people, you've done something. You've done something. But when you keep quiet, you don't talk, you don't contribute, you don't spread the word, you don't pay your NHIF, you don't support a sister or a brother, you do nothing. No, it has to stop. It has to stop. I'm sorry, I'm the prefect, and I told people I'm the monitor and the prefect and the headmaster and the headmistress. But this has to stop, and we have to. It's not even a matter of asking how many want to join. It is a matter of we are joining. It's not even a matter of how many are joining. We are saying we are joining. Now, tell us now, what are we supposed to do to join? So it's not how many are joining. It is now, what are we supposed to do to join? Thank you very much.
A big clap for Damaris. Thank you. And we end there on our question. Oh, you. Okay. Gender sensitivity.
I also want to second Madam here that we are joining. Hata kama nimekuja leo, mimi nilipitia problem kama hii na nilitibiwa, nikapona. So recently when I was watching MTV, I saw Madam. So my children called me and told me, come see somebody who looks like you. Even she has a cut on her neck. come and see. Call her now. Call her now. Akamwambia wacha tu nikienda kazini nitampigia simu tuongee na yeye alafu atanielekea. I'm joining. So, wow.
Your name, please. Your name?
Wesley Korir Kirui.
Wesley Korir Kirui. Mpigieni Korir makofi. Okay, we are done with the registration. I'm sure we are going to register. But how much would you suggest we register with? The question comes back to you. Okay.
Tell us.
Sorry?
Tell us.
Oh, I tell you. Okay. Personally, and the thing that you saw here, we had sat and thought about it, but we could not make a decision before we bring it to you. And we had decided we do a registration with 1,000 shillings. Then we also did, we also thought we could renew the registration after a year with only 500 shillings for maybe a period of 3 years. And because the economy is changing, if it changes and it becomes better, we can lower. If it becomes tougher, we become the toughest. When the going gets tough, what happens? We become tougher. Are we in agreement? How many people think that is in order? The majority have it. Thank you. Tupigieni makofi sana. Then I just want to highlight what benefits you will get after registration. We have agreed on the renewal, yes, and one of the benefits is to enjoy a discounted, to enjoy discounted medicines and consultations, simply because when you are a big number, I remember even Lucy, when she was talking to us about insurance, she said if you are over 2,000 and above, at least unaweza keti on a negotiation table. Are we going to promise we are going to mobilize? Yes. If we call us for mobilization, are you ready? Asante, makofi tena.
Mercy. It's Lydia. To add on the mobilization, I would urge the people who are thyroid champions, kindly, even if it's your friend or your sister, look for someone who can speak on your behalf. Because I understand that you being sick, sometimes you are unable to convince another person, this is how I'm feeling. It took me to call Sarah for him to accept to join the group. And took me to be the advocate to my sisters, my brothers, my in-laws, because you can't understand. If you don't have someone to stand by you, you will die. And you'll go to that cocoon, even if it's a friend or a sister, someone who can speak on your behalf. It really helps you to heal and people to understand what you're going through. Because I joined TDAK before him, and I was looking for medicine on his behalf. I carried medicine, all my handbags. I have Kabimazo. I make sure every handbag has a Kabimazo, because you'll forget. Now, they forget, and it's not his fault. But look for someone to stand by you, a friend, a sister, a relative, anyone. Someone you know you can confide in na anaweza kukuteta. Sometimes I've just randomly post thyroid disease awareness. People will ask me what is it, and it has helped a lot. And even we've done an article on thyroid, and it made a friend of ours discover the husband had thyroid. It's a lot. Bring the caregivers. They can also join on behalf of the thyroid champions who are not willing to join the group, and it will help. Thank you.
Thank you, Lydia. The other benefit is hosting of events like today. Teacher amesema it's important, because for sure this event, jua tu how umeona hapa, and a few who did not make it are the ones who have made it. And of course, through Daktari Online, NHIF, Kombucha, and others. So for us to be able, tunasemaga ukitaka usaidiwe na upate umejisaidia, si ndio? Unaulizwa, what do you have in your hands, si ndio? So let us all contribute and be ready to be hosting events like this without many issues. The other thing that we need to know is that we'll have an ability to be heard and supported by sponsors. It will not be difficult if we say we are over 2,000. Nani hata tusikiza? Hata government itatusikiza, si ndio? Asante. Then they also will have an ability to negotiate for champions insurance covers, like what Lucy said. It will be a thing of the past. But as when the time comes for insurance cover, I would also urge ourselves. We have relatives, we have friends, we have even neighbors, we have even colleagues who are not thyroid champions. But they can plug into our insurance. And this will be a benefit to us as thyroid champions, because for that person who is not able maybe to contribute that much to for the cover, that person will be cushioned by that other person who is not a thyroid champion, may not even be having any health issues, and we're able to pull together and assist ourselves. Asante. The other thing I also want to say is that we'll be able to build a strong and reliable thyroid disease awareness Kenya Foundation. And that means we'll have more benefits when we are a strong foundation. We'll also be able, and I want to thank NHIF CEO for allowing us to be here until this time. We'll be able also to sit and negotiate with NHIF for our covers. So can we do our registration haraka? So that at least we are able to meet all those things. Then finally, we'll be able to get, oh, I had said it, subsidized, yes, subsidized doctors consultation. Doctor Online, spread the word for us kindly. We'll appreciate. Thank you so much. Then the other thing we wanted to talk about is about our welfare. We are all aware that in the month of August, we lost 3 champions, which is very sad for us. And remember, we came to you, those who are in our WhatsApp group. Now, wale hawako, I want you to join after this. We were able to mobilize a few funds and visited the families, and we were able to give in some little contribution, financial assistance. I want to pose a question to you people. Would you want us to be coming together when you only have an issue? Or do you want us to have a fund whereby we can help ourselves? Do you think we need to have a welfare fund? Yes, Damaris? Give us the mic. And if so, how? Guide us.
I could help you with that, and it's a very good thing. Member care is very important. There are very many insurance companies that nowadays offer member care, in the sense that, for example, let me give an example of my church. We pay 2,000 shillings per year. And when somebody close to us passes on, my mother, my father, my brother, my sister, my mother-in-law, my father-in-law, I get 100,000 shillings. And that is with ABSA. Stanbic Bank also has a very good insurance policy. Sanlam has, and we pay 2,000, but you have to have the numbers. So they have very good member care. So if you contribute 2,000, and COVID has taught us that death knocks any time. We're not saying we're going to die, but we're saying, can we be ready? It could be anyone. And you see, me as a thyroid patient or champion, I have a lot of responsibilities in terms of my own medicine, my own my own issues myself. But I also have parents. I have my mother and my father and my brothers. So in case, God forbid, death happens. For example, in my family, we had 2 deaths last 1 week. We had 2 deaths in the family. If we had not done that, contribution of member care, we would struggle with funeral. But because we had done it, I was able to get 100. My brother got 100. My mom got 100. Then my dad got 100. So about 500 per family. We were okay for the funeral. So I think it's a very good thing if we can be able to agree. Just that now you people will guide us and we will look at different methods and different costs. But I know with 2,000 per year, you'll be able to be covered with about 100,000. It goes up to 500,000, but it depends with. But then now you see, if we had gotten to that, if we had that 2,000 per year, the family that we went, Sara ngenda hiyo matanga na 100,000 kutoka kwetu. So that is just an idea.
Wow, can you give Damaris a big clap? Another clap, because she said she's going to see us through. She knows how to go about it. Sawa sawa. Okay. Then before we wind up on the welfare.
Excuse, there's a contribution here.
Good evening, champs. Actually, my presence here have been a lot of, I'm really appreciating my presence. I've come all the way from Mombasa. And my daughter is the one who brought me here. My daughter is the victim. She's hyperthyroid. And actually, the first time she got the attack, we never noticed. She started cutting down weight. She became confused. And it really stressed us up. And Makiu, I came with all my family. I came with all my family here. Because we are the caregiver. So we need to know how to monitor. Sorry, I'm becoming very emotional because I've passed through a lot from her. But I'm with you and I appreciate my coming. I'm the, her doctor is Dr. Roslyn Bubi. Actually, she's the one who invited me in the thyroid TDAK group. So the time, actually, she told me that there will be a conference of thyroid, so I want you to come. So I told her, then I'll be killing two birds with one stone, because I've never met her personally. We have been she has been treating my daughter through Zoom. We have been having Zoom talk. So I told her I'll be killing two birds with one stone. I'll see you and I'll be attending the conference. So she told me, sorry, unfortunately, I'll be traveling. So I got disappointed. He said, Then I said, but then if you won't be there, I won't come. But through my sister's pushing, my elder sister's pushing, she told me, no, Hamuda, go for your daughter. You need to go for your daughter. You'll meet the doctor next time when she comes back from the trip she has gone. So I said, let me come. So my trip coming here has been of great importance to me and my family. And I support TDAK fully. And Hoya TDAK, keep on moving. Thank you very much, and God bless you all.
Asante sana. Before I wind up, I want to pose another question. TDAK is not for the team that is so here, it's for all of us. Cynthia, I know Nairobi dominated in this hall, but you are also looking to get and to have volunteers and TDAK ambassadors in other counties. Why? Because if we had ambassadors from other counties, hii hall hata haingetosha. Si ni ukweli? Hii hall hatungeenea hapa. So I'm looking for ambassadors to represent our counties so that when we want to mobilize, you are the point person. And remember, we don't pay. We have no money to pay. Mercy and the team that has been here, we are not paid by anybody. We've been using our resources and time. So when you're volunteering, come with a servanthood attitude, kindly. Servanthood. That's what I'm requesting. For those of us who are here and are not from Nairobi, how many, by a show of hand, are ready to serve TDAK? Do you have Nairobi? Yes, give her a big clap and give her a mic. Want to get her name?
My name is Milka. I'm from Kajiado County.
Wow.
I was invited by a friend. That's why I'm here.
Wow. Meona Kajiado County is well represented. Give her a big clap. Any other county? Nakuru tuko hapa? Sorry. Wow. Give her a big clap. Your name?
I am also from Nanyuki, Laikipia.
Wow. We have two champions from Nanyuki. Can you have your names, please? Your name? Rapishuki. Joanna Mimo. Hey, makofi kwa Laikipia. Nakuru tuko hapa? Oh, atupo. Lakini which other county? Nakuru. Okay. Nakuru. Or Kisii County. And you're ready to be ambassador. To be a servant of TDAK. Asante sana. Makofi sana. Tupatie jina. Give us your name. Just a minute. Let's hear her name first. Judy Wasulwa. Hey, asante sana. God is with us today so much. Yes? Alice, the second name? Alice Wangeshi from Kirinyaga. Any other county? Nelly. Nelly from Busia. Give Nelly a big clap in her absentia. Madam Muda, the first name? Muda from Mombasa. Amuda. Hamuda. Asante. Hamuda from Mombasa. A big clap for Hamuda. Asante.
I'm from Bomet.
Yes.
Bomet.
Bomet. Corinne from Bomet. Hey, God is faithful today. Any other county represented? I know there are those who left early, maybe because of traveling back. But for sure, those who are online, I'm sure they're going to respond. And we are very, very grateful. Tujipigie makofi wote. Sorry. Susan from Moranga. Thank you, Moranga. Give her a big clap. Asante. Last but not least, I want to request all of us, champions, Daktari Online, our sponsors, champions who are online, wherever you are, we are requesting for donations. If you feel you are touched, because amongst us, we know you have very needy champions. Sarah will agree with me. There's one time we had, Sarah will agree with me. Sometimes last year we tried to hold a Nairobi meeting. And I can tell you we hired a room, but we were less than 20. We tried, yes, I will say we tried because that was the first attempt. And in that meeting, there was a young girl, a young mother who was so desperate, didn't know whether to eat or to take care of the baby. She didn't have any formal employment or even biashara. And she told us she would go without food. She would go without medication. Those among us who were there who were able to contribute, we had to do something. We contributed a few shillings. She was taken to a doctor. Some tests were run and we bought her medication. That is the simple reason that I'm asking for donations. It can be medication. It can be therapeutic because there are people amongst us. Hata ukiona tumetulia hivi, kuna saa zingine tunakuaga wazimu na si kupenda, because I don't know what happens. It's the disease, but we don't want to claim it because we know we can be healed and we can get out of it. But sometimes it becomes tricky. So we are looking for therapists like Daktari have said. Kiniambia saa hiyo nitanipatia session ya acupuncture. Saa ile niko mbaya sana, nitakuja tu. Nitakuja. So we need and counselors, any form of donation. It doesn't have to be financial, but we are looking for financial, and we are looking for any other donation from any person who will be touched and feels that he or she wants to contribute to the society. Ya mwisho sasa kabisa, sinimewachokesha kidogo. Ya mwisho kabisa, we cannot talk all this without giving a pay bill number. We already, the foundation already has an account. We have a pay bill number, and I'll request. I read for you. And those of us who are online will send it on, okay, they will get it, of course. Then those who are in our WhatsApp group will post it there, FB to Senio. For any support, you can pay to a pay bill number 522522. There is someone who had asked how they can repay TDAK today, what they can do, because they are so happy, they really appreciate it. This is the number, pay bill 522522, account number 5977061. Okay. Are we together? Tumemaliza? I repeat. 522 is the pay bill number. Account number. Account number is 5977061. And for sure the bank is KCB. Bank yetu, si ndio? I want to thank you so much. Thank you for the time that you have given me, and I really appreciate it, and may God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mercy, for that information. By the way, for the pay bill, the poster, if you guys are in the group, it's also on the bottom of the poster.
I want us to appreciate Mercy in a better way. Please stand up. We want to appreciate Mercy and everybody else who was here before I hand over the mic to the MC to conclude. So we are going to do something called 5 factorial. Knows about that? 5 factorial. This is how it goes. So you clap from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Right? So we start. Asanteni.
Thank you. So for those who didn't get the pay bill number, the posters that were circulating around, it's on the bottom, but we'll also share in the group. And if you're not in the group, please see one of the TDAK admins so we can add you. But for now, I'd like to call Sarah, the founder of this foundation, to come and give the closing remarks. And thank you guys all for staying, because it's almost 5 and I know it's a Saturday. You guys have other places you could have been. So give yourself a round of applause for being here until now.
I think what we'll do, we'll deliberate again, and you're in the group, yeah? We'll send all of those details in the group after we are finished deliberating and seeing how to go about it.
sorry for that. There are people who are asking whether they can pay registration right now. Yes, you can. And this is how to do it. Use the same pay bill, the same account number, but at the end of the account number, put ASH, then registration. Okay? So our treasurer, Lydia, will be able to see your name from the message. Then therefore, we will be able to know it's you who have registered. Do I need to repeat myself? Use the same pay bill, the same account number, but at the end of the account number, put ASH registration. Okay? ASH, hash. The hashtag, yes, hash. Yes. I come from where R and L are directly proportional. So don't worry about that. Then the champions, I'm being asked because we have picked champions for the counties that are represented here. So leave your name and contacts to Mercy at the registration desk. Then we will call you and we'll have a discussion from there. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I think it's time that we wind up. We are really gone for time. I want to appreciate your patience and your resilience as thyroid champions. I want to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Online for making this possible, Kombucha Kenya, NHIF, and the Ministry of Health through Damaris. We want to say thank you very much. We hope the next one is going to be bigger and better now that we have representations all over. So thank you very much for being here. I think we can wind it up now. After, we can stand out there and take a group photo so that we can remember these memories. Cindy, thank you very much. I think, I don't know who will close for us with a word of prayer maybe. And then we finish. Zaile mtu anaambiwa ombe ndio naonanga watu wanaangalia chini hivi. Nani? Oh, teacher. Okay. Teacher mgani? Ni wawili. Oh, and to thank my photographer. Oh, we had forgotten. My photographer over here, Mumo and Simon. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here and to take our photos.
Okay, let's bow down for a word of prayer. Father, in the name of Jesus, we come before you this evening. We indeed give you all the glory and honor. You are Lord, and that is your name. We come to you, Jehovah God. We have gathered here since morning, King of glory. As thyroid champs, we come before you. Thank you because you're going to fulfill the desires of our hearts. Thank you because we are going to feel as a family. Thank you because you are going to encourage us and we are going to meet new people for the glory and honor of your name. We ask you, dear Lord, that we may feel strengthened in you, that we may feel encouraged in you, that we may have our hope in you, Jehovah God. We give you glory and we give you honor. We thank you for each and every champ that has traveled throughout the country, King of glory, just to be here, to be enlightened and to be lifted and to have hope, Jehovah God, and to also create awareness. We are asking you, King of glory, the stakeholders of TDAK, we are committing the man to you, King of glory, the CEO, the founder, each and everyone, the treasurer and every admin, we are committing the man to you. They cannot do this without you, King of glory. You are going to provide finances. You are going to provide hope. You are going to provide strength. You are going to provide each and everything that we need for the sustenance of TDAK, for the glory and honor of your name. We worship you and we love you and we give you glory. Thank you for reminding us that you love us. Thank you for reminding us that we have hope again. Thank you for reminding us that there is light at the end of the tunnel. We love you and we give you glory. We ask you, Lord, that you may be with us as those of us who are traveling, those of us who are going far, you are going to be with each and every one of us. Thank you because you're continuing to uplift us and binding us with your love, that we may continue encouraging each and every one of us, holding each other's hands and moving a step forward. We love you and we give you glory, and it is in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you very much. So good evening. Have a wonderful time. Those that are traveling, Muende Salama, Bano Alinde. We'll see you the next time. For my people in Mombasa, Huda, you just made me cry. I cannot even, I'm so overwhelmed. Muende Salama when you go back, and we'll see you when we come to Mombasa. That's for sure. All right. Thank you very much, Chams. Have a good evening. Oh, there's a photo session out there. Tusimame hapo tupigwe picha.
Quick one. When you see what has happened today on your TVs, they normally share it on social medias. Please share. That's the only way we get to get to be known. When you saw Sarah on TV, you share in all your groups. That way people get to know about us. Thank you so much.